Chapter 1, A Scandal? In the middle of the night, Lu Mingyue fled in a panic from room 666. Yesterday, during a company team building event, she learned that her boyfriend was cheating on her. In a bad mood, she had drunk 2 glasses of white wine and, in a daze, went to the wrong room. Once inside, she noticed that there was a man in the room. She turned around and tried to run, but she was too drunk and stumbled into the man's arms instead. The man's body seemed to freeze for a moment. He whispered something, and then cupped her face and kissed her. She should have pushed him away, but when his hot breath blew against her neck and she heard his steady, strong heartbeat, she suddenly felt dazed for a moment. She felt pain, and it was too late to regret. After everything was over, her consciousness slowly returned to her brain, and Lu Mingyue simply regretted it. She quietly slipped back in to take a look at the room number, and it turned out to be the room of the department general manager, Shin Weidong. Lu Mingyue let out a sigh of relief. Shin Weidong was a playboy, with more girlfriends than she could count, and he shouldn't care about this one night. Besides, the lights weren't even on last night, so he probably didn't see her face. Just think of it as a bite from a dog, and nothing happened. After a little self-hypnosis, Lu Mingyue took a hot shower. Looking at the marks on her body, which she couldn't bear to look at, she quickly pulled out a turtleneck. As soon as she got dressed, she heard Zhao Xiaopei banging on the door. Something terrible has happened. Mingyue, come out here. Lu Mingyue's heart skipped a beat. Had her affair with Shin Weidong been exposed so quickly? It was still early in the morning. Shin Weidong was an executive at Shangshi Group, and she was just a small intern. If this got out, Shin Weidong wouldn't mind. After all, he was notorious for his womanizing. But she, an intern who dared to sleep with a senior executive, would definitely suffer a terrible fate. She opened the door with some trepidation. Zhao Xiaopei was so excited that she didn't notice Lu Mingyue's pale face or her strange walking posture. Hurry up, I'll show you the man of your dreams. You'll never guess, but our boss has also graced us with his presence on this team building trip. So it hadn't been a case of the cat catching the mouse. Hearing Zhao Xiaoge's chattering voice, Lu Mingyue's uneasy feelings slowly subsided, and she went with her to the hotel's cafeteria. The company's boss is called Yin Xingji, and she met him once when she interviewed for the job. He is a super handsome guy. Yin Xingji started from scratch and built the company up from scratch in 7 years. Although the boss had a cold face the whole time when Mingyue went for the interview, Mingyue still admired him from the bottom of her heart and regarded him as a super male god. At that moment, the male god was sitting in the window seat, his back straight, elegant and powerful, radiating light like a self-contained generator. Lu Mingyue's eyes were almost blinded by the flash. Colleagues, especially female colleagues, sat close to the president, peeking over while whispering to each other. The president is so handsome. I just saw it, there are hickeys on the president's neck. I wonder who the lucky guy was last night. Hearing the word kiss mark being discussed at the next table, Lu Mingyue subconsciously tugged at the collar of her shirt. Thinking about her indulgences last night, she lost her excitement at seeing her idol for a moment. As for Zhao Xiaopei's burning gossiping spirit across the table, she was even less in the mood to deal with it. At that moment, Shin Weidong walked in and casually sat down across from Yin Xingji. President Yen, did you sleep well last night? Yin Xingji ate his breakfast slowly, and his gaze seemed to sweep over Lu Mingyue's direction. His expression was indifferent, but a faint smile flickered in his eyes. Not bad. Lu Mingyue felt her neck twitch as she felt the burning gaze on her, so she quickly covered her face with her hands and pretended to lower her head to eat her breakfast, in an attempt to reduce her sense of presence. Shin Weidong muttered angrily over there, President Yen, you took my room, so you slept well, but you poor me, I had to find a hotel room again in the middle of the night. Shangshi Group has a large number of employees, and the rooms in the entire hotel are fully booked, so there are simply no extras. Yin Xingji's whim to suddenly come to the team building, and he, a mere department general manager, naturally had to give up the best room. Yin Xingji thought of something and said nonchalantly, I'll give you a pay rise later. Shin Weidong's eyes lit up, and he immediately said obsequiously that he would go through fire and water for the president. Chapter 2, The Dreaded CEO. Lu Mingyue's table was far away from the CEO's, so she couldn't hear what they were saying. She had no idea that it wasn't Shin Weidong but the CEO who had stayed in room 666 last night. At the moment, seeing Shin Weidong dancing around in front of the CEO, Lu Mingyue's heart was pounding. She was worried about being recognized, and even more worried that Shin Weidong, the playboy, would blow the whistle in front of the boss. She was a little distracted all day. Fortunately, the team building event ended without incident. The company sent a shuttle bus to pick them up. Lu Mingyue had been tossed and turned last night in room 666, and she was still feeling some pain there, so she walked slowly and was the last one on the bus. Zhao Xiaopei shouted at her, "Mingyue, sit here." The carriage suddenly became quiet at this moment, and Boss Yan's voice rang out, full of displeasure, "Is there no other seat?" Lu Mingyue's feet trembled. Why was the boss on the shuttle bus? Was he talking to her? Was he annoyed by her slow movements? She was just a small intern, and the president was still concerned about such trivial matters? She looked over in panic, and saw that it was a beautiful colleague who was shyly trying to sit next to the president, but was coldly shooed away by the president. Lu Mingyue let out a sigh of relief when she realized that the president was talking about someone else. The beautiful colleague, her face red with embarrassment, apologized to the president and sat down next to Zhao Xiaopei before Lu Mingyue could. Zhao Xiaopei quickly said, "This is my friend's seat." The beautiful colleague lost face in front of everyone and spoke rudely, "Is the seat marked with a name? This is the company shuttle bus, how is it your friend's seat?" Zhao Xiaopei was so angry that she couldn't speak. Great, that left only the seat next to the boss on the whole bus. Lu Mingyue considered getting off the bus and taking a taxi back, if need be. However, Yan Xingji looked over at her, his face not looking too good. Lu Mingyue. Is the boss really annoyed by her slow reaction? With the jealous or sympathetic stares of her colleagues, Lu Mingyue sat down, trembling with fear. It wasn't long before Yan Xingji's voice rang out again. Am I that scary? Lu Mingyue nodded frantically in her heart. Although her admiration for the male god was like an endless river, his current expression was really scary. If she dared to say that, she might be swept out of the company tomorrow. She looked up and met Yan Xingji's ambiguous gaze with a face full of sincerity and flattery. Of course not, I feel very honored to be able to sit next to President Yan. Yan Xingji seemed to feel better, closing his eyes and leaning back in his chair with a cold expression. Lu Mingyue wanted to cry but had no tears. She was so miserable. On her first company team building event, she had suffered a boyfriend cheating on her and also lost her virginity. On the way back, her heart was subjected to the pressure cooker of the big boss. And she held her breath the whole way back to the company. Getting out of the car, Lu Mingyue breathed in the air without the president and suddenly felt that the world was really beautiful. Zhao Xiaoye came over curiously and asked, "Mingyue, what was it like sitting next to the CEO?" Lu Mingyue, "It felt like a sheep." Zhao Xiaoye, huh? Lu Mingyue, the kind that's about to be slaughtered. Zhao Xiaoye felt deeply for Lu Mingyue, and then, in the latter's sad gaze, quickly fled as if she had seen something terrible. Lu Mingyue was feeling a little strange, and was about to call out to her when she noticed a friend request on WeChat. The name was a strange series of letters, and she thought it was a marketing account, so she rejected it directly. Unexpectedly, the other person immediately added her again, with the additional comment that she had left something behind. Lu Mingyue recalled, "What did I leave behind?" She didn't lose anything. She was about to ignore it, when her eyes suddenly widened. Could it be that last night, in room 666, she had left something behind? Oh no! Could this WeChat ID be Shen Weidong's? She quickly applied to be his friend and sent a message, "What do you want?" It took nearly 10 minutes for a message to come back, "Zhai Yang." Lu Mingyue was stunned. She had just complained about the CEO behind his back, but could it be that Shen Weidong had heard her? No wonder Zhao Xiaopei had just now looked as if she had seen a ghost and run faster than a rabbit. But why did she feel as if she was talking to the CEO when it was clearly Shen Weidong on the other end of WeChat? It was really strange. Lu Mingyue scratched her head, thinking that she had sensed a mistake. She typed quickly. "Shen Weidong, last night was all a misunderstanding, I'll swallow this silent loss, can we just go our separate ways in the future?" After sending the message, she felt that the tone was inappropriate, so she quickly withdrew it and re-edited it, "When are you free, Mr. Shen, I'll get it." In the president's office, Yan Xingji sat in the black swivel chair, looking at the message, his mouth had completely cooled down, and he edited and sent it word by word. "You think I'm Shen Weidong?" Looking at the message, Lu Mingyue felt as if she could hear the other person gritting their teeth. Her heart sank. She waited anxiously for a while, but there was no reply from the other end. Did Shen Weidong just deliberately test her, and get angry when she guessed his intention? Piss off, you're angry? I'm even more unhappy. This kind of thing is inherently more disadvantageous for girls. If Lu Mingyue had any backbone, she would be rebelling against the heavens, the earth, and the manager right now, and she would quit if the worst came to the worst. But Was she really such a person with backbone? She lowered her stance and spoke in a humble tone. When will you be free, Mr. Shin, so I can go get my things back? Wait. Two cold words that completely dumbfounded Lu Mingyue. She was told to wait, but for how long? Today was the company team building event, and everyone was off. The shuttle bus had just dropped everyone back at the company and dispersed. Now even Zhao Xiaoye had run off, and the company lobby was empty, not a soul in sight. How long was she supposed to wait? Chapter 3, Mingyue is innocent. Soon, it got dark. WeChat's Shin Weidong didn't say for her to go get her things, nor did he reply to any of her messages. Lu Mingyue stared at her phone, her mind racing a million miles a minute. It was dark and stormy, just the right conditions to take advantage of her, right? She had already given him a hard time last night, and he still wasn't satisfied? Lu Mingyue really wanted to just shrug her shoulders and leave. However, it was difficult to get into Shangshur Group, and she was still in her internship period. Offending her boss would mean getting fired, wouldn't it? Lu Mingyue endured and continued to wait, reciting over and over again whatever criminal law knowledge she could think of. Finally, she began to hypnotize herself again. After all, Shin Weidong was her immediate superior, and whether she could be promoted in the future depended entirely on Shin Weidong's decision. Moreover, she had drunk and offered herself to him, and even if she reported it to the police, it would be useless. Lu Mingyue waited until after 9 o'clock, resigned to her fate, when she heard the sound of leather shoes on the floor. Oh dear, why is there still someone in the office at this hour? Shin Weidong's carefree voice suddenly sounded in the empty office area, which was eerie. Lu Mingyue stood up with a start and asked with a forced calm, Manager Shin, you finally arrived? Shin Weidong was surprised. You were waiting for me? You know that I was. Lu Mingyue held back her breath, about to speak, when Shin Weidong suddenly asked curiously, I heard you muttering just now, what were you saying? This intern is so pretty, so he noticed her on her first day. But she looks like a softie but is actually a cold beauty, and he can't get her going at all. What is she doing at the office today, not going home early after the team building? I'm memorizing the criminal law encyclopedia. Lu Mingyue blurted out with gritted teeth, immediately regretting it. Although, I heard that Shin Weidong treats his girlfriend very gently, what if he gets angry and lashes out? She was thinking of how to make amends when she suddenly heard someone laugh next to her. She turned around and saw her cold and handsome boss, standing by the door, looking at her. The boss's legs are so long, and his face is so handsome. Just standing there in the doorway, he looks like a world-famous painting. Although the famous painting himself is sneering, the handsome guy looks good no matter how he smiles. Lu Mingyue's heart skipped a beat, and she suddenly felt her aesthetic standards being raised again. Shin Weidong saw her staring at Yan Xingji in a daze and gave a disgusted sound. It seems that his cousin's charm is truly unmatched. The prettiest girl in the company, who is the most difficult to flirt with, can't even walk. Shin Weidong's sound of disgust quickly brought Lu Mingyue back to reality. That was the boss, her super male god, the boss who paid her salary. How dare she act like a crazy girl in front of her boss? She really doesn't want to work anymore. It is more important to get back her belongings. She quickly turned her attention to Shin Weidong. Manager Shin, last night. Before Lu Mingyue could finish speaking, Yan Xingji suddenly said, Weidong, go and get the car. Although Yan Xingji had a personal driver, Shin Weidong did not dare to complain and immediately went out. Lu Mingyue and Yan Xingji were left alone in the company lobby, and she was so nervous that she did not know where to put her hands and feet. What should she do? The president seemed unhappy. Had he noticed something was wrong between her and Shin Weidong? Shin Weidong had just arrived with the car and received a call from his girlfriend, so he said goodbye to Yan Xingji and went off happily to enjoy his girlfriend. Yan Xingji ignored Shin Weidong and opened the car door and got in. Seeing this, Lu Mingyue let out a quiet sigh of relief. She had finally got rid of this big Buddha. However, the next second, the CEO lowered the window and asked her, How are you going? Lu Mingyue respectfully replied, I'll take the bus. Yan Xingji frowned slightly and got into the car. This is the boss of the company, and Mingyue didn't dare let him be the driver. She quickly waved her hands, saying, No, I'll take the bus. Yan Xingji looked at her, his face expressionless, and it was impossible to tell his mood. Lu Mingyue's scalp tingled from being stared at, and she dared not keep the CEO waiting. She carefully opened the car door and prepared to get in the back seat. Staying away from the boss makes me feel safer. Yan Xingji said coldly, Do you think this is a taxi? The CEO's voice was very pleasant to hear, but it was too lethal. Lu Mingyue's heart trembled, and she immediately sat in the passenger seat and immediately fastened her seatbelt. Lu Mingyue didn't dare to speak the whole way, because the CEO's expression was really not good looking, with a constant frown at the corner of his mouth. Lu Mingyue felt her fingers shaking. As they say, distance creates beauty. After a few close encounters today, she realized that the male god's personality is actually so moody and unpredictable. In the future, she must stay away from the male god. When they were waiting at a traffic light, Yan Xingji seemed to be holding something back, but in the end, he didn't say a word to her. Until Mingyue got home and got out of the car, Yan Xingji's face was always full of a disgusted expression. It was really too obvious. Mingyue was very depressed. Mingyue was very innocent. It wasn't her who asked the CEO to be her driver. Why was she so angry? However, this depression quickly disappeared, replaced by rapidly burning anger. Because she met her ex-boyfriend, Zhou Zhan. Chapter 4. The whole company is most concerned about President Yan. Lu Mingyue and Zhou Zhan were a college couple who were going to get married as soon as they graduated. But just after they started their internships, he cheated on her with her cousin Lu Jiayuan. The scumbag had the nerve to cheat on her. Mingyue, I still like you, but I like money more. We're not kids anymore, we need to make a living. Tell me, apart from having a good-looking face, what are your other merits? After all this time together, you never even let me touch you, and you're even discounting that one and only merit. Your parents are both dead, so you can't give us any financial support. In the future, when we get married and buy a house and a car, we'll have to rely on my family. In today's society, men and women are equal, so we can't rely on the man. In my class, the class representative got a house and 500,000 yuan in cash from her family when she got married. Mingyue, do you have any money to get married? My mother is right, you're a money loser. Not to mention a dowry, in the future, we won't even have a mother-in-law to take care of our children. I'm tired, let's break up. When they first broke up, Lu Mingyue was still a little sad, and really thought it was because she was too unattractive. But when she saw Zhou Zhan at this moment, she had completely come to her senses. It wasn't her who was wrong, but Zhou Zhan, the deadbeat. It was obvious that he was the one who wanted to live off her, and he was even trying to blame it on her. Poor her, she even used alcohol to drown her sorrows after the breakup, and got involved with Xin Weidong, such a troublemaker. Now that she thought about it, she regretted it so much that she wanted to hit the wall. How could she have been so blind as to fall for the scumbag Zhou Zhan? Now Zhou Zhan has hooked up with Lu Jiayuan, and no longer wears the shabby jackets of the past, but a high-end suit, tall and gentle, very imposing. He stopped Lu Mingyue outside her home. Why are you back so late? Do you know that Jiayuan hasn't even slept waiting for you? If you're living under someone's roof, you should have the self-awareness to do so without worrying the host. Host family? Lu Mingyue sneered inwardly. This is her home, okay? When she was 8 years old, her mother died of illness. Before she died, she handed over the company to her uncle and told him to take good care of Mingyue. So her uncle's family moved to the house left by her mother to take care of Mingyue. She was obviously the real owner of the house, but now she had become a guest in someone else's home. Lu Mingyue was too lazy to explain to Zhou Zhan, and she didn't want to deal with him at all. She gave a cold, indifferent "oh" and walked straight past him, but he grabbed her. Jiayuan is your cousin, how can you be so cold? Lu Mingyue's face showed no expression, and I didn't turn off my phone. Her good cousin didn't even know how to make a good excuse. It's the modern age, you don't call someone and just wait, and Zhou Zhan actually fell for such a tacky and low-level trick? There's probably not as much water in the Pacific Ocean as there is in his head. Zhou Zhan's eyebrows tightened even more, and his expression began to show impatience. Jiayuan has been unable to sleep, and you're still here arguing about her not calling you? Look at you, indifferent to family ties. Uncle Lu and his family took you in and raised you with kindness, and this is how you repay them? Zhou Zhan spoke sternly and immediately went to apologize to Jiayuan, promising that in the future, if he returned late, he would definitely give her a heads up. Lu Mingyue was annoyed by Zhou Zhan and shook him off, turning to walk home. When she entered the living room, she saw Lu Jiayuan lying on the sofa in a half-dead state. She struggled to stand up. Mingyue, you're finally back? I was worried sick. Lu Mingyue was very tired and really didn't feel like being fake nice with her. She gave a bland response and prepared to go back to her room. Zhou Zhan grabbed her hand and said, "What's with your attitude? Jiayuan has lost sleep over you, and you don't even care?" Lu Jiayuan quickly said, Jean, don't be like this. I'm sorry to Mingyue first, and she's right to be angry with me. It's not your fault. Zhou Zhan hugged her tenderly and glared at Lu Mingyue with displeasure on his face. Are you still holding a grudge against Jiayuan? I've made it clear to you, it's me who doesn't like you anymore, it has nothing to do with Jiayuan. If you're angry, take it out on me, but don't hurt Jiayuan. Lu Mingyue's little universe finally exploded, and she said with a smile that didn't reach her eyes, wow, you're suffering from insomnia, that's a serious illness, you should go to the hospital immediately and see a specialist, don't die from it. This obvious sarcasm made Lu Jiayuan's face turn pale and her eyes red. Cousin, why are you like this? I know you really like Jean, and you're suffering from losing him. But it's not all my fault, Jean and I truly loved each other. Zhou Zhan was also furious and his face turned black. Lu Mingyue, I never thought you were such a cold-blooded and jealous person. You have let me down. Stop it. Lu Jiayuan blocked Zhou Zhan's mouth and put on a compassionate expression. Cousin Mingyue, you might never find another man as good as you. She can only find those ugly guys. She must be suffering right now. I understand her. Ugly guys? Lu Mingyue sneered. Although she didn't like Shen Weidong, she was honest and said that Shen Weidong was 10,000 times better than Zhou Zhan. However, Lu Mingyue didn't bother arguing with Lu Jiayuan over such matters. She was childish. She went straight to her room, locked the door, and ignored the two people outside the door. Lu Mingyue took a shower and lay in bed, thinking about all that had happened over the past 2 days. She felt that it was magical and bizarre, and also very melodramatic. She had expected to be sleepless tonight, but she actually fell asleep quickly. When she woke up the next day, she formatted all the unpleasant things that had happened and was once again a carefree little Mingyue. Lu Mingyue arrived at the office and just as she put down her bag, Zhao Xiaopei came over to her in a mysterious manner. Have you heard? Manager Shen has been transferred to a branch office. Lu Mingyue's mood suddenly became incredibly beautiful, because of what? God finally stood on her side for once. What else could it be? Everyone in the company knows that Manager Shen is related to the royal family, and the only person who can make him go is the boss. Zhao Xiaoye whispered, he must have offended President Yan by accident. Dare offend the president, it's deserved to be driven away. Lu Mingyue was happy for less than 3 seconds, and immediately remembered that she still had something in Shen Weidong's hands, and she was always a little uneasy. She hurriedly asked, when is Manager Shen leaving? I need to get the things back before he leaves the headquarters. I heard that he is already packing and leaving soon. Lu Mingyue quickly found an excuse to avoid Zhao Xiaopei and took out her phone to prepare to send a message. You care about him a lot? A cold and aloof voice suddenly sounded, and Lu Mingyue's hand trembled, and her phone almost fell to the ground. It was the voice of the CEO. How come he came to their sales department at this time? Chapter 5, When Being a Mistress Gives You a Sense of Superiority. Lu Mingyue looked up and saw the CEO's handsome but displeased face, and realized that she had stepped in it. Shen Weidong had just been transferred after offending the boss, and she was determined not to let the boss see that she was in any way related to Shen Weidong. Mingyue quickly expressed her loyalty, absolutely not, the only person I care about in this company is Mr. Yen. After expressing her loyalty, she realized that the words had a double meaning, and was about to clarify, but noticed that the CEO's face looked a little better. Lu Mingyue's eyes widened in shock. It seemed that she had discovered an extraordinary secret. The aloof CEO also liked his employees to flatter him. This discovery made Lu Mingyue feel as if she had discovered a new continent. For the sake of her salary, she continued to flatter, Mr. Yen, you look very well today, exceptionally handsome. Yan Qingji coughed lightly, oh? Where am I handsome? Lu Mingyue was a little dumbfounded. As expected of the big boss, even flattery could not be taken lightly. She said exaggeratedly, Mr. Yen is handsome from head to toe, 365 degrees, so dazzling that he is definitely the most eye-catching young man in the crowd. Luckily, you're quick-witted. Yan Qingji was actually quite pleased with this insincere flattery, and he thought, you have good taste. After saying that, he turned around and left. Jean, the assistant behind Yan Qingji, was shocked, and looked at Lu Mingyue several times in a wordless way. How could he have praised the boss so awkwardly? But the key point was that the boss wasn't angry at all. You have to understand that the boss is usually cold and strict with all the employees in the company, without showing any mercy. Assistant Jean took note of this in turn, who spoke without thinking. After she had lulled the boss away, Lu Mingyue quickly continued to edit the WeChat message she had just sent. At that moment, she realized that the other person's WeChat ID had been changed to a name that was not Shin. Looking at the big exclamation mark that followed, Lu Mingyue secretly admired her. She was fired by the boss, and the next thing she knew, the person had changed their surname. She didn't even want to keep her own surname, just to spite the boss? What a tough person. She sent a message to test the waters. Mr. Shin, are you busy right now? No surname Shin. Only one word came back, busy. Lu Mingyue was afraid that things would come to light, so she didn't dare to go to him recklessly. She could only ask carefully, when will you not be busy? I want to go and get something I left behind. There was no further reply from him. Before Shin Weidong could finish packing his things, Yan Xingji's special assistant directly asked him to leave the office, and then stuffed him into the car and sent him away, without even giving him time to say goodbye to the employees in his department. Shin Weidong felt strange in his heart. His cousin had openly said that he would be promoted and receive a pay rise, but why did he feel as if there were countless pits waiting for him to jump into? But he didn't dare to ask, and could only obediently follow the arrangements. Lu Mingyue was not very happy to go home after work today because she couldn't get her things back, and she received another blow from Lu Jiayuan. Cousin, Zhan proposed to me today, and the wedding is set for next month. Lu Jiayuan sat on the sofa in the living room, twiddling the large diamond ring on her finger, and said proudly, he insisted on giving me this large diamond ring, 10 carats, which must have cost a lot of money. Look at such a big one, will it be too showy on your hand? Lu Jiayuan is like this. In front of outsiders, she always puts on a gentle and kind appearance. When no one is around, she never minds showing her most vicious face to the bright moon. The 10-carat diamond is as big as a pigeon's egg and is very eye-catching on her finger. Lu Mingyue nodded in agreement. It is indeed too big and looks like a nouveau riche. But you really do have the temperament of a nouveau riche, and 10 carats suits you quite well. Lu Jiayuan's face was ugly, and she was holding back her anger. Cousin, are you jealous of me? You should find a boyfriend quickly, so that I don't always have to worry that you'll steal my man. The little third party has no shame, and Lu Mingyue didn't mince her words with her. The little third party has even taken the upper hand and has a sense of superiority? Don't worry, I have no attachment to scumbags. Lu Jiayuan's face sank, and her words became even more vicious. Cousin, it's this time of year, what are you still mouthing off for? I hear that there are quite a few single men in your company. Although most men in your line of work are ugly and balding, they can certainly support a family. You just need to find someone with similar conditions. As she spoke, Lu Jiayuan looked up and down at Lu Mingyue with ill intent. According to the conditions of my cousin, she should be satisfied with finding a man with similar conditions. Lu Mingyue is very beautiful and had many suitors when she was a student. But Lu Jiayuan liked to compete with her in everything, and she was jealous when she saw how popular she was. So she found someone to spread rumors about her being gold digging, and that she had secretly gone to work as a hostess in order to make money. When such rumors spread, someone would always believe them. Over time, all the decent boys who like Lu Mingyue would be put off. And the bad students would often harass her in the name of pursuing her, mockingly taunting her that she had sold herself out and not to pretend to be innocent. It can be said that Lu Mingyue spent her entire student days in the shadow of Lu Jiayuan. Now that Lu Mingyue has applied and been hired by a powerful company, she finally has the confidence to fight back. She took out her phone, which she had recorded beforehand, and confronted Lu Jiayuan. I don't want Zhan to see your disgusting face, so don't come looking for a scolding in front of me in the future. Chapter 6, You're just a piece of trash. How dare you secretly record me? Lu Jiayuan's face changed, and she reached out to grab the phone. I knew you wouldn't give up, and you wanted to use this despicable tactic to win Zhan back? Dream on. Lu Mingyue put the phone back in her bag, her expression cold. Zhan is just trash, and I was worried about where to throw him. You've recovered the trash like a treasure, and I can't thank you enough. So don't worry about me fighting with you over the trash. Lu Jiayuan was shaking with anger. But Lu Mingyue was not as easy to deal with as before. She had also recorded the conversation, and she was afraid to come out in the open. She could only grit her teeth and hiss angrily, if you can't have the grapes, you say they're sour. Lu Mingyue went back to her room to take a shower. Although it was very satisfying to argue with Lu Jiayuan, Lu Mingyue was still very worried. Her uncle was quite okay with her, and she would definitely have to attend Lu Jiayuan's wedding. There were so many old classmates that day, and they would definitely ask her about her boyfriend. Just thinking about it made her feel annoyed. What upset Mingyue even more was that the next day, when her uncle returned from abroad, he forced her to go on a blind date that very day, without knowing what Lu Jiayuan had told him. Her uncle was still under 50 years old, but his hair was already half white. He always wore black framed glasses, and looked like a very elegant old baby. Her uncle was good at everything, except that he was too soft-eared and had been oppressed by her aunt all his life. Usually, when he argued with Mingyue, he would use magic to attack her tears. And every time, Mingyue would be defeated. Lu Mingyue is still very happy to see her uncle. Uncle, you're back. Was the Maldives fun? Uncle is frowning. I went there with your aunt to get inspiration for the wedding design, not for fun. As soon as your aunt got off the plane, she plunged into work and didn't even come home. Seeing that he was about to start lecturing her, Lu Jia coughed gently. Uncle woke up and quickly took Mingyue's hand cordially, beaming, I've seen the boy, Jean, and I'm very satisfied. I have to thank you, otherwise Yuan wouldn't have found such a good match. Lu Mingyue really admired Lu Jiayuan's cheekiness, so she pretended to be surprised and said, Uncle, don't thank me for something your cousin snagged by her own means. Uncle froze. Didn't Yuan say that Zhou Zhan was Mingyue's senior and that Mingyue introduced them? A cold, dark gleam flashed in Lu Jiayuan's eyes, and she quickly came over and took Mingyue's hand, speaking in an intimate manner, cousin is still such a joker. Zhan is so outstanding and so many people are after him, so naturally I have to work very hard to snatch him away. The next second, Lu Jiayuan said to her father with a face full of worry. Dad, I, as a younger sister, already have a boyfriend, but cousin still hasn't settled down, and she must be a little upset about it, and I'm also very uneasy. Uncle is a sentimental person and was quickly infected by this sadness. Lu Jiayuan continued, Dad, a tutor in our department, his son is a returnee who is excellent in every way, but because of his busy work, he has never found a girlfriend. Why don't you let your cousin meet him? Uncle had no doubts about his daughter's words and immediately looked expectantly at Lu Mingyue. Lu Mingyue decisively refused, Uncle, I'm only 24 years old, and I'm still in my internship period at work, there's no need to rush to get a boyfriend. Lu Jiayuan then persuaded, that returnee earns nearly $1,000,000 a year, which is not bad. Your cousin won't lose out by taking a look, and it's really not appropriate to refuse. As she spoke, her eyes welled up with tears. Cousin, I'm getting married soon, but you don't even have a boyfriend, and you're older than me. I'm really afraid that my aunt will blame me from the afterlife. Uncle and Mingyue's mother had a good relationship, and when he heard this, his eyes immediately welled up with tears as well. Mingyue, your mother entrusted you to me back then, asking me to take good care of you. How can I face your mother after seeing you like this? Mingyue couldn't stand her uncle's attitude. When she was bullied by her aunt and cousin, she tried to complain to her uncle. But her uncle was more gullible than a piece of clay. After her aunt told him a pack of lies, he started crying and looking miserable. Mingyue, I promised your mother to take good care of you. I never thought you would suffer so much under my care. How can I face your mother after seeing you like this? Uncle really treats Mingyue well, but he is weak-willed and listens to everything Auntie says. He even hands over the reins of the company to her. Gradually, Mingyue understands that her uncle is kind-hearted but cannot help her much, so she no longer depends on him and tries to avoid the pair. Now that she is grown up, she can fight back against the pair of vicious mother and daughter, but she is still most afraid of her uncle's tearful attacks. She reluctantly agrees with her uncle, okay, I'll have a look. My uncle smiled in relief. Mingyue was relieved, and Yuan praised a good man, so she knew he wouldn't let her down. Lu Mingyue glanced over at Lu Jiayuan and saw the expression of triumph flash across her face. She was curious to see what kind of evil tricks Lu Jiayuan could pull this time. The next day happened to be Christmas Eve. Lu Mingyue took the little white dress she had prepared in advance to work, and changed into it before leaving work, putting on a light-colored coat over the top. Her innocent yet mature appearance made Zhao Xiaoye's eyes light up. Mingyue, you're so pretty today, are you going on a date with your boyfriend? Lu Mingyue casually replied, no, my uncle is forcing me to go on a blind date. Zhao Xiaoye was speechless. How old are you and you're going on a blind date? Your uncle is quite overbearing. As the two of them were talking, they happened to see Yan Xingji walking past them, so they quickly greeted him. Yan Xingji had a cold face and only nodded lightly before entering the elevator reserved for the CEO. Chapter 7, Arranged Marriage Caught. The arranged marriage meeting was scheduled to take place at the Honey Cafe. Lu Mingyue waited for a few minutes inside, and then saw her match. Although he was a returned overseas Chinese, he was a middle-aged man who didn't look impressive even in a sharp suit. The middle-aged returned overseas Chinese who came for the arranged marriage meeting looked arrogant. "Sorry I'm late." The returnee first sized up Lu Mingyue before introducing himself. "My name is Zhou Jiayu. I believe your cousin has already told you about me. Jia Yuan mentioned to me that you are a bit of a gold digger. But I want to make it clear to you in advance that I will not let you keep my salary. After we get married, you will quit your job and stay at home to take care of the children and the household. You will also take care of my parents' daily lives. I will give you 8,000 yuan a month as pocket money." Mr. Hai Gui is in his early 30s and already half bald. In fact, Lu Mingyue doesn't have high standards when it comes to looks, but the other party is so common and greasily honest that it makes Mingyue a little sick to her stomach. "I knew Lu Jiayuan didn't have good intentions. But just now, my uncle called and repeatedly told her to get along with the person, so she could only desperately swallow the classic quintessence." The returnee continued, "I heard from Jia Yuan that you are an orphan and that her family adopted you. Your uncle's family means well, but you should move out and support yourself when you grow up. If you really can't find a place to live, you can move in with my family, just to get used to the environment after you get married, as a kind of pre-marriage observation period. Of course, if I don't think you are suitable during the observation period, I can ask you to leave at any time." Lu Mingyue really wanted to pour a cup of cold coffee over this Mr. Turtle on the spot to wake him up. She kept telling herself that her uncle had a weak heart, so she would bear with him. After 10 minutes of bearing with him, she could bear no more, so she excused herself to go to the bathroom and told Zhao Xiaopei to quickly save the situation. When she returned, Mr. Turtle looked at her with slight dissatisfaction and reluctantly said, "Although you have many shortcomings, you are still passable looking, and my parents should be satisfied. After we get married, I will slowly teach you the rules. By the way, you can wash clothes and cook, right? These are the basic conditions for being my wife." After listening to Mr. Turtle's chatter for another few seconds, Lu Mingyue finally answered Zhao Xiaopei's call. A few seconds after picking up the phone, Mingyue pretended to be angry and asked, "What? Overtime? There's a problem with the project and you have to go back immediately to fix it?" Mingyue's tone was exaggerated. After finishing the phone call, she apologized to Mr. Turtle, saying that there was an emergency with the project and I had to go back to the office. Mr. Turtle frowned. "You're going back to work overtime after our date?" Lu Mingyue pretended to be helpless and shrugged. "There's nothing I can do about it, capitalists are bloodsuckers." Mr. Turtle's sense of superiority wouldn't allow him to be stood up, so he sneered, "If you dare to go back now, there'll be no more talk of a date." Mingyue asked innocently, "Mr. Returned Overseas, this project is worth hundreds of millions of yuan, and when the commission is split, I can buy a big villa with it, but if I mess it up, I might even lose my job. Will you compensate me with a big villa then?" Mr. Turtle was unable to hold back his anger at this obvious sarcasm, and stormed off. Jia Yuan was absolutely right, "You're just a money-grubbing girl." Mingyue wasn't angry at all. She happily finished her coffee and waited until Mr. Turtle had gone before getting up and leaving. However, she spotted her boss in the seat near the door. Yan Xingji was wearing a sharp, high-end suit and still radiating brilliance as he sat in a corner. She was a little surprised. "President Yan?" Yan Xingji gave a small nod, his expression not looking very good. Seeing Yan Xingji's reluctance and the pretty woman opposite him, who looked shy, Mingyue's mind lit up and she asked in a low voice, "President Yan, are you here for a blind date too? Or are you being forced to come?" It was just that with a family background like the president's, why would he choose such a simple place? Yan Xingji nodded indifferently, then stood up. "Are you going back to the company?" Lu Mingyue guessed that the president had heard her earlier words, obediently nodded, "Yes, Mr. Yan. It just so happens that I also received a call from Xiao Jin. I will go back with you to handle it." Mingyue. "Boss, I was pretending to say I wanted to work overtime, were you pretending too? But if you don't want to go on a blind date, who would dare force you?" But she didn't dare ask anything, obediently following behind her boss. Chapter 8, A Blind Date Turned into Overtime. When they arrived at the parking lot, they saw Lu Mingyue looking reluctant. Yan Xingji smiled faintly. "Didn't you just say that you had to go back to the office and work overtime, or you'd be fired?" Lu Mingyue whispered in protest, "I was just pretending." "Oh? Including the part about capitalists being bloodsuckers?" Hearing Yan Xingji's tone of voice, which showed no emotion, Lu Mingyue became a dazed little girl. She had just said those things on purpose to convince Mr. Turtle, but who knew that the capitalist himself had heard them? Facing the boss's expression of not knowing whether to laugh or not, Mingyue hurriedly expressed her loyalty. Mr. Yen, you heard it wrong. I am loyal to the company, as the sun and the moon can attest. I am willing to work like a horse for the company. After a few seconds of speaking, Lu Mingyue dared to look up, as if she saw the corner of the president's mouth raise slightly. Then come back to the company with me. This time, Yan Xingji drove again, and the atmosphere in the car was a bit low. Mingyue didn't dare to breathe a little, and her heart was bleeding. It was supposed to be a peaceful Christmas Eve, and all she wanted to do was go shopping and binge-watch dramas. When she arrived at the office, Lu Mingyue pretended to work on the computer for a while before knocking on Yan Xingji's office door. President Yan, I've finished here. If you don't have anything else to do, I'll be going first. Yan Xingji didn't take his eyes off the computer, but handed her a file and said, help me sort this out. Lu Mingyue almost fainted when she saw the file. It was so thick that it would take at least 2 hours to sort it out. Yan Xingji, what? You were just saying that you would work like a horse for your boss, but you were just trying to please me? If you know that, why do you still take it seriously? Lu Mingyue muttered to herself, but she didn't dare say that out loud. Of course not. The thickness of your salary determines your attitude towards work. Shengshi Group pays high salaries and treats employees well. She is still in her internship period, so she definitely can't offend the boss casually. She took the information with a smile on her face and seriously gave her advice. Mr. Yan, hasn't assistant manager Jean always done all this kind of work? He has a bad stomach and is in the hospital. The assistant manager, who has a bad stomach, is at home eating instant noodles, sneezing and feeling very insecure. He reflects on himself. In the past, even on important holidays, the boss never let him take time off. Today is just an ordinary Christmas Eve, and he is actually allowed to stay at home? Could it be that he didn't follow the project last time properly and the boss doesn't like him? Lu Mingyue. The boss is God, and whatever he says is right. She began to resign herself to sorting out the data. However, she had applied for a job in the sales department and was not familiar with this data at all. Seeing her dilemma, Yan Xingji said with great compassion, you can stay here and sort it out, and you can ask if you don't understand. Okay, President Yan. It was very quiet in the president's office, and Lu Mingyue occasionally went to ask Yan Xingji for advice with the data. Getting closer, she could smell the refreshing scent on him. In such an ambiguous and quiet environment, Lu Mingyue couldn't help but blush and her heart beat faster. After all, this is her dream man, and it doesn't seem like a bad idea to get this close to him while working overtime. Lu Mingyue is a fast learner, and she finished organizing the data in an hour and a half. She stretched and thought she was free, but then she heard someone shouting outside, followed by the sound of the door closing. Lu Mingyue had a bad feeling, so she hurriedly ran towards the door, and sure enough, she saw that it was locked. She shouted and pounded on the door. But the security guard who locked the door had already gone far away. When she turned around, she saw Yan Xingji standing behind her, calmly saying, the security guard is a bit hard of hearing. Lu Mingyue was surprised. How can such a big company hire an uncle who is hard of hearing as a security guard? Yan Xingji frowned at her and said, you can't discriminate against the disabled. Lu Mingyue hurriedly apologized. She didn't look down on the disabled. Usually when she sees a blind person crossing the street, she will carefully help them. She was just surprised. The security guard was hard of hearing, so Mingyue had to take out her phone to call for help, but there was no signal. This broken phone, I need to get a new one as soon as I get paid. She looked to Yan Xingji for help, but he didn't bat an eyelid as he pointed at his blacked out phone. My phone ran out of battery. Lu Mingyue couldn't believe it. Yan Xingji said, my secretary usually takes care of these trivial matters like charging phones. Lu Mingyue muttered to herself, a capitalist is a capitalist, and this ability to get things done is really poor. Before she could finish her inner monologue, she heard President Yan say, I'm hungry, go get me something to eat. Even if it's overtime, he still wants her to be a nanny? Lu Mingyue, President Yan, we're trapped in the company now. To be precise, we're trapped on the 12th floor of the president's office. Where can we get food? Yan Xingji, there's a break room over there, and there's a refrigerator. When Mingyue walked over, she discovered that there was actually a small kitchen and the fridge was full of ingredients. Mingyue then cooked some noodles. When she served them, she asked curiously, Mr. Yan, why do you have all these things in your office? Yan Xingji explained, I occasionally work overtime too, so I keep these things here for emergencies. In other words, the CEO treats his office like another home. Mingyue couldn't help but sigh, so the CEO has to work overtime a lot too. It seems that making a few million yuan a minute is not that easy. Yan Xingji asked her to stay in the office and eat together. Lu Mingyue quickly refused. No need, I usually like to watch dramas or something while I eat, it makes the food go down better. Mobile phone and rice, perfect. She couldn't eat and watch videos in front of the president, that would be rude. Yan Xingji's face didn't look very good. What do you mean, you can't eat while looking at my face? Lu Mingyue. No wonder you're the boss, you really have a 7-star level of understanding. Chapter 9, the CEO who makes tens of millions in a minute. Mingyue quickly denied it, remembering the CEO's fondness for flattery. Of course not, Mr. Yin is so handsome, I'm afraid looking at your handsome face will make my appetite grow. But I've just been dieting recently. Yan Xingji looked at her expressionlessly, but if you looked closely, you could see the corners of the CEO's aloof mouth twitch slightly. In the end, under the boss's intimidating gaze, Lu Mingyue and the CEO ate their noodles together face to face. Mingyue ate the noodles with quite a lot of noise, slurping away, which looked very appetizing. However, as she ate, she noticed that the president across from her had put down his chopsticks. She looked up and saw that the president was frowning. She quickly wiped her mouth to make sure there was nothing at the corners of her mouth before carefully asking, Yan, President Yan, what's wrong? Yan Xingji said, eating so quickly, you'll give me the wrong impression. Mingyue asked with an open mind, what wrong impression? I feel like I'm raising some kind of animal. Mingyue thought to herself, the CEO has actually compared her to a pig? This is really too much for an employee, can she fire this arrogant boss who has no respect for others? The answer is, no. Mingyue recognized her position and slowed down, almost counting the noodles one by one as she ate. The CEO was satisfied and picked up his chopsticks again. Mingyue was so bored eating so slowly that she simply peeked at the CEO eating his noodles. I have to say, the CEO is not only good looking, but also exceptionally graceful and pleasing to the eye when he eats. He is truly a god of men. After the two finished eating, they washed up briefly and then it was time to sleep. The CEO's office has a restroom with a large bed. The CEO very gentlemanly let her sleep in the bed. But Lu Mingyue understands that if she dares to let her boss sleep on the sofa today, she will have to sleep on the street tomorrow. Mingyue is very self-aware and chooses the sofa, and Yan Xingji does not argue with her. However, the next day, Lu Mingyue sadly discovered that she had actually woken up in the CEO's bed. According to the CEO's aloof personality, he could not have carried her, a small employee, to bed, could he? In this situation, could it be that she had sleepwalked last night? Lu Mingyue hurriedly wanted to go and explain to the CEO. The handsome CEO was already fully dressed and sitting at his desk. After a night's sleep, the down-to-earth male god who had eaten noodles together had returned to the aloof, unapproachable business tycoon that everyone looked up to. Lu Mingyue was still pondering how to explain. Yan Xingji looked over at her. What are you standing there for? Get yourself together, your assistant will be here soon. Lu Mingyue came back to her senses. She was just an intern, and no matter what the reason was, spending the night alone with the company boss would have a bad impact on the company if it got out. The president was still very considerate. Since the president was not going to pursue it, there was no need for her to say anything more. After tidying herself up, she said goodbye to him and hurriedly walked out. Coincidentally, assistant manager Jean came out of the elevator looking very energetic. He was a little surprised to see her here. Thinking about her embarrassing flattery and the fact that the boss had suddenly given him the night off, he suddenly felt like he knew some great secret. Lu Mingyue was also very surprised. Didn't assistant manager Jean go to the hospital with a bad stomach? And the next day he came back to work full of energy? What a charmer! No wonder he's the big favorite of the president. When Mingyue returned to the sales department, Zhao Xiaop caught up with her and asked about her blind date. Hearing the words of such a popular man, she almost laughed out loud. Mingyue, you said that you were such a young and beautiful woman, and there must be men lining up for miles who want to date you. Why did you go on a blind date? Lu Mingyue was also very depressed. But what's the use of being depressed? Even if she gets away with working overtime this time, Lu Jiayuan will definitely have another pit waiting for her to step in. Unless she has a boyfriend. But where was she going to find a boyfriend in the short term? A sudden flash of white light crossed her mind, and she somehow thought of Shen Weidong. Although Shen Weidong was very fickle, he was quite handsome, and he had one good quality, he was particularly gentle and patient with women. She had at least spent a night with him, so she thought he would agree to help her pretend to be her boyfriend. After she had figured it out, she immediately picked up her phone and sent a WeChat message to Shun. "Mr. Shin, are you busy? I have a favor to ask." It took a while for a reply to come from over there. "What is it?" Lu Mingyue had already organized her words. She immediately edited them to read, "My cousin is getting married in a month, and I want to attend the wedding. Can you pretend to be my boyfriend for a day and go with me?" This time, the reply came quickly, "No." It was still a concise message, but Lu Mingyue still somehow sensed the other person's displeasure, and couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Zhao Xiaoye, the gossip queen, had told her that Shin Weidong was a womanizer but still quite considerate. He treated all the women he had been with well. Even if they broke up, he would give them a decent breakup fee. Now she was only asking to pretend to be his boyfriend, not for money, and he wouldn't even agree to that? She then sent a very sincere message, "General Manager Shin, I don't know many men, so please help me." After a while, she got a reply, "I can help you, but I'm very busy and time is expensive." "How are you going to repay me? Time is expensive? Why don't you say that you earn tens of millions of dollars a minute, just like the CEO?" Lu Mingyue sent a message while complaining, "How much do you charge for a day? I'm not short of money." Seeing this arrogant reply, Lu Mingyue's heart immediately lifted. What did Shin mean? She was just a poor intern, what could she give him? Could it be another night of sex? Chapter 10, Renting a Boyfriend. When she thought about the man's fierce passion for her that night, Lu Mingyue's heart gave a sharp shudder. No way. If worst comes to worst, she won't rent a boyfriend. That pair of dogs, one cheating and the other being the mistress, it's not certain who will lose face. As for her uncle, if the worst comes to the worst, she'll cry with him. She was about to reply that she would not help if she did not want to, but then a message came from him again, "I need a female companion for the banquet tonight." Lu Mingyue was a little surprised. Shin Weidong had so many girlfriends, why would he need a female companion? It seemed that he knew what she was thinking, because he sent another message saying that the banquet was a formal one. "So you know that your girlfriends are not proper?" Lu Mingyue despised him in her heart and quickly replied, "I understand, and I promise I won't bring you any shame at the banquet." In the president's office, Yan Xingji read the message while dealing with some paperwork, a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. But then he thought of something, and his mood quickly turned from sunny to cloudy. He sent a reply, "You don't have to be so confident, you're just so-so. Compared to those girlfriends, your face is passable." Lu Mingyue was dumbfounded. What kind of masochist is Shin Weidong? If he thinks his girlfriends are no good, why does he keep finding more and more? But in any case, she had managed to rent a boyfriend, and Lu Mingyue was able to focus on her work. At lunch, Zhao Xiaoye gleefully shared some gossip with her. "Have you heard about the Wanhui Electronics Group?" Zhao Xiaoye and Lu Mingyue were good friends, and whenever there was any news at the company, she was the first to share it with her. Lu Mingyue was not as tactful as Zhao Xiaoye, and the news did not come to her as quickly. What happened to Wanhui? Wanhui Electronics is about to undergo a restructuring and will soon be awarded a large contract, worth at least 1 billion yuan. I heard that the sales managers are all fighting over it, and if they can sign the contract, they will get a huge cut. Zhao Xiaoye is very envious. Unfortunately, it's not going to be any of us interns who get it. Lu Mingyue is a little surprised. She only casually mentioned to Mr. Haiguei last night that the company had a multi-billion-dollar contract to follow up on. And now the big contract has flown in? Does that mean she is the company's lucky star? Did the CEO hear her super prophecy at the time? Is it possible that she will be given the opportunity to work on the big deal? Mingyue is very excited. If she can successfully win the deal, she will definitely be able to successfully turn permanent. The whole day, the company was filled with a serious atmosphere, and the 4 sales departments were all raring to get the deal. Lu Mingyue, in the spirit that opportunities are reserved for the prepared, was also carefully studying the Wanhui Group. Almost at the end of the day, a young man in a suit and overalls walked in and handed Lu Mingyue a gift box, politely asking her to sign for it. Zhao Xiaopei, who was curious, came over to take a look and exclaimed, "Wow, this gift box has the SK logo on it? It's so expensive." It's not just about how expensive it is, it's basically impossible to buy. The lowest membership value for SK is 1 billion, and that's just the entry level. The mere mention of a net worth of 1 billion yuan sent a chill through the colleagues. They all gathered around to admire the noble gift box. They even pushed Lu Mingyue out of the way. Lu Mingyue was no less shocked than the others. She could never afford to join SK, not even Lu Jiayuan. Her aunt managed the family company, and it had developed quite well over the years, so she had some assets, but she was still some way off $1 billion. This dress must have been sent to the wrong person. Lu Mingyue was about to deny it when Lu Jiayuan suddenly appeared. She was wearing a bright red woolen overcoat and her hair was dyed burgundy, looking very charming. She was followed by a lackey carrying a handbag, looking very imposing. Naturally, Lu Jiayuan had heard the uproar from her colleagues earlier, and her gaze swept over the gift box, her face instantly turning pale. The latest model from SK, you may not be able to buy it even if you have the money. And the 10-carat ring that Zhou Zhan gave her only sparkled when she looked at it, but it was only an 8,000 yuan per carat loose diamond ring, custom made with a ring mount, and it was completely outclassed by this dress. Where could Lu Mingyue afford such an expensive dress? It wouldn't even be worth selling her. Lu Jiayuan sneered, "You're joking, right? If you can't afford the real thing, don't pretend. It's really embarrassing to pretend to be rich with a fake." Lu Jiayuan's appearance attracted everyone's attention, and they all looked at her curiously. Who is this person, looking so imposing? Seeing everyone looking over, Lu Jiayuan flirtatiously tousled her hair and smiled, introducing herself to the group. "Hello everyone, I am Lu Mingyue's cousin. Sorry to disturb everyone, but I'm getting married next month, and I wanted to come in person to give my cousin an invitation, to show my sincerity." Zhao Xiaopei whispered to Lu Mingyue, "What do you mean, your cousin is a bit of a bitch?" Lu Mingyue nodded seriously, "You have a good eye." Lu Jiayuan handed the invitation to Lu Mingyue, her smile hiding a knife. "Cousin Mingyue, I know you are vain and like to wear designer clothes. But no matter how much you like them, you can't buy fakes, it's so embarrassing to wear them out. Don't you agree?" Upon hearing this, the way the others looked at Lu Mingyue changed a little. This Lu Mingyue usually seems down to earth and easy to get along with, but I never imagined that she would be someone who loves to buy fake designer clothes to pretend to be rich. Lu Mingyue gave Lu Jiayuan a cold look. Her cousin really wants to throw dirty water at her all the time. Lu Mingyue didn't care about Lu Jiayuan, but she really liked her current job, and she had to pay attention to the opinions of her colleagues. She was just about to explain. But before she could speak, the delivery person from SK took the lead and spoke. "Miss, please don't say anything. This is the official genuine product of SK. I am the delivery person from SK, and this is my employee number. If the lady doesn't believe me, she can check online." The delivery man glanced at Lu Jiayuan. He didn't want to get involved in this dispute, but he couldn't let anyone say that their dress was a fake. He had to protect the brand's reputation. Chapter 11, He Spoils Me. A colleague who was in a good mood logged onto the website and searched. It was quickly found, and there was even a photo of the delivery person on it. "Oh my god, it's real. Let me see. Wow, it's exactly the same as the photo, it really is from SK." The comments came pouring in, and Lu Jiayuan's face instantly turned green. She never would have thought that this dress was actually from SK. Lu Mingyue is such a bitch. She has been under her feet since childhood, and she even managed to steal her boyfriend. How dare she wear clothes from the SK brand? And Lu Mingyue can't even afford it. Yes, Lu Mingyue can't afford it. Lu Jiayuan thought of something and deliberately made an apologetic gesture. "I'm sorry, cousin Mingyue, I misunderstood you. SK clothes are so expensive, any one of them is worth millions, and there is a purchase threshold. I really didn't think you could afford it. Couldn't it have been a gift from someone else?" Zhao Xiaoye couldn't stand Lu Jiayuan bullying her cousin Lu Mingyue. This cousin of hers was so annoying with her gossiping. Lu Jiayuan gave Zhao Xiaoye a sly glare and laughed. Who could have given such an expensive dress? Could it be a boyfriend? Speaking of which, she covered her mouth and looked surprised. "Cousin Mingyue, have you found a boyfriend?" Lu Mingyue had always thought that the dress had been sent to the wrong place, and it was only when she heard the word boyfriend that she reacted. She had only agreed to accompany Shen Weidong to the banquet this morning. It was possible that he had given her the dress. She had been a little worried that she might have to spend a fortune on a more expensive dress that night, but she never expected Shen Weidong to have even considered that for her. Everyone said that Shen Weidong was good to women, but Lu Mingyue had never felt anything special, and now she could really feel it. They had only slept together by accident, and Shen Weidong had already given her such an expensive dress, which was really generous. Lu Mingyue nodded calmly when she thought about how Shen Weidong had already agreed to pretend to be her boyfriend. "Yes, I found it." Upon hearing this, Lu Jiayuan's jealousy could no longer be suppressed, and she spoke in a strange tone. Cousin, your boyfriend is so generous, he actually dares to buy you such an expensive dress. Lu Mingyue deliberately provoked Lu Jiayuan. Yes, he really spoils me, and he has his own business, unlike someone who just knows how to live off others. Lu Jiayuan knew that Lu Mingyue was insulting her, and her nose was so angry that it was crooked, but she couldn't refute a single word. Because Zhou Zhan's family conditions were really not very good, and he still worked at the Lu family business, in a way, he really was considered a gold digger. But so what? At least her family's Zhou Zhan is young and good-looking, and he graduated from a famous university. He is a year ahead of Lu Mingyue, and has already received his graduate certificate early. His mother has said that Zhou Zhan is very capable and has an unlimited future. The most important thing is that Zhou Zhan stole him from Lu Mingyue. What you steal is good. Lu Mingyue, that little bitch, has just been dumped by Zhan, so how could she find a generous boyfriend so quickly? She must have found a rich guy to be her third. After mentally filling in the image of a rich guy with a bald head and a big belly, Lu Jiayuan's heart was balanced, and she once again revealed her gentle and generous expression. Cousin Mingyue, I'm getting married next month, you must bring your boyfriend, the positions of maid of honor and best man are reserved for you. Speaking of which, Lu Jiayuan deliberately added, the best man needs to be an unmarried young man. I don't know if cousin Mingyue's boyfriend is suitable. Lu Mingyue knew that Lu Jiayuan must have been thinking the wrong thing, but fortunately she was prepared. Shen Weidong is quite a catch. Although he is a playboy, he is way better than Zhou Zhan in terms of appearance and family background. He is considered a dragon among men. Although he is not comparable to the boss, he is still very outstanding. Lu Mingyue laughed and said, don't worry, it's definitely suitable. I'm just afraid that it's too suitable and it will steal the limelight from the bride and groom. Lu Jiayuan simply didn't believe Lu Mingyue's words. An ugly rich guy who cheats on his wife with a younger woman, and he wants to steal the limelight from the groom? What a joke! Zhou Zhan is handsome, no doubt about it, and he could be a movie star. Lu Jiayuan doesn't believe that Lu Mingyue can find someone who is even more handsome than Zhou Zhan in such a short time. She must be bluffing. Her wedding is set for next month anyway, so Lu Jiayuan is in no hurry. She wants to see what kind of guy Lu Mingyue can find. Chapter 12, Acting as well as Showing. After receiving the gift box, the end of the workday also arrived, and Lu Mingyue and Zhao Xiaopei came out of the company together. Zhao Xiaopei's gossiping spirit could not be contained at all, and she kept asking Lu Mingyue about her boyfriend. Lu Mingyue felt a little ashamed. Shen Weidong, that playboy, was not even her boyfriend. They were just helping each other out, and she was given the dress because she was to be the banquet's female companion. Seeing that Lu Mingyue didn't want to talk about it, Zhao Xiaopei didn't press her. The two of them went to the bus stop to wait for the bus, when a red BMW suddenly pulled up next to them and the horn honked several times. The window was lowered only after Lu Mingyue and the others had been noticed. Lu Jiayuan was sitting in the passenger seat, smiling gently. Is my cousin going home? Do you need a ride? Without waiting for Lu Mingyue to say anything, Lu Jiayuan suddenly remembered something and apologized sincerely. Oops, look at my poor memory. Your cousin has a rich boyfriend. She definitely doesn't look down on ordinary luxury cars like mine. Lu Mingyue glanced at her and didn't bother to respond. Seeing that Lu Mingyue was cold and didn't say a word, Lu Jiayuan was even more convinced that the other person was feeling guilty, and she continued, your cousin's boyfriend is so rich, why doesn't he come and pick you up from work? And let a girl like you wait for the bus? Lu Mingyue said indifferently, he's busy. That's right, with all that money, he must have a lot of people to keep him company, so he definitely won't have time for his girlfriend. Lu Jiayuan said this while deliberately leaning over a little, so that Lu Mingyue and the others could see the man inside, Zhou Zhan. Unlike my Zhan, who would deliberately finish work early just to come pick me up. Zhou Zhan was sitting in the driver's seat, and when he saw the SK gift box Mingyue was carrying, his eyebrows furrowed tightly. Mingyue has fair skin and beautiful looks, with long, straight legs. She is as pretty as the heroine in a comic book. Although they had broken up, he was nostalgic and still had feelings for her. But Mingyue was so vain that she had just broken up with him and immediately found a new boyfriend. Judging from Jiayuan's tone, it seemed that the other guy was quite wealthy, even if he might be a bit older. Otherwise, what rich second generation would just casually give away gifts worth millions? Zhou Zhan couldn't help but feel disgusted at the thought, and said to Lu Jiayuan in a very indifferent tone, she doesn't appreciate anything at all, and you had to come all the way here to pick her up. You are just too kind-hearted. You don't need to worry about her anymore in the future. Hearing Zhou Zhan belittle Lu Mingyue, Lu Jiayuan was overjoyed, and pretended to feel guilty. Cousin, I'm sorry. Jun is straightforward and quick-witted, so don't take it to heart. I'm not angry. Lu Mingyue said calmly, I don't have enough brain capacity, so I can only speak from the gut. How could a normal person like me care about such a person? Zhao Xiaopei also came back to her senses at this time and quickly helped Mingyue. Yes, you are both a show-off and a pretender, and one drives a red BMW worth hundreds of thousands of yuan to pretend to be rich. You really are a perfect match. I was also embarrassed to scold you, but look at Mingyue. With just one set of skimpy clothes, she could buy 2 or 3 BMWs like yours. You still came over here to show off your wealth and get scolded. You obviously want to be abused, so how could I not oblige? Zhao Xiaopei is much more poisonous when she argues with people than Mingyue. She pronounced the word BMW in such a way that it sounded like hazardous waste. Lu Jiayuan turned pale with anger, and Zhou Zhan's face turned cold. Mingyue, I never thought you would become so petty and vindictive, and that you would make friends with people who are only interested in money. After saying this, he comforted Lu Jiayuan while driving away. Zhao Xiaopei was dumbfounded and couldn't come back to her senses. Mingyue, your cousin is a good tea drinker. And that's your ex-boyfriend? You were so blind, were you infected with his blindness and only got close to him because of it? Lu Mingyue's mood suddenly became a bit low. Right, why did she like this kind of man with a hole in his head in the first place? But as soon as she tried to figure out the reason, her mood became especially depressed, so she simply didn't want to think about it. Seeing that Mingyue was in a bad mood, Zhao Xiaopei quickly said, that scumbag is in the past, and the one you're with now is really good. Let's not talk about that scumbag and just chat about Skype. She cheerfully dragged Mingyue into a chat about the history of Skype's popularity, and told Mingyue to take some photos at the banquet tonight and send them to her so she could see what it was like. The bus soon arrived, and Mingyue, Lu and Zhao Xiaopei waved goodbye and got on. When she got home, Lu Jiayuan wasn't there, but her uncle was. As soon as he saw Mingyue, he immediately asked about the blind date. Mingyue, you really are something. How could you work overtime on a blind date? You didn't come home all night and you didn't answer your phone. That overseas returnee was really unhappy. Jiayuan said he went home and had a fit. Lu Mingyue said, Uncle, I have a boyfriend. Her uncle paused for a moment and immediately asked, what's his name? Where is he from? What does he do? You went on a blind date yesterday and already have a boyfriend today? Is this an excuse for not wanting to go on a blind date? Lu Mingyue said, I will bring him to you to see when my cousin gets married. Hearing her niece say this, the uncle's doubts were slightly dispelled. After dealing with her uncle, Mingyue returned to her room and opened the gift box. Although Zhao Xiaopei had repeatedly explained to her how expensive the SK brand was, when Lu Mingyue took out the dress, her eyes were still dazzled. The dress was a dark blue knee-length skirt with several rows of tiny diamonds discreetly set around the hem. Wearing it made her feel like she was standing on the surface of the sea, refracted by the sun. Even if she didn't know anything about luxury goods, she knew that this dress was ridiculously expensive. She felt slightly uneasy. After changing into the dress, Lu Mingyue sent a message to Shun. General Manager, it's just a banquet, why did you buy me such an expensive dress? Chapter 13, Mr. Shin is very fickle. This time, the WeChat message was quickly replied, because you deserve it. Looking at this message, Mingyue suddenly felt her eyes well up with tears for some reason. When she was little, she also had a lot of beautiful clothes, but ever since her cousin's family came, her cousin took over all her pretty clothes, and only gave them to her when they were no longer liked and worn out. Even her classmates said, Mingyue, you are so lucky that your cousin's family adopted you and let you wear such beautiful clothes. If Mingyue dares to say that her cousin has worn these clothes, the people around her will immediately scold her, saying that an orphan is lucky to have clothes to wear. Jiao Yuan is kind-hearted and lets you borrow her clothes, but you are still complaining. You are ungrateful and will grow up to be an ungrateful person. At this time, Lu Jiayuan will pretend to persuade her, everyone, don't say such things about my cousin, after all, she is a girl, and it is normal to love beauty. As a result, Lu Mingyue will receive even more scorn and accusations. After a long time, Lu Mingyue felt that she really only deserved to wear what her cousin no longer wanted. Unexpectedly, today she would receive such a positive affirmation from the mouth of a playboy. After receiving no reply for a long time, he sent another message, why aren't you talking? Have you put on the dress? Do you like it? Mingyue wiped her eyes and hurriedly replied, yes, I have. It's very pretty, I love it. Yan Qingji's mouth slightly lifted upwards. The dress he personally selected could be bad? Lu Mingyue asked curiously. The tuxedo fits perfectly. How did you know my height, weight, and waist measurement? Yan Xingji thought to himself, where on your body haven't I seen or touched? Thinking back to the other person's delicate and tender body that night, Yan Xingji's throat couldn't help but tighten a little, and he slowly sent a message. It shows that I have good taste. Yes, President Shin is very attentive, thank you. Seeing this message, Yan Xingji's originally not bad mood was immediately ruined. He had gone out of his way to personally select the tuxedo, but she kept saying she was just thanking Shin Weidong? Yan Xingji sent a message with a cold face. It's not for you, just so you can wear it to the banquet, don't think too much about it. Lu Mingyue. Why does it feel like the person on the other side suddenly got angry? She praised him and thanked him, but where is the point of getting angry? Could it be that the praise wasn't sincere and specific enough? Yan Xingji was still waiting for the other person to admit their mistake, but there was no response after a long time. He took a deep breath and sent the message with a cold face. What's the big deal with a tuxedo? Shin Weidong has dozens of girlfriends, and the gifts the other girlfriends receive are all diamonds and precious stones. He was hinting that Shin Weidong treats the other girlfriends better, and he wanted to nip any good feelings that Lu Mingyue had for Shin Weidong in the bud. She had heard that Shin Weidong had many girlfriends, but she had never imagined that there were dozens of them. There are only 365 days in a year. Even if he sleeps with a new girlfriend every 3 days, how can he manage? When she thought about the night at number 666, the man's strong and firm abs, and the wild energy that made her want to be swallowed up in his stomach, Lu Mingyue's face flushed, and at the same time, she felt a little uncomfortable. No matter what, that night, the other person's strong arms embraced her and kissed her hard, and she was still a little moved. She replied curtly, yes, Mr. Shin is a lucky man and a generous one at that. I wish your girlfriends could stay with you forever and help you squander your fortune together. Yan Xingji looked at the message on his phone and knew that he had successfully erased Lu Mingyue's favorable impression of Shin Weidong. He couldn't help but feel a little happy. He raised the corner of his mouth and sent a message. The banquet will start soon. Wait at home, I'll come pick you up. Assistant Jean saw in the rearview mirror how Yan's mood had suddenly improved, and he let out a cold sweat. Yan had been chatting with someone about something, but then his face had turned dark, and the air pressure in the car had suddenly dropped. He asked cautiously, Yan, are we going straight to the banquet now? Chapter 14, My boyfriend is better looking, taller and richer than you. Yan Xingji said, let's go to the rose garden first to pick someone up. Jean Tezu felt strangely, who is Yan Xingji going to pick up? I heard that the rose garden is basically a gathering place for ordinary rich people. Who is so important that Yan Xingji has to pick him up personally? Jean Tezu silently turned the car around. Lu Mingyue saw the message, not surnamed Shin, and just replied with a good before throwing her phone aside. It's really strange. I clearly don't have the slightest favorable impression of Shin Weidong, but why do I feel depressed when I see the flippant tone of this WeChat message that doesn't have the surname Shin? Depressed, Mingyue casually applied some light makeup and grabbed a bag before heading downstairs. As soon as she stepped outside, a blast of cold air hit her face. Although December in the south is not too cold, Mingyue still shivered as she wrapped her neck up in the thin dress. Fortunately, she was smart enough to grab a jacket. Just as she was about to put the jacket on, she saw Lu Jiayuan return, intimately holding Zhou Zhan's arm. Lu Mingyue didn't even plan to say hello, and wanted to walk around them and go away. Lu Jiayuan saw the dark blue dress she was wearing at a glance. It was the latest model she had seen in a magazine, a limited edition, and the price was over 7 digits. Jealousy was practically smoking in her eyes. But Zhou Zhan was here, and she didn't dare show it too obviously. She asked with restraint, cousin, are you going on a date with your boyfriend? It's so cold, even if you want to impress a man, you should put on more clothes. This was deliberately saying that she was dressed scantily. Lu Mingyue's dress had a one-shoulder design, revealing a large expanse of shoulder skin that was as white as if it could glow, so beautiful that it made people jealous. What was most hateful was that Zhou Zhan's gaze lingered on her for several seconds without moving, and the heat in his eyes could not be concealed. She was holding a jacket in her hand, which was obviously a cheap street stall product, but draped over her arm like some noble ornament, making her look like a queen. Lu Mingyue deliberately smiled sweetly. No, it's my boyfriend who wants to take me to a banquet, the most high-class banquet in the city, with heating, so I won't be cold. It's just acting, who can't do it? Lu Jiayuan's face suddenly looked a little bad, and she said to Zhou Zhan in a depressed voice, Mingyue has a rich boyfriend, and she's afraid to let her family know. I'm worried that she's been cheated on by an older man. Yesterday, I even introduced her to my tutor's son for a blind date, but she didn't even look at him, and she even humiliated a returnee. It seems that I've meddled in other people's business. Zhou is quick to jump to conclusions. Thinking about the heartbreaking things that Lu Mingyue's colleague said in the evening, he immediately became disgusted and advised with anger, Mingyue, I know I have wronged you and I have made you sad, but you can't treat yourself like this. I am really disappointed in you. What kind of man is this? At this moment, Lu Mingyue was truly extremely grateful to Lu Jiayuan, from the bottom of her heart, for helping her recognize the true face of the scumbag. My boyfriend is not only richer than you, taller and more handsome than you, but most importantly, he is more loyal than you and won't play around with two girls at the same time. Lu Mingyue finished smiling and retorting, and then she saw the couple in front of her change their expressions at the same time. Was her words so lethal? Could they both be so shocked? Lu Mingyue was surprised, and then she noticed Zhou Zhan and Lu Jiayuan staring at her with wide eyes, while looking behind her at the same time. She turned around and saw a black Rolls-Royce parked on the side of the road, with several tall bodyguards standing next to it. The intimidating scene was daunting. Chapter 15. It turns out that she is accompanying the male god to a banquet. The bodyguard respectfully said to Lu Mingyue, Miss Lu, our boss asks you to get in the car. Lu Mingyue was embarrassed. Did Shen Weidong arrive so quickly? Did he hear what she just said? It was a little embarrassing. Lu Jiayuan secretly estimated the Rolls-Royce the other person was driving, a limited edition, which could buy 20 BMWs driven by Zhou Zhan. She quietly moved a few steps closer to get a better look at the man in the car. But the windows were covered with anti-theft film, so she couldn't see anything. The more mysterious the other party was, the more Lu Jiayuan felt that she was right in her guess, it must be an old man who can't be seen in the light of day. She wanted to go around to the front of the car to have a look, but two tall bodyguards stepped forward to block her way, their faces full of cold anger, as if to say, did you get close? Lu Jiayuan was scared by the bodyguard's terrifying aura and dared not go any further. She could only watch as the bodyguards, who were fierce and aggressive with her, respectfully welcomed Lu Mingyue into the car. Lu Jiayuan felt both hatred and jealousy, and almost twisted the crocodile bag she was holding into a pretzel. The other person was so rich and considerate, and could not be one of those young, arrogant rich kids. He must be an old, ugly, miserable old man. What's the use of Lu Mingyue being pretty? She'll still be held in the arms of this disgusting old man, toyed with, and when he's tired of her, he'll just kick her away. Yuan, don't look. Zhou Zhan gently held her. Lu Mingyue doesn't love herself, and she willingly degenerates. No matter how worried you are, she won't appreciate it. Lu Jiayuan quickly gathered her distorted and jealous face, nodded gently. I'm a little tired, let's go home. You're not feeling well, you need to rest. Mingyue was completely uninterested in the nauseatingly deep love scene between this pair of scumbag man and woman. Because the CEO in the car had given her a fright. President Yan? Why are you here? She was stuck at the office last night working overtime, and she somehow managed to take over her boss's bed. She felt a little guilty when she saw him, and from 10 meters away she couldn't wait to find a way to get away. Now, she's actually in the boss's car again. Yan Xingji glanced at her and frowned when he saw her bare shoulders. Lu Mingyue couldn't read the emotions in his eyes, and when she heard him ask indifferently, "You're the woman accompanying him tonight?" Lu Mingyue then understood that Shen Weidong had asked her to be his date. Seeing the CEO's indifferent expression, she thought that he had completely let go of the fact that she had taken his bed. She quickly nodded, "Mr. Yan, don't worry, I won't embarrass you." Yan Xingji still nodded lightly and asked Jean, his special assistant, to turn up the temperature in the car. Wrapped in the warmth of the heater, Lu Mingyue really wanted to exclaim, "The CEO is quite nice." Yan Xingji looked at the ordinary home jacket she was holding in her hands, then glanced at the time on his wrist and said to his special assistant, "Go to the styling room first." "Yes." Special assistant Jean answered calmly, but a bolt of thunder flashed through his mind. Isn't this the intern from their company? And she was the one that President Yan personally picked up? Moreover, the clothes she was wearing were personally selected by President Yan himself more than an hour ago, and he personally oversaw the designer changing the size. She had worked an extra shift with Mr. Yan last night, and today she had caught his eye. He was right about her. The girls he liked were hardworking and polite, unlike other spoiled rich kids who liked only those who could pout and be cute. The assistant manager, whose heart was full of colorful emotions, drove the car steadily to the styling house. Lu Mingyue was surrounded by a group of stylish stylists. The person in charge kept praising her, "Miss Lu, you have such beautiful skin and a perfect body shape. I guarantee that you will be the most beautiful heroine tonight. Lu Mingyue had been influenced by the gossipy Zhao Xiaoye and knew a bit about the entertainment industry, so she quickly recognized that the styling team in front of her was the top-notch Linyanus. It was no wonder that the rich people had made such a big fuss for a banquet. After Lu Mingyue finished her styling, she couldn't believe that the woman in the mirror, who was so beautiful with no flaws, was actually herself. The stylist showered her with praise once again. Lu Mingyue felt like crying, but she couldn't. She didn't know if she could last the whole night at such a high-profile banquet. Yan Xingji came over and was also dazzled by the radiant Lu Mingyue. He praised her, saying, "Not bad, you really didn't let me down." Lu Mingyue's nervousness instantly disappeared. The god of men praised her. Then she must do well and try to make the god of men look good. Once in the car, Lu Mingyue was still a little nervous. After all, the CEO's aura was so strong that it was impossible to ignore. Even though they had spent some time together and she had even slept with the CEO, she was still a little scared. She tugged at the scarf that the stylist had added for her, and quietly leaned against the window to minimize her presence. However, the CEO seemed in a good mood and took the initiative to talk to her. What do you think of Shen Weidong? Chapter 16, The CEO Keeps a Cat at Home? Lu Mingyue's posture suddenly became straight. Although Shen Weidong had just been demoted, he was said to be related to President Yan, a relative. She dared not speak ill of him in front of the CEO, so she hypocritically praised him, saying that he was quite nice. Unexpectedly, Yan Xingji's originally gentle face immediately fell, and where was the niceness? Didn't he just give her a science lesson about how promiscuous Shen Weidong was? Why doesn't he learn? Lu Mingyue was scared and her heart was pounding. Did the CEO think that she didn't praise him enough? She racked her brains. Manager Shen is quite handsome, and he is also quite gentle and considerate, and he is also generous. She had already politely skipped over his history of being unfaithful, so she shouldn't have made a mistake again, right? As a result, President Yan's face became even more unpleasant, but there was not even a hint of emotion in his tone. You have poor eyesight, you should go to the eye doctor when you have time. The low-pressure atmosphere in the car made Lu Mingyue's legs weak. She quietly moved to the side, so that her whole body was almost pressed against the window. She was scolded for having bad eyesight, and the president was meddling. He must have been angry because she had accidentally taken his bed last night, and now he was taking advantage of the situation. Mingyue suddenly had a crazy idea. Could it be that the president had a bad temper, and it was delayed, and it was only now that it had started? As she was rambling on, she heard Yan Xingji's voice, with a hint of anger, saying, "Did I tell you to sit that far away?" Lu Mingyue gritted her teeth and leaned back towards him. Just then, Jean Tezu suddenly braked, and Lu Mingyue almost crashed into the front panel. Yan Xingji quickly pulled her back. She fell into his broad embrace, her cheek pressed against the cold, hard texture of his suit. Lu Mingyue heard the CEO's strong heartbeat, warm and familiar, and for a moment she was a little dazed. She couldn't help but look up, and she bumped into the president's pair of dark, deep eyes. He seemed to be restraining some emotion. Such a president seemed even more handsome. Moon was transfixed. Yan Xingji quickly came back to his senses and asked, "What's going on?" "President Yan, it looks like there's been a car accident up ahead." "I'll go take a look." Assistant Jean quickly got out of the car. Lu Mingyue was still dazed and nestled in Yan Xingji's arms. Why did the president's embrace give her a very familiar feeling, as if she had entered the wrong room that night? Before Lu Mingyue could figure out what was going on, Yan Xingji's low and magnetic voice sounded overhead. "Don't want to get up?" Lu Mingyue quickly sat up, and in her haste, she seemed to have touched the president in the wrong place, something she shouldn't have touched, and it was quite uncomfortable. The president's face didn't look very good. Her face suddenly turned as red as a ripe shrimp. "Yes, I'm sorry." Then she heard the CEO hiss softly, and she asked nervously, "President Yan, did I hurt you somewhere?" "It can't be that I hurt the CEO just now because I used too much force, can it? There are a few small wounds on my back." Yan Xingji looked at her with an uncertain expression. "A few days ago, I was scratched by a kitten." It was clearly a scratch, but why does the CEO's tone still sound a little doting? Lu Mingyue was very surprised. "President Yan, you have a cat at home?" Yan Xingji seemed to have not expected this reaction from Lu Mingyue, and his tone was displeased. "I haven't adopted it home yet." "If you haven't adopted it home, then it's a stray cat on the street?" "You were scratched by a stray cat?" Lu Mingyue was shocked. "Stray cats may carry viruses, have you gone to the hospital to get checked?" Have you been vaccinated? Yan Xingji sneered, I don't need to go to the hospital, the one who needs to go to the hospital is you. The president was angry again, and the air pressure was lower than before, so Lu Mingyue began to quietly move to the side again. He changes his mind several times in half an hour. Rich people are really hard to please. Assistant Jean soon returned and reported the situation. President Yan, there was a rear-end collision ahead, so we may have to take a detour. Yan Xingji nodded indifferently, HM. As a result of the detour, they were the last to arrive at the banquet venue. However, Yan Xingji's status was there for all to see, so even if they were late, no one dared say anything. They were just very curious about the beautiful woman who was following him. The banquet was held at the Huangting Hotel, the largest five-star hotel in the city. But Mingyue wasn't in the mood to admire the high-end luxury venue, because the CEO seemed to still be angry. He walked quickly, with long legs, and when he walked quickly, Lu Mingyue had to run in small steps to barely keep up. In the end, she couldn't stop in time and directly bumped into Yan Xingji's back. She quickly covered her nose, which had been hit and was hurting, and apologized. Yan Xingji seemed to have calmed down, and helplessly turned back and asked, Did it hurt? Lu Mingyue nodded repeatedly, thinking that the CEO would say something caring, but the CEO only said one word, stupid. Lu Mingyue. Okay, suddenly being so gentle, it turns out to be an attack on intelligence. The male god is not at all as cold and arrogant as expected, but actually so down-to-earth and vindictive, and petty. Lu Mingyue also thought a little bit pettily about whether this could be considered a work-related injury, only to suddenly realize that she had become the focus of attention in the entire room. Everyone was staring at her. Chapter 17, The CEO is the world's most handsome man. This was not an occasion that Mingyue had been to before, and she felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by so many eyes in the venue. Yan Xingji flexed his arm to indicate to her that she didn't need to be nervous. Lu Mingyue quickly took his arm. For some reason, at this moment, the cold and aloof big boss, who was always aloof and unapproachable, gave her an unparalleled sense of security. She even had the thought that as long as she stayed by his side, she would not need to be afraid no matter what happened. After entering the venue, Lu Mingyue deeply appreciated the high-class nature of this banquet. Not only were there many business tycoons who were often seen on TV shows and magazine covers, but there were also several very famous and popular stars, such as movie superstars and actresses, that she could hardly take in with her eyes. Mingyue followed Yan Xingji and got to know quite a few business tycoons. This one in front of her was President Wang. His appliances sold for a steal and were a hit across the country. He was still quite young, but his head was a bit shiny. And this is the wealthy Mrs. Zheng? The gossip says she bought a necklace worth hundreds of millions of yuan a few days ago. Isn't that the one she's wearing? It's so shiny and bright. Yan Xingji had only casually mentioned the people in front of him, and didn't say much. It wasn't until he reached an old boss that Yan Xingji's expression became slightly more formal. The old boss was wearing an iron gray suit, about 60 years old, a bit short, with gray hair and obvious wrinkles on his face, and a kind-looking face. Mingyue had carefully studied Wanhui Electronics Group and naturally recognized at first glance that this was Wanhui's boss, Lu Quangue. She was secretly surprised. She had also discussed with Zhao Xiaopei today what methods could be used to quickly get to know Wanhui Group's executives. She never expected that tonight, her boss would directly take her to meet Wanhui's boss. Lu Quangue greeted Yan Xingji warmly, calling him President Yan over and over, without the high-handedness he usually reserved for his juniors. Yan Xingji also exchanged a few courteous words with him, before turning his attention to Lu Mingyue. Lu Quangue had good taste in asking, this beautiful lady by President Yan's side, aren't you going to introduce her? Lu Mingyue suddenly felt a little nervous, and then she heard Yan Xingji say, her name is Lu Mingyue, she is an employee of my company, and she is also my date tonight. Although Yan Xingji did not explicitly state Lu Mingyue's identity, who was not a person of discernment at the scene. Moreover, in the past, when he attended banquets, he never brought a date. Now this one understands everything. Lu Quangue's attitude became even more enthusiastic, and he spared no effort in praising Lu Mingyue, saying that she was young and promising, beautiful and hardworking. Lu Mingyue acted very sincerely, saying, not at all. In fact, what she wanted to ask was, where did you see that I am young and capable and can endure hardship? Lu Guani could clearly see that Yan Xingji intended to help Lu Mingyue, so he chatted with her for a long time. In the end, they exchanged contact information and he even suggested that they go out for dinner sometime. Lu Mingyue felt as if $1 billion contract was beckoning to her. Finally, after Yan Xingji verbally promised to go out for dinner sometime, Lu Guani reluctantly left. Lu Mingyue, with the billion-dollar contract in her bag, no, General Manager Lu's business card, continued to follow General Manager Yan and met a bunch of tycoons who often appeared in news magazines. Her face was about to crack from smiling so much. Suddenly, she saw a familiar figure in front of her, Chang Baiken, the Chang movie star. Mingyue was very excited. She loved Chang movie star's movies so much, and she never thought she would be able to see her idol in a place like this. She had made a killing tonight at this banquet. Lu Mingyue held back her excitement. If the situation wasn't so awkward, she would have rushed up to him for an autograph. "Do I look good?" Just then, a low voice sounded in her ear, and Lu Mingyue nodded frantically. The voice continued, "That guy is so old, what's so good about him?" Without thinking, Mingyue replied, "But he's the movie star Chang Yingdi. I never imagined that he was even more handsome in person than on screen. He's so tall and has such charisma." As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Mingyue felt as if she had been surrounded by a cold current. She looked up apprehensively and sure enough, she saw the president's handsome face, which looked as if a storm was about to break out. "Yan, President Yan?" President Yan asked with a stern face, "Do you think I look good or him?" Lu Mingyue could clearly feel that the president was in a bad mood. She remembered that he liked flattery, so without hesitation, she turned into a flatterer. "Of course you look good, President Yan, you are the handsomest man in the world." Chapter 18, The World of the Rich. Yan Xingji snorted, not forgetting his mission, and not looking at other men with his eyes. Lu Mingyue muttered to herself, "The president not only has a bad temper, but is also so jealous, even fighting for first place in something like this?" She quickly put on a face of sincerity, "Mr. Yan is so good looking, if I have to look at your face every day, where will I be able to look at other men?" Yan Xingji snorted, "You'd better not be saying one thing and meaning another." Lu Mingyue gave another output of rainbow fart before she managed to appease the CEO. At this time, someone came to invite Yan Xingji, seemingly his partner. He told Mingyue, "You find a place to wait, I'll come find you after I'm done." Lu Mingyue assured the CEO and then found a corner to prepare for a good meal. As soon as she sat down, she heard a strange voice, "Are you the woman Yan always brings with him? You're quite pretty, no wonder he's so infatuated with you." Lu Mingyue turned her head and saw a beautiful but angry face. She recalled that it was the top-tier flower girl, Lin Yanyu. Mingyue also knew that she was pretty. But hearing such a high praise from a flower girl who had set a ceiling for her own appearance, she was still very happy. She smiled and said, "Thank you." Lin Yanyu did not expect Lu Mingyue to react like this, and she was taken aback. Her styling team had been inexplicably transferred, supposedly to style a woman named Lu Mingyue, and she was seething with anger. Yan Xingji had never been attracted to women, and over the years, no woman had ever been by his side, but today, not only did he bring Lu Mingyue to the banquet, he also transferred her styling team. In the past, she had used every means possible to get Yan Xingji's attention, faking fainting and falling in front of him. She even once broke her high heels on purpose, but Yan Xingji didn't even give her a glance. In the end, she had to call her agent to come pick her up, feeling dejected. Why did that beautiful flower of a woman get to be with the little nobody in front of her? Lin Yanyu had been seething with anger all night, and she wanted to teach her a lesson. After waiting until the woman was alone, she had intended to come over and give her a good scolding, but she never expected the other woman to be so arrogant, relying on Yan's support. She sneered, "You don't know me?" Lu Mingyue kept a polite smile on her face. "I know you. That idol drama you acted in was a huge hit, and a colleague of mine really likes you. You know me and you still dare to treat me like this?" Lin Yanyu spoke, raising her chin, with a smug expression that said, "Apologize quickly, I'll give you a chance to take a photo together." But in Mingyue's opinion, she really looked like a white swan waiting for someone to pluck her feathers. Lu Mingyue looked sincere, "You praised me, I thanked you, this is a normal human's normal reaction, isn't it?" Lin Yanyu was so angry that her face turned red. Does that mean she, Lin Yanyu, is not a normal person? How dare Lu Mingyue act so arrogant? Is she very popular? Lin Yanyu was unsure of her status for a moment, spat out angrily, and turned away. Then she picked up her phone, opened a WeChat profile, transferred some money to the other person, and sent a message, "Investigate Lu Mingyue's background carefully." The other person accepted the money and quickly replied with a few words, "Received." Lu Mingyue didn't take Lin Yanyu's gloomy expression seriously, but just sighed at the ceiling of beauty in the entertainment industry. Up close, it seems to be just that. She could brag to Zhao Xiaoye again when she got back. Lu Mingyue cheerfully started eating. "This one smells good, that one is sweet, this one is crunchy." And she sadly got full. As she turned her head, she saw the CEO standing not far away, surrounded by several people chatting. From afar, the CEO looked like he was glowing, firmly capturing everyone's attention. Let's be honest, the CEO really stands out from the crowd. With that handsome face of his, he's definitely more attractive than the movie star. I wonder who will be lucky enough to stand by his side and become his other half. Lu Mingyue stared at the CEO for a while, before feeling a bit puffy and slipping away to the back garden to digest her food. There was a large swimming pool here, as well as rockeries and flowing water, and all kinds of flowers blooming even in the depths of winter. What a world for the rich! Flowers, flowers, why do you bloom so beautifully in winter? Lu Mingyue muttered to the colorful and expensive flowers, when suddenly she received a WeChat message. Where? It's from Shin. Lu Mingyue immediately replied, I'm in the back garden. It seemed a little angry over there. I let you be my date, and you dare to hide and slack off? Lu Mingyue felt very strange. It seemed that Shin Weidong wasn't even at the banquet. How did it seem to know her every move? She hurriedly explained, I'm full and digesting. No surname Shin. After a while, she suddenly asked, what do you think of President Yen? Lu Mingyue immediately perked up. Why did this topic sound so familiar? Just now in the car, didn't the president ask about Shin Weidong's character? Are they both secretly testing whether their employee is loyal enough? Luckily, she is smart. How could they let her get away so easily? President Yen is so handsome. You don't know, all the women at the scene were staring at him. Lin Yinyu, the so-called most beautiful vase in the entertainment industry, had her eyes glued to him. After praising him, she felt it wasn't enough, so she added, I also think he's super handsome, and even a leading actor in a movie would be completely unremarkable in his presence. Chapter 19, the CEO has such long legs that I can't keep up with him. The other person seemed to be having a hard time believing it. There are no flaws at all? Lu Mingyue racked his brain before he could come up with a flaw that he wasn't afraid of being sued for. His legs are too long, he walks too fast, I can't keep up with him. Is that a flaw? After sending this message, there was no reply from the other person for a long time. Yan Xingji put away his phone, rejected the person who wanted to strike up a conversation again, and walked towards the backyard. The assistant Jean, who was following him, was very surprised. At today's banquet, President Yen seemed to be looking at his phone the whole time, and just now, it looked like he was smiling at it. The iceberg had melted without warning, and no matter how you looked at it, it was unbelievable. Could it be that President Yen was in love? That was why his mood was like the weather in June, sunny one minute and rainy the next. He just didn't know which amazing woman had conquered his President Yen. Assistant manager Jean was deep in thought when he suddenly heard his boss say, go and drive the car back, and tell the others to go ahead. Having worked by the CEO's side for so long, Jean Tuju had never heard such a strange request, and for a moment he couldn't wrap his head around it. President Yen, the car is gone, how are you going to get back? Seeing that Yan Xingji's expression was unreadable, Jean Tuju didn't dare to ask any more, so he nodded and quickly walked out of the meeting to drive the car away, and took the bodyguards with him. In the back garden, Lu Mingyue was looking at the winter flowers in a daze when she suddenly heard someone calling her, Mingyue. When she turned around, she saw the CEO approaching her in the night, surrounded by a clear and bright aura. So handsome. This time, Mingyue clearly heard her own heart throb faintly. Yan Xingji said, let's go home. It turned out that the banquet was over. Lu Mingyue followed Yan Xingji to the hotel entrance, but the car she expected was nowhere to be seen. Yan Xingji said frankly, the car broke down and is being repaired. Let's go outside and take a taxi. Lu Mingyue. When they came over, she clearly saw that there were two cars following the president's car. Is it appropriate for you to say such outrageous things with a serious face? But Mingyue is just a coward, and she dares not express any doubts about her boss. She has to pretend to be happy and follow the president out. It was already past 11 p.m., and there were not many people on the street, so it was quiet. The shadows of the two of them were long and intertwined in the light of the street lamps, which was surprisingly a bit romantic. Lu Mingyue found it strange that the CEO was walking so slowly. Even in her high heels, she had to stop occasionally to wait for him. Recalling what the CEO had said about being scratched by a cat in the car earlier, she asked with concern, CEO, is the injury on your body still serious? Why are you walking so slowly? Yan Xingji looked at her with a smirk on his face, you don't like the way I walk? Mingyue was very puzzled. She thought, and finally remembered that the CEO had just been jealous of actor Chang. Actor Chang had a very classic movie with a very classic scene in it, walking very, very slowly to super exciting background music, looking awesome. So, was the CEO comparing his looks to actor Chang's? Lu Mingyue, who thought she had seen the CEO's strange hobby, was amazed. It turns out that not only women love to compare their looks, men love to compare too. She quickly said, "I like the CEO no matter what." As soon as she finished speaking, she saw the CEO stop and stare at her with penetrating eyes for a few seconds, before saying, "Little liar." She had been seen through? Lu Mingyue didn't expect the CEO to be so clever, and for a moment she couldn't think of a better response, so she obediently shut up. The air fell silent once again, and Yan Xingji suddenly asked, "You did well tonight, do you have any wishes?" Lu Mingyue was suddenly a little excited. "What do you mean, Mr. Yan? Does he want to give her a pay rise? Or is he going to take her under his wing and help her win the billion-dollar contract with President Liu? Whatever your wish, just name it and I can make it come true." Yan Xingji looked at her as if to encourage her to be more ambitious and make any outrageous request. Lu Mingyue asked cautiously, "Then, after the internship period, can I be permanently employed?" Yan Xingji's face darkened. "Is that all you want?" When she saw the CEO get angry, she thought of his reputation for flipping his temper at the drop of a hat, and she regretted what she had said. He must have been testing her, and she had just revealed herself as an unmotivated employee who wanted to use back channels. He was truly a legend in the business world, so cunning. She was in trouble. She had definitely left a very bad impression on him, and she was afraid that she would not be able to become a permanent employee. She quickly tried to make amends. "Mr. Yen, please rest assured, I will definitely work twice as hard to become a permanent employee and contribute to the company." Yan Xingji looked at her suspiciously. "Is that really all you want?" Lu Mingyue saw that the president really wanted her to make a request, so she whispered, "Well, it's so cold today, and it's so late, so could you pay me double overtime?" Yan Xingji's face did not reveal his emotions. "You think you're working overtime tonight? Isn't that the case?" Lu Mingyue was a little confused. The president's expression was impassive, and his tone of voice did not rise, but Lu Mingyue just felt that he was angry. Very angry, the kind that even rainbow farts can't appease. Looking at the tall and straight figure of Yan Xingji, Lu Mingyue felt a little depressed. The president is being a bit petty. Turning his face up at the mention of money, no wonder he's a bloodsucking capitalist. And still making tens of millions a minute? The employees are not even allowed to fight for reasonable benefits. Chapter 20, Does she have to die so completely? Yan Xingji turned around and saw Lu Mingyue walking more and more slowly. Her eyes were rolling around, and he had no idea what was going on in her little head. He frowned and said, "I'll have Jean drive you home." Lu Mingyue subconsciously asked, "President Yan, didn't you have your car sent to the mechanic for repairs?" Yan Xingji's face turned black. "There's a spare car?" Before long, Lu Mingyue was in the spare car, driven by assistant manager Jean himself. She sat in the back seat and politely said goodbye to the CEO. Once the car had driven away, she couldn't help but ask curiously, "Assistant manager, may I ask you a question?" Assistant manager Jean had a gentle manner, "So Miss Lu, please go ahead." Lu Mingyue paused for a moment. The people around the CEO are really polite, and they are so polite to their subordinates after work. "How many cars does CEO Yan have, anyway?" Assistant Jean casually said, "Not counting the ones he parks at the old mansion, there are probably 7 or 8. Lu Mingyue couldn't help but complain in a low voice. Her boss was so rich, but he was still arguing with her over a little overtime pay. What a cheapskate. Back at the Rose community, Lu Mingyue thanked Assistant Jean and, as soon as she got out of the car, saw Lu Jiayuan standing there, pulling Zhou Zhan along and looking into the car. Lu Mingyue knew what she was up to and didn't bother with her. Lu Jiayuan stopped her, her tone full of concern, her eyes scanning her body. "Cousin, why did you come back so late? Your boyfriend didn't get out of the car to see you off? Or maybe not, with a habitual thief at home." Lu Mingyue looked at her with a smile on her face. "My boyfriend is so good, I'm afraid someone who was eating from the bowl is also eyeing the pot, so I have to hide him this time." Lu Jiayuan was embarrassed by Lu Mingyue's words and looked at Zhou Zhan with red eyes, complaining, "Cousin, I'm just concerned about you. Can you not be so hostile towards me?" Zhou Zhan's expression also sank, and he scolded, "Mingyue, we have already explained things very clearly between us, why do you insist on going around picking fights? Can you figure out the situation? It's your girlfriend who is being difficult." Lu Mingyue gave a faint smile. "I sincerely wish you a long and happy life together." In the future, when you see each other, it's best to go around the block, otherwise your girlfriend will mistakenly think that you're like her, eating from the bowl and still thinking about the pot. Zhou Zhan chased after Lu Mingyue at the beginning, and it was well known by everyone in the school. Later, he held a big bouquet of red roses and confessed to her in public. Mingyue originally only had a little good impression of him, but there were too many people watching, and she didn't want to embarrass Zhou Zhan, so she didn't refuse in public. As a result, everyone took them to be a couple. Her first relationship in life started with a lot of noise, and she didn't really like Zhou Zhan very much. So for Zhou Zhan's cheating behavior, she was only sad for a day at most, and she would never waste another brain cell on such scum the next day. Lu Mingyue was refreshed after arguing with the couple, and she didn't even mind that the boss wouldn't pay her overtime. After going to her room to take off her makeup and take a shower, Lu Mingyue looked at the overly shiny dress and sent a WeChat message to Mr. Shen. Manager Shen, the banquet has come to a successful conclusion today. I will return the dress to you later. Could you please give me your address? It took a while for the other person to respond. No need. Those few words made Lu Mingyue's heart skip a beat. She didn't want to owe Shen Weidong too much because of a dress, so she continued to send messages tactfully. Manager Shen, the dress is too valuable, I can't accept it. After waiting for a few seconds, she received a reply, which girlfriend do you want me to give the old dress that has been worn to again? Looking at this arrogant message, Lu Mingyue almost couldn't help rolling her eyes. I know you have many girlfriends, but there's no need to say it all the time, is there? Is this something to be proud of? Lu Mingyue took a deep breath and negotiated, then I'll take it back and return the money to you later? Mingyue had been alone since childhood and was not used to accepting such gratuitous kindness. She also understood that if they got entangled over money, it would be difficult for the two of them to break up in the future. Don't return it. The tone of the other person was overbearing, and before Lu Mingyue could think of how to reply, another message came. You want to repay me? Bring a breakfast to the office tomorrow. Lu Mingyue's fingertips trembled. Manager Shen, you're going back to the head office tomorrow? Without explaining, he wanted me to pretend to be your boyfriend and just do as I say. And don't forget, I still have something on you. Lu Mingyue was very depressed. This playboy had finally been transferred, but now he wanted to go back to the head office because of a breakfast? But if she didn't agree to him, she would lose the boyfriend she had rented so hard. The most important thing was that she had been careless that night and had left something in room 666 without noticing. Because of this, Mingyue didn't sleep well all night, and the next day she had 2 dark circles without a doubt. She got up early in the morning, carried 2 breakfasts and squatted in a hidden corner outside the company square waiting. And waited. Her colleagues had already started coming to work, and even the CEO had arrived, but Shen Weidong had not yet shown up. Lu Mingyue was sure that the womanizer was probably playing a joke on her. She started with a polite approach, sending a message to Mr. Shen, Manager Shen, I've brought your breakfast to the office. Yan Xingji was waiting for the elevator when his phone suddenly buzzed. He clicked on the message and, in a good mood, typed back a few words, deliver to the CEO's office. For your boss. Lu Mingyue, who was crouching outside the company and had gone numb in her feet, stared incredulously at the message. What on earth did Shen Weidong want? At the banquet last night, this playboy and the CEO had tested each other's loyalty. In the end, she had been careless and offended the CEO, and she didn't know if the CEO would give her a hard time. The road to promotion had become even more difficult. She wanted to avoid the CEO as much as possible, and Shen Weidong still wanted her to make an impression? Was he trying to make her life more miserable? All of a sudden, new and old grudges came to mind, and Lu Mingyue couldn't care less about the consequences of the East Window incident, so she started tapping furiously on the screen of her phone. Before she could finish writing a word, it suddenly started drizzling, quenching all of Mingyue's anger. In the end, she only dared to send one word, okay. Fine, she admitted that she was just a coward. It was her honor as an intern to deliver breakfast to the CEO. The world is so beautiful, and being grumpy or angry is no good. Lu Mingyue had just put away her phone when a pair of black, expensive leather shoes appeared in front of her. The rain above her also stopped at the same time. She looked up, slightly stunned. Yan Xingji was holding a black silk umbrella and was looking down at her. Chapter 21 Is a dog man a compliment? Lu Mingyue looked at the extraordinary and handsome CEO and greeted him quickly. Good morning, Mr. Yan. That's strange. Didn't Mr. Yan go inside? Why is he out again? And holding an umbrella for her. This feeling is so strange. The little girl tilted her head like this, shaking her hands, with a smile in her eyes that tried to please her boss. Yan Xingji asked, "It's raining. What are you doing squatting here?" Lu Mingyue also knew that it was impolite to crouch like this and talk to the boss, so she answered honestly, her legs were numb. Yan Xingji's eyes suddenly had a hint of a smile, and he reached out to her, "Get up." Lu Mingyue's eyes widened in shock. These were the hands of the big boss, and could a little intern like her just take them if she wanted to? Yan Xingji bent down towards her. "What are you daydreaming about?" Seeing that his hand was about to touch her, Lu Mingyue jumped up immediately in fright. However, her legs were too numb and she lost her balance, and she fell forward. Yan Xingji reached out to catch her, and his mouth seemed to curve up a little. "Are you throwing yourself at me again?" Originally, Lu Mingyue was a little afraid because the president was angry with her for mentioning overtime pay last night. Now this embarrassing thing happened again, she suddenly felt at ease. Since the president misunderstood her as throwing herself at him, things couldn't get any worse, so she wouldn't be afraid if something else happened. She stood firm, handed Yan Xingji the breakfast with an open heart, and said respectfully, "President Yan, this is today's breakfast." She didn't know how Shen Weidong communicated with the president, but since Shen Weidong dared to ask the president to bring him something, their relationship must be quite close. "Thank you." Yan Xingji took it and opened it after returning to his office. Food cools down quickly in winter, but Lu Mingyue was very careful and packed it in a small insulated bucket. When the lid was unscrewed, a warm aroma came to greet him. She had really gone to a lot of trouble. However, when he thought about whose body she had been going to such trouble for, President Yan was not at all happy. Assistant Manager Jean stood by, and when he saw his boss staring at the small thermos, his expression changing from sunny to cloudy, his heart could not help but follow suit, going up and down. Yan Xingji picked up his phone and sent Lu Mingyue a message. "Breakfast, I'm not satisfied." By now, Lu Mingyue had returned to the sales department and was opening her computer to record information, while Zhao Xiaopei was constantly asking her about the details of last night's banquet. Lu Mingyue responded to her questions one by one, still immersed in the depression of being tricked so early in the morning. Seeing this message suddenly made her depression even worse. Isn't it normal for the rich and spoiled to not be used to our ordinary people's breakfast? It's fine if you can't get used to it, but why tease her, a little in turn? She will bear it. What do you want to eat, then? Yan Xingji's mood worsened when he read this gentle message. "Send, from tomorrow onwards, you will cook it yourself." Lu Mingyue stared at this message, her anger rising to the ceiling. If she bears it any longer, her surname will not be Lu. Then there was another message: "I don't eat coriander, I don't eat onions, I don't like things that are too sweet, I can't eat things that are too spicy, and I especially can't eat things with chili in them. Remember." Mingyue finally exploded, typing furiously. "You're really going too far, you picky bastard. You're making me cook it myself, and you're not afraid I'll poison you." This dog man was threatening her. He knew she was afraid of being discovered, and that she needed him, so he was playing with her. The worst that could happen was that she would lose her boyfriend, and she could just pack up and leave. She had at least a diploma from a famous university, and after this year she would get her graduate degree, so she was not afraid of not being able to find a job. Yan Xingji saw that Mingyue finally knew that she had to vent her anger at Shen Weidong, and the dark cloud that had been hanging over the morning finally dispersed a little. He took out his breakfast and ate it elegantly. Jean Tezu, who was standing silently by, waiting nervously for the boss to sign, also let out a sigh of relief because of the boss's good mood. At the same time, he was a little curious. The boss had always been unsmiling and never showed his emotions, but today was really unusual. He quietly stretched his neck a little to see who the boss was talking to. He didn't see who the boss was, but instead saw the other person swearing. Assistant Jean was incredulous. Assistant Jin's pupils were shaking. Yan Xingji suddenly said to him, "Go make a cup of coffee." "Yes." Assistant Jean took his orders and floated off to the pantry. Secretary Wu, who was guarding the door, saw Assistant Jean making the coffee and hurried over to take over the task. "Assistant Manager, let me do it." Secretary Wu was a young and handsome man who has struggled for many years before being transferred to the CEO's secretary department, and naturally treasures this job. Even if making coffee is not his job, he cannot let Assistant Manager Jean do it. Assistant Manager Jean looked at Secretary Wu with a strange expression on his face and said, "Dog man." Secretary Wu's mouth twitched, and he whispered in a low voice, "Assistant Manager Jean, although I am in a lower position than you, you cannot humiliate people like this early in the morning." Special Assistant Jean patted him on the shoulder and said reassuringly, "Sorry, I wasn't talking about you." So, a normal man would be a little angry if he was scolded like that, so why does the boss seem to be in a good mood? Could it be that the boss just likes being scolded? Is this the boss's hidden hobby? Special Assistant Jin's worldview was being shaken to its foundations, and when he served Yan Qingji his coffee, he felt a little out of it. In the afternoon, the company had an important meeting that lasted over an hour without resolving any issues. However, everyone in the meeting room could clearly feel that President Yen was in a good mood today and was not looking for faults as cold-bloodedly as usual. After the meeting, an executive quietly came to Jean Teza to inquire about the news. "President Yen seems to be in a good mood today. Did the project in Country A sign?" Jean Teza looked inscrutable, "You guess." The executive who had come to inquire was suddenly worried. Could it be that something else good had happened? "Assistant Manager Jean, it's almost the end of the year, there's good news to share with everyone." Assistant Manager Jean shook his head slightly, the heaven's secrets must not be revealed. The president was very happy because he had been scolded today. "Is this something you can say everywhere?" The executive couldn't find out any news, so he had to leave in a depressed mood. As for Mingyue, after sending the angry message to not surnamed Shin, she waited for the other party to make the first move. She received a reply at just after 4 o'clock, saying that they would have noodles for dinner tonight and a borscht soup to go with it. Mingyue suddenly woke up. Noodles? Soup? What kind of soup? The kind that sends you to the Western paradise? She immediately sent a message, "I won't do it." It seems that they had already anticipated Lu Mingyue's refusal, and quickly replied, "You are allowed to finish work early, and deliver the soup to the company before 7 o'clock. We will return what you left in room 666 immediately." Lu Mingyue gritted her teeth and thought for a long time. She simply could not remember what she had left in room 666. Who knew if Shin Weidong was tricking her? She simply replied with 2 words, "I'm not doing it." Then she packed up and went off duty. In the president's office, Yan Qingji looked at the WeChat message and laughed, saying, "She's got quite a temper." When Jean Teza knocked on the door and came in, he saw Yan Qingji looking at her phone with a smile on her face. Thinking that she might be scolding the president, Jean Teza felt a strange feeling in his heart. The president's cold and aloof image was gradually crumbling. Jean Teza's worldview was also gradually being shattered. Chapter 22, I'll send you to the Western Paradise. Yan Qingji was about to reply to Lu Mingyue when his grandmother called. "Qingji, it's your birthday today, come to grandma's for dinner tonight." Yan Qingji's grandmother had been taking care of him since his mother passed away, and he had a very close relationship with her. Okay. Yan Qingji put down the phone, looked at the time, which was approaching 5 o'clock, and told Jean Teza to get the car ready. His grandmother lived in the suburbs, so the journey was quite long, and it would be dark by the time they arrived at her house. Yan Qingji happened to see Shin Weidong when he got out of the car, and his eyebrows creased imperceptibly. Shin Weidong didn't notice Yan Qingji's displeasure and greeted him affectionately as usual, saying, "Brother, I knew you'd come to see grandma today. I haven't seen her for a long time, and it's also your birthday, so I thought I'd come along and pay you a visit." Shin Weidong is the child of Yan's second wife and is considered a cousin of Yan Qingji. His parents divorced when he was young and his custody was awarded to his mother. However, his mother was too busy to take care of him, so he followed Yan Qingji around like a little tail. He also grew up under the care of his grandmother, so she also respected him quite a bit. Yan Qingji gave a faint in response and did not say anything else. Shin Weidong followed him closely, taking out a beautifully packaged box. "Brother, happy birthday." Yan Qingji's birthday is the anniversary of his mother's death, so he never celebrates his birthday, and the family never dares to make a big deal about it. But Shin Weidong and Yan Qingji are close, and every year he prepares a gift early. "Thanks." Yan Qingji took it, and the assistant Jean behind him immediately came forward to help him put it away. The several of them walked into the main hall. Grandma was talking to a young girl, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. Hearing footsteps, the grandmother stood up with a smile on her face. She took Yan Qingji's hand and looked at him kindly. "Qingji, you've lost weight." Yan Qingji also rarely showed a gentle smile and called out Grandma. Shin Weidong also hurriedly came forward to greet everyone, and the grandmother happily responded to each one. Then, the grandmother pulled the beautiful woman over and said with a smile, "Qingji, do you remember her? This is Fei Fei, she was in the same class as you in elementary school." Yan Qingji frowned slightly. He had thought it would be an ordinary family dinner, but it turned out to be a blind date? The pretty woman looked at Yan Xingji's face and was taken aback. She had done detailed research before coming to her grandmother's house. She knew that Yan Xingji was very capable and a rising star in the business world. She had never expected him to have such a good temperament and be so handsome. She hid her shocked gaze and waited for him to take the initiative to talk about old times. Shin Weidong loved all good-looking women, and when he saw this, his eyes brightened slightly. He winked at Yan Xingji and whispered, "Brother, your good fortune has come." Yan Xingji's cold gaze shot over, and Shin Weidong felt his knees weaken. He immediately dared not make any more trouble. Yan Xingji then looked helplessly at his grandmother and said, "Grandma, what are you doing?" Grandma smiled and said, "Feifei has just returned from studying abroad and is a doctoral student. She is capable and pretty. She knows it's your birthday today and has come specially to celebrate with you." Duan Feifei then took out a beautiful gift box, her expression gentle and shy. "Happy birthday, can I call you Yan Go?" "Thank you." Yan Xingji's gaze was indifferent, and he nodded politely. Due to his upbringing, he did not say anything too offensive, but politely made his attitude clear. "Miss Duan, please call me by my first name, Xingji, or you can also call me Mr. Yan." His attitude of rejecting people was simply too obvious. Duan Feifei was taken aback. She prided herself on being beautiful, and had the aura of a prestigious doctoral student, plus a good family background, so which man wouldn't be desperate to get to know her? How could Yan Xingji give her the cold shoulder? She had never been treated so rudely in her life, and she felt both aggrieved and angry. Duan Feifei bit her lip, her eyes red from anger, as she looked at her grandmother. Her grandmother disapprovingly said, "Chang, Feifei is a guest, you should be more polite to her." If this was a woman arranged by the family's patriarch, Yan Xingji could have completely ignored her. But his grandmother was the one person he respected the most, so he slightly restrained himself and said to Duan Feifei in an aloof manner, "I'm sorry." Duan Feifei was even more angry. She was so beautiful and outstanding, how could Yan Xingji be so indifferent to her? But the other person was so handsome, so it was acceptable for him to be aloof. She adjusted her facial expression for a moment before saying gracefully, "It's okay, it's normal for me to be a little rusty after not seeing Yan Gugu for so long." Yan Xingji ignored her. Shin Weidong, however, could not bear to see a beautiful woman sad, so he smiled and spoke up, taking the initiative to help the woman diffuse the awkwardness. "Duan Feifei, do you remember me? My name is Shin Weidong, I was in the same class as my brother in elementary school." Duan Feifei smiled and said hello to Mr. Shin. She appeared polite on the surface, but in fact, she looked down on Shin Weidong a little in her heart. Although Shin Weidong was also a descendant of the Yan family, he took his mother's surname, and he had basically nothing to do with the Yan family's wealth. If it weren't for the need to ingratiate herself with her grandmother, she wouldn't even give Shin Weidong a second glance. Shin Weidong was a womanizer, and when faced with a pretty woman, he easily lost his head. He couldn't see Duan Feifei's disdain at all, and continued to get close to her. "Feifei, let's add each other on WeChat. When are you free? I'll treat you to dinner." Duan Feifei's mind twitched, and she took out her phone to add Shin Weidong as a friend. She then handed her phone to Yan Xingji, saying, "Brother Yan, I don't have your WeChat yet." With her grandmother watching, Yan Xingji couldn't refuse, and quickly added Duan Feifei as a friend. Seeing that they were getting along well, her grandmother said happily, "You young people chat for a while, I'll go cook, it won't take long." Before long, her grandmother had laid out a table of food and beckoned the young people to the table. Her grandmother really seemed to like Duan Feifei, and kept encouraging her to eat more, and kept serving her food. A flash of annoyance quickly passed through Duan Feifei's eyes. The old woman's chopsticks were so dirty that she lost her appetite. But she had to pretend to be a lady in front of Yan Xingji, so she ate cheerfully. Yan Xingji watched coldly without unmasking her. After dinner, Grandma sat Yan Xingji next to Duan Feifei. "Chang, Weidong, you keep Fei company while I go make some dessert." Shin Weidong, quite perceptive, sat quite a distance away, as he happened to be messaging his girlfriend. Duan Feifei sat next to Yan Xingji, close enough to feel his strong masculine scent, and blushed as she spoke. "Brother Yan. I'm sorry, I have some business to attend to." Yan Xingji nodded coldly at her before pulling out his phone and scrolling through his messages. The last WeChat message he had with Lu Mingyue was when she had refused to make him noodles. "It's a bit cold today. I wonder what that little idiot is doing." What was little idiot Lu Mingyue doing? She was cooking. Mingyue was someone who could easily convince herself. After much thought, she decided that compared to losing her job at Shangshur Group, cooking a meal was nothing. Since Lu Jiayuan wasn't home, she borrowed the kitchen from the chef, Kong Bo, and quickly made a bowl of noodles, the aroma of which filled the air. Then came the borscht. Kang Bo praised her from the side. Mingyue's cooking is even better than mine. Thanks. Mingyue smiled and accepted the praise. The borscht was easy to make, but Mingyue was a bit depressed thinking about the arrogant message on WeChat, and kept adding ingredients to the soup. No cilantro, no onions, no spicy or sweet, right? I'll let you be a picky eater. I'll sweeten your life to death. As she watched, Kang Bo's eyelids twitched as she added spoonful after spoonful of sugar and chili to the soup. Kang Bo silently withdrew the praise he had just given. Lu Mingyue quickly finished the heavily spiced soup and then packed it in a thermos. She took a taxi to the door of the company. It was not yet 7 o'clock, but the company gate had long been closed. She could only sit on the steps and send a message to Shen, not her real name, braving the cold wind. When will you arrive? Chapter 23, Who got her all worked up? Yan Xingji happened to be holding his phone at the time and saw the message. He immediately replied, "Where are you?" Lu Mingyue's eyes twitched, and she always felt like she was being played with again. "I'm at the company." "Didn't you tell me to make you some noodles?" Yan Xingji was surprised. "Didn't you say you weren't going to do it?" Lu Mingyue knew this would happen. She suppressed her anger and replied, "It's just a bowl of noodles and a bowl of soup. It's not hard to make." Yan Xingji's mouth curled up slightly. "Wait where you are and don't go away." Lu Mingyue exploded the moment she read this message. She remembered the night after the team building ended. It's not Shen. He made her wait too. This time she couldn't hold back any longer. She sent an angry message. "What do you mean, you little shit? I've put up with you for a long time, but you're just getting worse. I'm telling you, don't be so arrogant. You can try all the dirty tricks you like, but I'm not going to put up with it anymore." Yan Xingji looked at the message and imagined the little fanged and clawed face on the other end of the phone, and couldn't help but laugh. Duan Feifei, who had been feeling left out, had been quietly observing Yan Xingji. Seeing him laughing at his phone, she felt both angry and jealous. She wondered which little demon was flirting with her brother Yan. "Brother Yan, I'll go see if Grandma needs any help." She got up, deliberately tripped and fell, and then pounced on Yan Xingji. Unfortunately, Yan Xingji reacted quickly and immediately dodged to the side. Duan Feifei landed hard on the solid wood sofa, and her chin hurt from the impact. But she had good eyesight, and it allowed her to see Yan Xingji's phone. The little demon's WeChat ID was Little Liar? But that wasn't the most important thing. The important thing was that the other person wasn't saying sweet nothings to coax Yan Xingji, but was instead cursing. The little demon was actually cursing Yan Xingji a dog? She cursed so harshly, but Yan Xingji actually laughed so heartily? What kind of strange preferences were these? Yan Xingji ignored the rosy blush on Duan Feifei's face, and instructed assistant manager Jean to bring the car around, then went to say goodbye to her grandmother. "Grandma, there's been a bit of an emergency at the office, so I have to go first." Grandma quickly glanced at Duan Feifei. Feifei is a beautiful and noble-looking girl, and she's also a PhD student, which she quite likes. Most importantly, she had someone look at Feifei's birth data, and it was particularly favorable for Qingji. It was rare that a girl would come back to China just to celebrate Qingji's birthday, and she even went to the vegetable garden in the backyard to help her pull up the spring onions. She didn't seem to be fussy or pretentious. She has set her sights on Feifei as her granddaughter-in-law, but Qingji has to go back to the office to work overtime? Outrageous. Yan Xingji saw what his grandmother was trying to say, and immediately said to assistant manager Jean, "Jean, you escort Miss Duan home." Assistant manager Jean replied, "Yes." Qingji continued, "After you escort Miss Duan home, go straight back to the office." Assistant manager Jean, with his characteristic discerning eye, said, "Understood." With one sentence, Yan Xingji shut her up. Even grandma knows how hard it is for him to start his own company. She can only say, "Then you must come and visit me often in the future. When the time comes, I'll ask Duan Feifei to come over, so that the two of you can get to know each other better." Yan Xingji respectfully replies, "I will, Grandma." Duan Feifei is reluctant, but pretends to agree. She says, "Yan, I'll take your assistant's car, but how will you get back?" "I'll take a taxi myself." Yan Xingji looks at Shen Weidong and says, "I'll take his car." Since he had already said that much, Duan Feifei reluctantly accepted. Shen Weidong drove Yan Xingji back to the company and was a little curious. "Brother, has the company been busy recently? Why do you have to rush back to work overtime at this hour?" Yan Xingji leaned back in his seat, closed his eyes and rested, paying no attention to him at all. Seeing Yan Xingji's indifference, Shen Weidong shrugged his shoulders, thinking about how he had inexplicably been transferred away from the company headquarters, and didn't dare to ask any more questions. But in less than 3 seconds, Shen Weidong found another topic of conversation. Brother, that Duan Feifei seems to like you quite a bit. She's a PhD student and she's also very pretty. Most importantly, the Duan Group is a company that ranks among the best in the world, and it's a good match for the Yans. Yan Xingji raised his eyelids and said in a cold voice, I think she's a good match for you. Shen Weidong heard the sinister undertone in Yan Xingji's tone and couldn't help but shiver. He had dated many girlfriends, but his mother had never pressed him to get married because none of his girlfriends were up to par. If his mother knew that he had fallen for this Duan girl, she would probably go crazy. Shen Weidong was completely afraid to make a sound and drove the car obediently. They soon arrived at the company, and Shen Weidong was a little surprised to see Lu Mingyue sitting on the steps in the square. Brother, why did you drag Lu Mingyue here to work overtime too? She's quite capable, but she's still in her internship period, and she hasn't even received her diploma from school yet. Don't scare the young lady. Yan Xingji looked over coldly, you care about her? Shen Weidong has always been afraid of his cousin. Whenever his cousin's mouth twitches, he dares not say another word. He immediately denied it 3 times, saying, no, it's not true. She's just a little intern, and it's her honor to receive personal guidance from President Yan. Yan Xingji gave him a cold stare, and Shen Weidong, scared, cringed and quickly opened the car door for him. After getting out of the car, Yan Xingji walked straight over to Lu Mingyue. Lu Mingyue, wrapped up in a thick jacket, was sitting on the steps counting bricks. When she looked up, she saw the CEO walking towards her. She was surprised. Shen Weidong hadn't even arrived yet, so how did he end up meeting the CEO? Yan Xingji quickly walked up to her, and his usually serious expression was unusually soft. Are you cold? Lu Mingyue hadn't thought of how to explain why she was crouching outside the company at night, but she had already received the president's concern, and she said faintly, no, I'm not cold. Yan Xingji seemed to smile, and his eyes looked at the thermos in her arms. Is this for me? Lu Mingyue quickly came back to her senses. So this meal was originally prepared for the president? Bastard, Shen Weidong is using her again to ingratiate himself with the president, and there is nothing wrong with calling him a dog. Yan Xingji reached out to her, give it to me, I haven't eaten yet. Lu Mingyue was about to hand over the thermos, but quickly withdrew it. To get back at Shen Weidong, she had added a lot of heavy ingredients to the soup. If she really dared to give it to the boss, after that she would be stewing herself in a hot iron pot, not the soup. Yan Xingji raised his eyebrows, isn't it for me? Facing the powerful CEO, Lu Mingyue didn't dare to say no and could only hand over the thermos. Yan Xingji took her to a nearby cafe and sat down. As soon as the well-dressed president walked in, he immediately became the most attractive person in the room, and 2 or 3 waiters rushed over to serve him. Sir, may I ask what you would like to drink? Lu Mingyue. Isn't she human? Why did you only ask the gentleman and not the lady? It's true that employees are considered no one and have no rights in the presence of their capitalist boss. Yan Xingji ordered 2 cups of coffee and, once the waiter had left, opened the borscht. A strong, hot aroma hit him in the face, and Yan Xingji found it amusing to see the red oil floating in the soup, along with various parsley and celery. This little wildcat has quite a strong sense of revenge. Lu Mingyue, sitting opposite, observed the CEO's expression and hurriedly explained, President Yan, actually, Manager Shen specified that the soup be prepared this way. I guess he has a rather unique taste. Lu Mingyue felt no remorse whatsoever for betraying her teammate, as he had teased her first. Yan Xingji gave a non-committal nod without exposing her. Seeing that the president had believed her, Lu Mingyue quickly opened the other thermos and said, President Yan, please eat this. I've separated the noodles and soup, so they won't clump together. And I guarantee that it tastes good. Looking at Lu Mingyue's attentive little expression, Yan Xingji's heart twitched slightly, and his voice suddenly became a little hoarse. Do you remember what day it is today? Lu Mingyue was taken aback and quickly searched her mind, wondering if today was any special day. Christmas Eve and Christmas had passed, New Year's Day was just a few days away, and it wasn't the winter solstice either. Was it the anniversary of the company's founding? Chapter 24, A God-Sent Man. Seeing Lu Mingyue's distressed little face, Yan Xingji's expression softened a little. Forget it, it's not an important day. Lu Mingyue always felt that after the president said this, the air pressure of the whole person seemed to have dropped a little. She didn't know the president well, so of course she didn't dare to ask more, and she just said, "President Yan, you eat quickly, the lid will get cold quickly if you leave it open." Yan Xingji didn't know what had come to his mind, his eyes weren't as cold as before, and he picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Lu Mingyue was quite nervous at first, looking forward to the president's comments. But as she watched the president eat with such grace, she became entranced. The man she usually only dared to watch from afar was not only sitting face to face with her at this moment, but also eating the noodle she had made, and it seemed that he was quite satisfied. The most important thing was that at this moment, she was not working overtime, and it seemed that the relationship between her and the man of her dreams was no longer just that of boss and employee. The man of her dreams, who was so aloof, seemed to have come down to earth and become more real. Mingyue was starry-eyed for less than 5 seconds before she immediately came back to her senses. Even if the god of men has come down to earth, he is still wearing top-of-the-line luxury gear. The watch on his left hand is something she could only afford after working for 30 years. The boss is wearing on his left hand what an ordinary person would earn in 30 years' wages. Sitting in an ordinary cafe on a cold winter night, eating the noodle she made herself, she dared to have such an outrageous and magical thought. She is simply blinded by lust. Mingyu quickly recited the employee code of conduct in her heart 300 times. And must be more careful when facing the boss in the future. On the other hand, Duan Feifei was sitting in Jin's car, feeling very uncomfortable. The Yin family had 3 men of the same age as her, and it was unknown who would inherit the family business. If it weren't for Yin Xingji's aura of nobility that made her infatuated, she, the Duan family's daughter, would not have lowered her posture like this. But when she thought about Yin Xingji's stunningly handsome face, she didn't want to give up just like that. Thinking about Yin Xingji's indifference from beginning to end, and the only kindness he had shown was to the little liar, Duan Feifei couldn't help but ask Jean Teze for news. "Assistant Jean, is Yen always this busy at work? Has he ever had a girlfriend before?" Assistant Jean gave a fake smile and replied in a businesslike manner, "Sorry, we subordinates dare not pry into our superiors' personal affairs." Duan Feifei was not convinced and asked again, "So what are your usual interests, Mr. Yen? What does he like and dislike? Does he have any special hobbies?" "Sorry, when I usually interact with Mr. Yen, we only talk about work." Assistant Jean looked determined not to discuss his boss's personal matters, which made Duan Feifei hate him. When she marries into the Yin family, the first thing she will do is fire this annoying assistant who doesn't know how to read people. However, whenever Duan Feifei thought about Yin Xingji's elegant and powerful appearance, she felt extremely unwilling. She just wanted to conquer this man. She changed to a gentler and kinder tone and asked tentatively, "I spent a little bit of time with Brother Yin today and discovered that he has a rather strange hobby." "Assistant Jean, does your CEO usually like to be scolded?" Assistant Jin's hand, which had been firmly gripping the steering wheel, shook. "No way? Has General Manager Yan's hidden hobby been discovered? This is so careless." Assistant Jean, as a qualified gold medal assistant with strong professional qualities, quickly adjusted his facial expression. "Miss Duan is really funny." Although Assistant Jean vehemently denied it, Duan Feifei still caught the brief change in his face. Did she guess correctly? When Duan Feifei was studying abroad, she took some psychology courses and learned that some people have special fetishes. For example, they like being abused. People with these kinds of special fetishes either like being physically abused or they like both physical and mental abuse. Duan Feifei was disillusioned. She couldn't imagine the precious and perfect Yin Xingji fitting into any of these special character types. But Yin Xingji never communicated with her from beginning to end, instead, he kept chatting on WeChat. Despite being scolded like that, he kept a gentle smile on the corner of his mouth. If only Yin Xingji could smile at her. Duan Feifei returned home and couldn't help but send him a message, remembering the curve at the corner of Yin Xingji's mouth. "Brother Yin, I'm home. Thank you for having your assistant send me home." After waiting for a long time without a response, she sent another message after taking a shower, "I'm going to sleep, Brother Yin, good night." Yin Xingji's phone was right next to him, and the WeChat message would light up. Lu Mingyue reflexively glanced at it. Seeing the words Brother Yin, she quickly and silently averted her gaze. Influenced by the gossip queen Zhao Xiaoye, Mingyue is quite gossipy now, and quickly mentally filled in the image of a young girl who is young and likes to act spoiled. The other person kept calling him Brother Yin, but the cold CEO didn't even reply, so I guess he's a big straight man. "I'm full, let's go." Yin Xingji saw Lu Mingyue's face full of curiosity after reading the 2 WeChat posts, and his mood was at an all-time low. He instantly lost his appetite. He stood up and said, "I'll have someone take you home." Lu Mingyue didn't know what she had done to offend the big boss, so she quickly said, "No need to trouble yourself, I can just call a car." Yan Xingji would not tolerate this, and quickly called a car to take Lu Mingyue to the roadside. Seeing Lu Mingyue's expression of wanting to say something but being afraid to, he spoke indifferently, "What, are you pondering how to mention the overtime pay?" Lu Mingyue immediately shook her little head like a rattle. "No, I am very happy to be able to cook for you today, President Yan." "Are you kidding, President? With that expression on your face like you want to eat someone, is overtime pay even a word you can mention?" Yan Xingji pinched his eyebrows, and in the end, he didn't say much. When the bus arrived, he let her get on. 2 or 3 more uneventful days passed. Tomorrow was New Year's Day, and the whole company was off for the day. Zhao Xiaopei was overjoyed, and kept checking herself out in the mirror as she left work. When Mingyue asked, she found out that her long-distance boyfriend was coming to visit her. Zhao Xiaopei said, "Mingyue, why don't you not go home? I'll let my boyfriend take you to dinner." Lu Mingyue smiled and refused. "Come on, you guys don't see each other often, I don't want to be a third wheel." Zhao Xiaoye nodded, "You're right to be self-aware." Looking at Zhao Xiaoye's radiant appearance, Lu Mingyue was actually quite envious. She opened her phone with some melancholy and looked for WeChat, only to find that there was not a single friend to chat with. Swiping to the not surnamed Shin area, she realized that the person she had chatted with the most these days was actually Shin Weidong. Lu Mingyue's heart still raced at the thought of the absurdity of that night. She couldn't help but send a message, "Manager Shin, are you free tomorrow? If you are, you can rent the home first and show it to your uncle, so that Lu Jiayuan doesn't act so strange all day." Yan Xingji was already at his grandmother's house by this point. His grandmother was very old and liked to find someone to nag. But today, his grandmother kept nagging him to get along with Duan Feifei, which he really couldn't stand. Just as his mood was getting worse, Lu Mingyue sent him a message like this: "What, trying to hook me up? Trying to become Shin Weidong's 39th girlfriend?" Chapter 25, Making Friends Out of Thin Air. At the same time, Shin Weidong, who was on a date with his girlfriend during the Golden Week, sneezed violently. His girlfriend, who was in a bad mood, deliberately picked a fight. "Shin Weidong, which vixen is thinking about you at a time like this?" Shin Weidong shouted in protest. Although he is not a faithful person, he definitely only has one girlfriend at a time. Even if he has a new target, he will break up with the old one first before pursuing the new one. Someone must be whispering nasty things about him behind his back. Lu Mingyue was really blown away when she saw the words girlfriend number 39 in the message from her boyfriend. Shin Weidong was a master of time management, a master of masters. She gritted her teeth and replied, "Eat more peanuts." Yan Xingji was a little puzzled when he read the message from his boyfriend. He was a shrewd businessman with an extraordinary IQ, but he didn't quite understand the strange way of thinking of young girls. He was about to look up the meaning of the sentence. At this time, Grandma was still praising Duan Feifei over and over in his ear, and she was very dissatisfied when she saw that Yan Xingji kept staring at his phone. "Xingji, Grandma, I'll leave it at that today. I really like this girl Feifei. Tomorrow is New Year's Day, and I want to invite her to dinner at home. You must take good care of her then, and you can't ignore her, and you can't find any excuses for working overtime." Grandma has a strange sense of trust in the feng shui divination of the 8 characters and 4 pillars. Because Duan Feifei and Yan Xingji match well in the 8 characters, she also has a strange filter for Duan Feifei, and the more she looks, the more she likes her. Yan Xingji is a little helpless. "Grandma, I'm just starting my career now. Your Yan family has enough money for you to spend 10 lifetimes lying around." Grandma glares at him. "You're already 31 years old. If you don't get married, when will Grandma get a great-grandchild?" Yan Xingji is afraid of his grandmother getting angry, so he says helplessly, "Grandma, actually I like a girl, and I'll bring her home someday." His grandmother looks at him distrustfully and says, "What's her name? What family is she from? Is she better than Feifei?" In her grandmother's filter, Duan Feifei is the best in terms of family background, appearance, and education. She doesn't think there is anyone who can compare to Duan Feifei. Her grandson, she knew, was only focused on his career, so how could he suddenly have a favorite girl? He must not want to get married, so he's just sweet-talking her. Yan Xingji said very seriously, "She's quite nice. It's just that her emotional intelligence doesn't quite match her education level." Grandma wanted to continue talking, but Yan Xingji's phone lit up again, so he immediately picked it up. But this time it wasn't from Lu Mingyue, it was from a strange and annoying number, Xiaofei. "Little Fei, Brother Yan, is your company closed tomorrow? Are you free? This little Feyre had been sending some inexplicable messages to harass him lately, and a flash of displeasure crossed Yen Qingji's eyes as he ignored it directly. Duan Fei was very unwilling. She had sent several messages to Yen Qingji, but he had not replied to a single one. She had countless suitors, and she didn't even bother to pay them any attention, so why did she receive such cold treatment from Yen Qingji? Does she really have to resort to that strange way of cursing to get Yen Qingji's attention? Duan Fei remembered the faint smile on Yen Qingji's lips that day and decided to give it a try. She tentatively sent a message, "Dog stuff, go to the movies with me tomorrow?" Unexpectedly, this flirtatious approach really received a response, although there was only a single. But Duan Fei was encouraged and immediately redoubled her efforts. "Dog stuff, can't you even type a word? Is this how you respond to this lady?" Yen Qingji looked at the message and then at his grandmother, who kept saying how good Duan Fei was, and a thought quickly flashed through his mind. He replied, "Who are you?" Duan Fei was furious. She was so beautiful and outstanding, and she had only added him to WeChat a few days ago, and he didn't even remember her? And she had sent him so many messages before, but he had ignored them all, and now that she had been scolded, he was interested in her? I never thought that the famous new business tycoon was actually a masochist. Although Duan Fei was a little disappointed, she was also filled with ambition to conquer Mr. Masochist. "This is Miss Duan Fei. How dare you not remember me, you piece of shit?" Yen Qingji replied, "Really? I don't believe it." Duan Fei immediately sent a voice message, saying, "You piece of shit, do you remember who I am now that you hear my voice?" Yen Qingji turned on the external sound on his phone and let his grandmother listen. After listening to it, Grandma couldn't believe it, and her filter cracked open. "This girl looks gentle and weak, but how can she swear so easily?" Yen Qingji showed Grandma the content of the scolding WeChat messages sent by Duan Fei. Grandma put on her reading glasses and read it for a long time. Although she didn't understand why Fei was like that, she was deeply shocked, and her filter completely shattered. She felt so bad when she thought about how she had just kept praising her. Could it be that the girl had gone stupid after studying abroad for a few years? Yen Qingji took the opportunity to say, "Grandma, in the future, don't just listen to hearsay. You have to get to know people slowly to know whether they are good or not." Grandma said dejectedly, "This time, it was me, an old woman, who misjudged." After such a blow, Grandma finally temporarily gave up the idea of forcing her grandson to go on a blind date. Yen Qingji let out a sigh of relief, and then, in front of his grandmother, he boldly blocked Duan Fei's number. After Duan Fei sent the voice message, she didn't receive a reply for a long time, and she was a little puzzled. She repeatedly thought back to the gentle way Yen Qingji had replied that day, and she wondered if she hadn't been specific or harsh enough in her scolding. She searched the internet for a bunch of chic ways to scold someone, and then tried to send another message, only to discover that she had been blocked. Duan Fei's face suddenly turned bright red. What's going on? How come that little liar got a gentle reply from Yen Qingji for her insults, but she got blacklisted? Duan Fei considered herself a princess, so how could she tolerate being blacklisted without knowing why? She thought about Shen Weidong, who was smirking like a cheap slut, and who seemed to have a good relationship with Yen Qingji. So she endured her disgust and sent him a message. "Brother Weidong, are you busy today? Do you have time to have dinner together?" Shen Weidong was preparing to go out with his new girlfriend, so he was a little surprised to get the message. When they were at her grandmother's house, she had called him Mr. Shen, so why was she now asking him out to dinner? However, he was always patient with beautiful women, so he quickly agreed. The two met the next day during the Golden Week. Duan Fei first endured her nausea and pretended to be polite with Shen Weidong, apologizing for her coldness the other day at her grandmother's house. Shen Weidong was really shaken by her repeated calls of Brother Weidong. "You could have just called me by my name." Duan Fei took the opportunity to ask, "Weidong, you are close to Brother Yen, can you tell me what he likes?" At Grandma's house that day, he didn't even pay any attention to me. Shen Weidong rubbed his chin and thought for a moment. "My brother is a ruthless workaholic, he can be cold and demanding, only Grandma can make him show his warm side. My brother is a bit cold and slow to warm up, but once you get to know him, you'll understand." Duan Fei looked aggrieved, but he blocked me. Shen Weidong was already used to this and reassured her, "That's just my brother, he only cares about work and not the opposite sex." Duan Fei hesitated and asked, "Does your brother have any strange habits?" Shen Weidong didn't understand why she was asking, his cousin didn't have any strange habits. Shin Weidong was about to shake his head when he saw Duan Feifei grit her teeth and say, "Does he have a tendency to be abused and like to be scolded?" Pop. Shin Weidong almost fell off his chair, looking at Duan Feifei in disbelief. "Do you know what you're saying?" Seeing that Shin Weidong didn't believe her, Duan Feifei told him what she had seen that day. "That day, I accidentally saw his WeChat and found someone scolding him, calling him a dog." Brother Yan not only didn't get angry, but he kept smiling, as if he was enjoying it. After listening to Duan Feifei's words, Shin Weidong was stunned. His cousin looked gentle and elegant, but in fact he was a cold workaholic with no emotions, and was a devilish boss in the eyes of his employees. The company's executives were all conscientious and meticulous in his presence, and someone actually dared to curse him like that? He didn't know which big shot it was, and he really wanted to kowtow to the other person. But he quickly came back to his senses. No, he was being scolded by someone. What did he have to do with it? Duan Feifei, twisted and turned for a long time before I could explain. I sent Yengu brother a WeChat message, but he ignored me. Later, I also learned from that person and scolded him. Shin Weidong stared in disbelief. Really? I don't believe it. Chapter 26. The whole company knows what kind of person the male god is. Duan Feifei. You two really are brothers, you say exactly the same things. But she was still unhappy with Shin Weidong's attitude, but she still took out her phone and showed him the chat history directly. Shin Weidong recognized his brother's WeChat avatar, a dark night sky with a bright moon blocked by dark clouds. This time he really believed it. He didn't realize that Duan Qianjin, who looked so delicate, was actually a headstrong person who dared to scold his brother like that. He was full of admiration. I scolded him, and he reacted, and even replied to me. Duan Feifei, full of reluctance, seriously summarized, the result may be that I didn't scold him enough to be unique, so he blocked me. Shin Weidong coughed lightly and said with difficulty, I can't help you with this either. He was also afraid of his brother's well-being, so it was a bit difficult for him to ask for leniency. Duan Feifei said coquettishly, can you find out for me? What do I have to do to get Yan's attention? Shin Weidong was used to being sympathetic and caring, especially as he himself was curious and wanted to know if his brother had an invisible masochistic streak. He immediately agreed, okay, I'll find out. As soon as the company finished its holiday break, Shin Weidong couldn't wait to come to the headquarters and corner Assistant Manager Jean in the pantry. Special Assistant Jean was a little surprised. Manager Shun? Why are you back at headquarters? There's a year-end meeting today. Did General Manager Yin summon you back for the meeting? Shin Weidong spoke in a low voice, I snuck back here to ask you something. Seeing Shin Weidong's nervous expression, Special Assistant Jean really wanted to remind him that in his current identity and attire, Shin Weidong could not have snuck back here unnoticed, and that many colleagues must have seen him. Assistant General Manager Jean, let me ask you, can my brother Shin Weidong tell that Assistant General Manager Jean is looking at him with a strange expression on his face? He can't hide the doubt that has been building up in him for a day. Is President Yin a masochist? Assistant General Manager Jean froze in place. Shin Weidong carefully explained the term to him. It's a term from psychology. People with this illness have a tendency to be abused, and like to be scolded or beaten. My brother seems to like it when people call him a dog. Jean Tezu recalled the day when Jing Lei had a fleeting glimpse of the message on Yan's phone, and indeed someone had called Yin a dog man. His hand holding the coffee cup trembled slightly. President, has it been discovered? After so many years of hiding it so well, it has just started to show signs and it has been discovered? Despite the shock, Jin's professionalism quickly calmed him down. He looked at Shin with disapproval. Mr. Shin, although President Yan's transfer of you out of the headquarters will cause you to feel dissatisfied, this is no reason for you to arbitrarily frame President Yan. Shin reminded him, Assistant Manager Jean, you spilled your coffee. With hands shaking like that, are you just angry for your boss? He worked late into the night last night, and today he has to rely on coffee to keep him going. Assistant Manager Jean calmly makes an excuse. It's normal to feel a bit down and have shaky hands. Shin Weidong, however, feels that nothing is normal. He clings to the assistant manager's shoulder like an old friend. We're like brothers, sharing the same secrets. Assistant Manager Jean expressionlessly shakes his hand off. Thanks, but we're not that close. Since the founding of Shengshi Group, Assistant Jean has been working by Yin Xingji's side. He has witnessed how he has established a firm foothold in the business world, how he has expanded his territory, and how he has expanded the company to its current size in just 7 years. He has a super fan filter for his boss, and even if his boss's strange hobbies distort his values, he will unswervingly support his boss. Although he couldn't pry Assistant Jin's lips open, after some probing, Shin Weidong already had an answer in his heart. Since childhood, Shin Weidong has always regarded his brother as a mythical figure, one he both respects and believes in. He never imagined that his brother would have such an unusual hobby. It's quite normal for a perfect person to suddenly have a flaw. Shinwal suddenly felt eager to test his brother. The two were unaware that Zhao Xiaopei outside was also shocked. She floated back to the sales department like a wooden man, and then slumped over her desk like a wandering soul. Lu Mingyue saw her thoughtful expression and couldn't help but ask, "Weren't you going to the CEO's office to deliver some documents? Why do you suddenly have that expression? Did you get scolded?" Zhao Xiaoye waved her hand to indicate that she was fine. Lu Mingyue had no choice but to continue with her work. After a short while, Zhao Xiaoye finally couldn't hold back any longer. "Mingyue." Zhao Xiaoye suddenly grabbed Lu Mingyue's wrist and said, "I'll tell you a secret, but you must keep it a secret." Lu Mingyue. This familiar expression and familiar opening line. Generally speaking, when Zhao Xiaoye drops this golden phrase, no secret can be kept. And it will spread throughout the company in no time at all. She says it rather perfunctorily, "Just tell me, I promise I won't tell anyone." Zhao Xiaoye looks around and lowers her voice. The idol you admire, the male god, is actually a masochist. Lu Mingyue. Which idol? Zhao Xiaoye, our boss, Mr. Yan. Lu Mingyue doesn't believe her at all. Who said that? Is there a mistake? Zhao Xiaoye, I heard it from Manager Shen himself, it can't be wrong. Lu Mingyue asks, where did Manager Shen say it? He went back to the headquarters today. Zhao Xiaoye said, I was in the pantry on the 12th floor just now, and I heard him say it to Assistant Manager Jean very clearly. Lu Mingyue can't believe that the male god she admires would have such a strange hobby. She pondered for a long time, then quickly ran to the balcony and sent a message to Mr. Shen. Mr. Shen, are you busy? Yan Xingji was in the middle of a meeting, and when he saw the message, he paused. He picked up the coffee cup next to him and took a sip, then prepared to reply. The other person seemed to be impatient for a reply, and quickly sent a second message. Is President Yan really a masochist? Do you like being scolded? President Yan spat out the coffee in one gulp, and his face instantly turned as stormy as a passing storm, exceptionally gloomy and intimidating. Today was an important meeting for the company, and everyone there was a senior executive from various departments, belonging to the company's elite group. Seeing the president lose his temper in public, they were all incredulous. The boss has always been unruffled, so what could have happened to make him lose his temper in public? The elites held their breath and guessed quietly. Only Assistant Jean remained relatively calm, quickly handing the president a tissue. Yan Xingji wiped his hands and mouth slowly, and replied to WeChat with restrained anger, who told you that? Lu Mingyue would never turn Zhao Xiaopei in, but given her gossipy nature, the information would have spread within a small circle. She replied. Everyone in the company knows, and some people said you said it, but I don't believe it, so I wanted to check with you. Even if the CEO is a cold-blooded capitalist, he is still someone she admires, and she can't stand it when other people set him up like this. Even Yan Xingji, with his great composure, felt his head buzz a little when he saw the words everyone in the company. He looked at Assistant Manager Jean and said, his voice almost bursting out of his mouth, to go and get Shen Weidong over here. Chapter 27, Happy to be called a silly sweetheart? Special Assistant Jean took his order and hurriedly went out to make a phone call. He had just scanned Yan's phone and saw words similar to M appear, and he already had a vague guess in his mind. When he got through to Shen Weidong, Special Assistant Jean originally wanted to give him a few pointers, but when Shen Weidong heard that it was Yan Xingji looking for him, he was quite happy. Today is the company's annual meeting. My brother is calling me at this time. Does he want to announce my transfer back to the headquarters at the meeting? Subsidiaries of Shengshi Group do not generate as much revenue as the headquarters. Although he will be transferred there as a director, it looks like a promotion. However, if the overall revenue of the subsidiary is not good, his year-end bonus will be greatly reduced. At this point in time, it is most cost-effective to be transferred back to the headquarters. Hearing the other person's giddy joy at his predicament, Assistant Jean couldn't bear to dampen his spirits, so he swallowed the truth back down and said quietly, the CEO wants you to come as soon as possible. Shen Weidong said, I'm still near the headquarters, I'll be there soon. After Assistant Jean had finished the phone call, Yan Xingji announced that the meeting would continue, and in a second he switched back to his impeccable, superior mode. Assistant Jean admired his boss's composure from the bottom of his heart. The meeting hadn't even finished yet when Shen Weidong arrived. He appeared at the door of the meeting room, still in his usual carefree manner, and his voice carried a hint of joy. "Brother, I am here." Everyone in the meeting looked over at him. Shen Weidong's face was frozen in a smile as he met Yan Qingji's murderous gaze. He always felt that the air pressure in the entire meeting room was alarmingly low. He was a little surprised, and kept thinking about what he had done to anger his brother. He quickly straightened his back and said, "What's wrong, Boss Yan? Who made you unhappy?" Yan Qingji gave him a look, slowly closed the folder in his hands, and said in a very calm voice, "There's a project in Cape Verde that needs to be followed up, and you're just the right person for it. You should leave this afternoon." Shen Weidong let out a small sigh of relief, and asked carefully, "Brother, which city is Cape Verde?" He was happy to be assigned to the project, and thought of it as a business trip. But why did he always feel that the trip wouldn't be too safe? Seeing Manager Shen's confusion, Assistant Manager Jean couldn't bear to see him suffer and reminded him, "Cape Verde is located in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, a volcanic archipelago with a pleasant climate and beautiful scenery." Hearing this, Manager Shen completely let go of his worries and assured him, "Thank you, brother. Don't worry, I will definitely do a good job on this project." In his heart, he was planning to bring his new girlfriend there to surf together, while he took out his phone and searched for it. When the word Africa appeared on the phone, he thought he had read it wrong, and after confirming back and forth, it was a bolt from the blue. He asked incredulously, "Brother, why do you want to send me to Africa?" Yan Qingji's expression was indifferent. "You've been in the company for 3 or 4 years, it's time to go out and exercise." His tone was so indifferent that it was undisguised. Shen Weidong mentally added that if he went to Africa, he would probably come back a walking human charcoal briquette, and his handsome face would be completely ruined. The more he thought about it, the more sad he felt. He didn't care that there were so many elites in the room, and he just straightened up and knelt down in front of his brother. "Brother, I'm not going to Africa. After a trip to Africa, will my face still be okay to look at? I'll definitely not be able to find a girlfriend." Assistant Jean. Manager Shen has been punished to dig wells in Africa. He should be thinking about what he has done to offend his boss, but instead he is worrying about his handsome face being disfigured and not being able to find a girlfriend. What a strange focus. Shen Weidong wailed for a long time, but when he saw that his brother was as calm as Mount Tai, with no change in expression, his heart sank. Just as he was at his lowest ebb, a sudden flash of inspiration made him think of the chat history that Duan Feifei had shown him. His brother was unmoved by his miserable crying, so would scolding him bring him back to life? This was already Shen Weidong's only straw to clutch, so he decided to give it a try. Once he had made up his mind, Shen Weidong, still kneeling on the ground, looked up and, with a stiff upper lip, shouted, "You piece of shit, what kind of attitude is that?" Assistant Manager Jean. A group of elites. The meeting room fell silent as a chicken, and the elites were shocked inside. Has Manager Shen gone mad? How dare he publicly scold President Yan? Judging by President Yan's expression, will they still be able to receive their bonuses this year and have a happy new year? Yan Qingji stared down at Shen Weidong, his eyes betraying a hint of danger. Shen Weidong, being so naive, failed to see the coldness in his brother's eyes, and still thought that his method had worked. Immediately, he redoubled his efforts, saying, "I advise you to be sensible and immediately transfer me back to the headquarters. I'm not going to Africa." The elites all rubbed their foreheads, pretending that they hadn't heard or seen anything. Assistant Manager Jean was so shocked that he went numb, but fortunately, he still retained basic processing capabilities and waved for the others to leave the meeting room first. At the same time, he secretly analyzed the consequences in his heart. A listed company with a strange fetish among its top decision-makers is bound to cause its stock price to fall if it is spread around by people with ulterior motives, and in serious cases, it could even evaporate tens of billions of money into thin air. Manager Shen is not only thoughtless, but I'm afraid he's not an undercover agent sent by a rival company. Yan Qingji narrowed his eyes and said, "What did you say? Say it again?" Shen Weidong sensed a chill in the air and knew something was wrong, but he still shouted, "I said you're a son of a bitch." As soon as he finished speaking, a row of bodyguards walked in neatly from the door and mercilessly carried Shen Weidong into the next room. Jean Teza's eyes twitched, and he quickly went through his address book in his mind, but he couldn't find anyone who could come to put out the fire. Somehow, he suddenly remembered the big shot who had called his boss a dog. If he could find that big shot, he should be able to persuade him a little, right? But the big shot was too unpredictable, and he had no clue where to start looking. He could only let Shen Weidong fend for himself. A few elite employees with a strong sense of curiosity, relying on no one noticing, quietly hid outside and listened to the conversation. This second-generation rich kid thinks he's royalty, so he's not only parachuted in as general manager, but he's also a complete idiot who likes to give orders. Now he's even dared to insult the boss in public, so they're really curious to see what punishment the boss will mete out. In a moment, the elites hear a clattering sound coming from the lounge, along with the screams of a pig being slaughtered. "Brother, what are you doing? Your family, why are you sending so many bodyguards to surround me?" Bang, the sound of a fist hitting a body. "Brother, I won't dare to do it again. If you want to get scolded in the future, can't I just quietly scold you?" "Ah, it hurts, brother, tell him to let go, my hand is going to break." While the elites were silently lighting incense for Shen Weidong, Yan Xingji walked out of the restroom with an elegant gait and slowly tidied his half-rolled-up sleeves. In a short while, the self-proclaimed handsome and charming manager Shen limped out, his face bruised and swollen. With a handsome face like a pig's head, Shen Weidong stared at assistant manager Jean with sad eyes. If the assistant manager would have revealed even the slightest bit of information, he wouldn't have wasted his energy and angered such a big shot as his brother. Assistant manager Jean silently turned his face away. Manager Shen and the boss are obviously brothers, but why are their IQs so different? They are like heaven and earth. Who is to blame for the idiot who was stupid enough to get himself killed and rubbed on the ground? In the sales department office, Lu Mingyue returned and waited for a long time, but she did not get a response from the person whose surname was not Shen. She was a little anxious. Seeing that another half-day had passed, she was afraid that the gossip would become more and more ridiculous. Zhao Xiaopei suddenly sat down next to her face slightly pale. "I heard that Manager Shen was called to a meeting by General Manager Yan just now, and his face was swollen when he came out. Shen Weidong is the boss's relative, and he was suddenly beaten up. I think it must be because of the masochist thing." She seemed to have just shared the gossip with a young lady from Sales Department 4. Will the young lady also be beaten up? Zhao Xiaopei felt incredibly remorseful at this moment. From now on, she would never be a gossip queen again, let alone gossip about the CEO. Lu Mingyue saw that she was about to cover her face and cry, so she whispered to comfort her, "Stay calm. I'll go and check the situation." "That's good, we can ask Shen Weidong what's going on." "Mingyue, you're so kind, thank you." With Zhao Xiaopei's hopeful gaze, Lu Mingyue went to the 12th floor and ran to the door of the meeting room to wait. She didn't get to see Shen Weidong, but instead ran into the CEO as he walked out. Lu Mingyue quickly greeted him, "Hello, CEO." Yan Xingji didn't respond, but frowned at her, "You're here to see Shen Weidong?" Chapter 28, Another Snub. Lu Mingyue was astonished. How did the CEO know her intentions? Could it be that the CEO had found out about the incident that night in room 666? Thinking about the serious consequences of the scandal, Lu Mingyue carefully put on a smile and said, "President Yan, I'm not here to see Manager Shen." "Oh?" Yan Xingji looked at her, his dark, deep eyes betraying a little agitation. It was 11:10 a.m. What was a sales intern doing on the 12th floor? Lu Mingyue couldn't think of a good answer for a moment, and subconsciously wanted to flatter him in an attempt to muddle through. But when she thought about the CEO's hidden attributes, she didn't dare to speak out. Before, the CEO's face had been mixed when she tried hard to flatter him, and he never gave any real benefits, not even overtime pay or a permanent job offer. Now she thought, maybe she had been working hard in the wrong direction. The CEO didn't like flattery at all, but rather abuse. The clever Lu Mingyue thought she had once again seen the truth, but in front of the CEO's face, which was so handsome and impeccable, she really couldn't bring herself to scold him. Yan Xingji saw Lu Mingyue's worried expression and sudden realization, and without even thinking, he guessed what was going on in her little head. Thinking about his image and reputation being tarnished, he felt itchy and just wanted to bring Shen Weidong back and beat him up again. He waved his hand, showing a little detachment, "Go back to work." Lu Mingyue was pardoned and quickly sneaked back to the sales department. Zhao Xiaopei didn't bother to ask about the result, but shouted at her, "Mingyue, come quickly and look, the company has sent a notice." Lu Mingyue ran to the computer and clicked on the company's group email. The notice said that Shen Weidong had fabricated false rumors about the president and should have been directly dismissed from his position in the company. However, as this was his first offense, he was temporarily transferred to Cape Verde to participate in the well-digging project. Lu Mingyue was confused. Cape Verde is in Africa, and Shen Weidong was transferred there. Will he be back before the Chinese New Year? She had toiled to rent this cheap boyfriend, and now he had caused such a mess at the last minute. With such a low IQ, I don't know how he managed to find 39 girlfriends. While Lu Mingyue was distracted, Zhao Xiaopei's voice once again sounded in his ear, saying that participating in the project was actually a punishment to make him dig a well. Manager Shen's orchestration of the president's masochistic tendencies was indeed fake, as I knew I couldn't believe it. Lu Mingyue was at a loss for Zhao Xiaopei's shamelessness. Who was it that just now shared the gossip with a mysterious and excited look on their face? And whose big mouth accidentally spread the news? Zhao Xiaoye continued, I've already found out. Just now, Manager Shen caused a scene at the year-end meeting and publicly called the CEO a dog, so he was sent to Africa. Lu Mingyue's eyelids twitched as she listened. It had gotten so serious that she was afraid she wouldn't be able to come back before the new year. If he didn't come back, where would she find a fake boyfriend to accompany her to Lu Jiayuan's wedding? She hurriedly sent a message to Shen, not his surname. Why were you sent to dig a well? How long will it take to dig this well? Yan Xingji was already in a bad mood when he returned to the office, and seeing Lu Mingyue's message made him even more unhappy. He replied without mercy with 4 words. The monkey year and the horse month. Lu Mingyue was shocked and anxious. Could it be that you set up the president as a masochist? Why are you such a blabbermouth? You tell everyone everything, even if it's true, you have to keep it to yourself. Now it's fine, are you going to spend the rest of your life digging wells in Africa? Yan Xingji looked at the message from Lu Mingyue, which seemed to reveal a full sense of hatred for iron that cannot be made into steel, and suddenly felt an itch in his teeth. Especially the words even if it's true, which made him almost crush the phone in his hand. He closed his eyes, suppressed his anger, and replied, the rumors are false, they're made up, don't believe them. Lu Mingyue was stunned for a moment. Why is this tone of voice so different from before? Could it be that Shen Weidong has learned his lesson and has become honest and sensible? She let out a small sigh of relief and sent the message. You have to be careful in the future and don't go around talking about your boss's faults. Let me tell you, the boss is a bit of a meanie and can turn on you in a heartbeat. I used to praise and flatter him every day, but he didn't like it at all and wouldn't even pay me overtime. He's a real capitalist, the way he exploits his employees. You're lucky to be alive if you dare to go around talking about him. In a few days, when your boss has calmed down, you should apologize to him properly. You should be able to come back soon. Lu Mingyue's thoughts were almost written on her forehead, hoping that Shen Weidong would listen to her persuasion, stop scolding the boss in public, apologize properly, and quickly finish digging the well and return to China. In this way, she would not have to rent a boyfriend again. However, the CEO on the other end of the phone could not see her thoughts on her forehead, and could only see her concern for Shen Weidong, which was about to overflow the screen of the phone. His face was dark. Capitalist? Exploiter? In your eyes, is Yan Xingji such a person? Lu Mingyue felt even more wronged. Shen Weidong seemed quite angry. Could it be that because Shen Weidong is the boss's relative, he can scold him in public, but she can't say a few words in private? Before she could react, the next second, not surnamed Shen already responded to her doubts. I've screenshot and sent these words to the president. Lu Mingyue took a while to come back to her senses. She was shocked like she had been struck by lightning, and she was so angry that she almost scratched her phone. Shen Weidong, that dog of a man, she had been kind enough to comfort him, and he actually used her to appease the CEO? It was over. This time she had not just kicked against the iron plate, she had directly glued herself to it, and she could only be killed at will. Zhao Xiaopei saw her suddenly look pale, and asked with concern, Mingyue, are you okay? Lu Mingyue shook her head. She had offended both the boss and the villain this time, and she was afraid that she would never be able to turn things around. She just had to wait for the bad news and pack her bags. But Mingyue quickly picked herself up again. Her postgraduate certificate would be issued soon, and with this resume, it shouldn't be too difficult to find another job, right? It was just that she had been fired by the boss during her internship, which was really a black mark. Why not resign on her own initiative? Lu Mingyue was listless and unmotivated at work, and had already quietly searched the computer for a suitable new job. It was at this time that Deng Jing walked in, wearing 10-centimeter high heels. Deng Jing is the president's close secretary, managing the entire president's office assistant structure, second only to assistant manager Jean in status, and also a close minister of the emperor. Suddenly she came in person to the sales department, and it was not known what important task she had been assigned. The manager of sales department 1 rushed out upon hearing the news, greeting with full enthusiasm and a smile, Secretary Deng, you suddenly came over, is there something you want to tell us to do? There is. Deng Jing took out a written notice and handed it to the manager of the first department. It's too busy at the end of the year, and the president's office is short of staff, so you have to transfer someone from your department. Everyone held their breath. The president's office. As the fastest rising listed company in recent years, Shengshe Group requires that all employees entering the president's office as an ordinary clerk start at a prestigious university. The president's office is even per capita graduate students, and the current secretary Deng holds a master's degree. If you can get into the CEO's office, it's like a carp jumping over the Dragon Gate. A manager carefully read the notice. At the bottom of the notice was the CEO Yan's signature in a bold and unrestrained manner. A little surprise flashed in the manager's eyes, but he still walked over to Lu Mingyue with a smile on his face. Mingyue, your abilities have been noticed by CEO Yan, and you're being transferred to the CEO's office as a secretary. Congratulations. Lu Mingyue froze on the spot. She's not stupid. She's just offended the president and she's been transferred to the president's office. Can that end well? The boss is really petty. Zhao Xiaopei pulled her along and exclaimed excitedly, Mingyue, did you hear that? You finally got what you wanted, you can work for the male god. Lu Mingyue. Chapter 29, The Salted Fish Month Who Can't Turn Over. Seeing Lu Mingyue's stiff face, Zhao Xiaopei was a little puzzled. Mingyue, are you so happy that you've gone stupid? Why aren't you saying anything? Lu Mingyue spoke insincerely, I am quite happy. Deng Jing took a few steps forward and drew closer to Lu Mingyue before smiling and saying, hand over the work you are doing today and report for duty tomorrow. Although Lu Mingyue had 100 reasons not to want to, Deng Jing's smile was so kind that she had to smile back and say, okay, thank you, Secretary Deng. Just call me by my name, we will be colleagues from now on. Deng Jing said this and left in a hurry. Lu Mingyue really didn't want to go to the CEO's office at all, but Zhao Xiaoye was beside her, making a fuss and insisting that she treat them to dinner. Other colleagues also came over to congratulate her. Everyone was both envious and jealous. Lu Mingyue was still an intern when she was transferred directly to the CEO's office. How could she not show any expression when such a big pie was dropped on her? When Lu Mingyue first reported to our department, I could tell at a glance that she was not a decent person. Yes, she was transferred to the CEO's office less than 2 months after joining the company. Who knows what underhanded tactics she used? Do you remember the team building day? Someone saw her sneaking back from outside in the middle of the night, so she must have gone to bed with someone. She even pretended to be calm when she was transferred. What a good actress. Lu Mingyue didn't expect that she could hear such outrageous rumors just because she went to the toilet. She was transferred to the CEO's office because she obviously angered the boss, and it had nothing to do with climbing into someone's bed. Mingyue desperately told herself. Don't get angry, don't get angry. If I get angry and die, it'll be the tongues of these gossiping women that will suffer. Mingyue almost started practicing Tai Chi in her cubicle to recite the mantra, but the voices outside continued to come. Being pretty is a blessing in life. Just spread your legs a little and you can rise to the top. In my opinion, Lu Mingyue's face has been altered. How can a normal person be that pretty? It's useless to alter your face like that. You might not be as good at martial arts as others. The nasty comments outside were getting more and more offensive. Lu Mingyue couldn't bear it anymore and pushed open the cubicle door with a loud bang. Back when she was studying, she had to put up with Lu Jiayuan because she was young and helpless, and her household registration booklet was in her aunt's hands, for fear that she would cause trouble when filling in the college entrance exam application. Now she has entered Shengshe on her own, and transferred to the CEO's office on her own merits. Although she got there by getting into trouble, that's no one else's business to stigmatize her. The air suddenly fell silent. The 3 colleagues who had been talking excitedly had also sincerely congratulated Lu Mingyue with smiles on their faces earlier, but they were all a little embarrassed to be caught talking behind her back. Lu Mingyue walked past the 3 of them as if nothing had happened and calmly washed her hands. The bathroom was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The sound of running water was loud and clear, and the 3 colleagues felt so pressured that they didn't dare to breathe a bit. Lu Mingyue slowly turned back after washing her hands, looking at Bai Zhu, who was the better-looking one among the 3, and whose voice had been the loudest and most vicious just now. Mingyue patted her on the face with her hand, wondering, do you want to know whose bed I slept in? It was our boss Yan. Anyway, her name has already been written in the president's little black book, so I'm not afraid to take advantage of him. The other 2 colleagues were shocked. Anyone who hears such a rumor will react by getting angry or making a few excuses. What is Lu Mingyue doing? She just admitted to sleeping with the CEO? No one would dare to spread such a rumor about the CEO, so her words must be true. Baiju's face was slapped by her cold hand, and she shivered from the cold, but she dared not hide. A wave of anger came over her, and she was so jealous that her eyes were filled with poison flames. Who are you? Does the CEO even look at someone like you? Lu Mingyue sneered. What if I can't? Can I look down on you? Let me tell you, I only got into the president's good graces because I'm pretty. Even if you're not convinced, what can you do? I'll give you 100 million, and you still won't be able to look like me. Baizhu was provoked into saying whatever came to her mind. Even if you really climb into Yan Zong's bed, he'll just use you for fun. A woman like you is only worthy of being his warm bed. That's better than you, and you can't even be a tool. Lu Mingyue has experienced this kind of scene countless times while studying, and she has long since become immune to it. Nothing can hurt her anymore. What's more, she has already completely offended the CEO, and she is not afraid of offending him a little more. I can tell you, even if I let you have half the bed, you still won't be able to climb up. Baishu felt as if her face had been rubbed on the ground, and she was so ashamed that she wanted to go back to her grandmother's house. You think everyone is as self-abasing as you are? Lu Mingyue interrupted her. Only losers keep screaming. Remember, if you don't dare let others hear it, don't discuss it behind their backs. If you want others to hear it, then you might as well be generous and let everyone in the company hear it. Her gaze coldly swept over the other two, warning you, if I hear one more unkind word like this in the future, I'll make you eat your words. What a joke, she is about to be swept out of the company by the president, and she can still eat this kind of silent loss. Before leaving the company, she can take care of as many as she can, which is her style. Lu Mingyue finished speaking, let go of Baizhu with a sneer, and turned to leave. Baiju's face turned white, and the other two colleagues didn't look much better. It was really, Lu Mingyue's aura was so strong just now, it was like a complete change of person from her usual cold and cute appearance, and it was hard to look her in the eye. Moreover, she had climbed into the president's bed and still acted so low-key, usually not showing her true colors, just hiding in the shadows and picking people's faults. It is best to avoid offending people like this. After scolding a few people for their foul mouths, Lu Mingyue returned to her office and quickly fell into a slump. Shin Weidong was the boss's relative, and he was exiled to Africa to dig wells for offending the boss. She was just a small intern. How could she last in the CEO's office for a few days? When Lu Mingyue first applied for a job at Shangshur Group, she vowed to hone herself into a strong woman. However, her ambition had completely withered away, and she had become a salted fish who no longer wanted to turn over a new leaf. Despite her newfound sense of responsibility, she still carefully handed over her work. After work, she stayed in the company canteen to eat dinner and helped Zhao Xiaopei swipe her meal card, treating her to dinner. This was probably the last time she would eat in the company canteen. Zhao Xiaopei really admired her equanimity and praised her, saying, Mingyue, you're so calm. In the future, when you become someone close to the boss, you have to help us out more. Lu Mingyue responded indifferently, what's there to be happy about? The CEO's office doesn't have the freedom of working hours that the sales department has. Zhao Xiaodia disagreed, we are still in the internship period, and there are few opportunities to go out and do business, so it seems more laid back. Look at other colleagues who have been formally transferred, they are busy all day and can't be seen. When we normally go off duty, they are still out dealing with customers. And I heard that weekend overtime is the norm. With the sales department in such a mess, it's hard for newcomers to get ahead. You, on the other hand, should be happy to have been transferred to the CEO's office. Lu Mingyue disagreed. You get what you pay for. The sales department gets commission, but the CEO's office only pays a fixed salary. Wang Yalan, the department head, got a big commission from a few big deals and bought a house with the full payment last month. Chapter 30, Climbing Too Fast. Zhao Xiaopei didn't refute her again, but sighed with some regret. After the new year, you'll get your postgraduate certificate. I guess that's why you were transferred to the CEO's office. If I had known then, I would have gritted my teeth and studied hard, and I would have also taken a postgraduate course. Zhao Xiaopei had been working for several years, and had good work experience in a small company. But when she jumped to Shangshur Group, she had to go through an internship period because she only had a bachelor's degree. Lu Mingyue interjects nonchalantly, I prefer to stay in the sales department, at least I don't have to worry about getting fired. With her education level, it wasn't impossible for her to apply directly for an internship in the CEO's office. She chose the sales department because of the more flexible salary. The two of them were talking for a long time, and suddenly there was laughter next to them. It turned out to be Deng Jing. This Lu Mingyue is really a silly girl. In the CEO's office, she works directly for the boss, and although she is often scolded, the connections and energy she accumulates are endless. Even if she is eventually transferred back to sales, she will still be able to benefit from this energy. Lu Mingyue and Zhao Xiaopei heard the laughter and hurriedly greeted her. Secretary Deng, why are you here for dinner too? It's after work. Secretary Deng said helplessly, I've been really busy lately, and I have to work overtime later. The CEO's office and the finance department are the two busiest departments at the end of the year. Deng Jing had dinner with Lu Mingyue and Zhao Xiaopei. In the end, she patted Lu Mingyue on the shoulder and said, Mingyue, tomorrow we'll be colleagues, and I'm waiting for you to come over and help me share the workload. Facing such an approachable secretary, Lu Mingyue's heart was half relaxed, and she sincerely replied, I will definitely work hard. She would work hard until the end of the year, so that she could at least get a year-end bonus before leaving. Lu Mingyue went home and took a nap. The next day, she woke up and was just as resilient as ever. In her view, sadness was extremely exhausting, and any deep emotions could not stay overnight. She put on light makeup, a women's suit, and a pair of 5-centimeter heels, and immediately became the eye-catching scenery in the company. When she was in the elevator, she actually ran into the 3 female colleagues who had said bad things about her in the bathroom. When they saw her walk in, 2 of the colleagues cautiously greeted her. Lu Mingyue seemed to have completely forgotten the unpleasantness that happened yesterday, and she smiled and said, Good morning. Bai Zhu's face was taut, and she reluctantly said good morning as well. The sensation of cold water hitting her face was too stimulating. She had nightmares about being splashed with cold water all night last night, and she would never dare offend Lu Mingyue again. The sales department is on the 4th floor, and the president's office is on the 12th floor. After Bai Zhu and the others got out of the elevator, they watched as Lu Mingyue, who usually worked on the same floor as them, pressed the button for the 12th floor. This was the first time they truly felt the distance between them. They had to admit that Lu Mingyue was climbing up quickly. Lu Mingyue arrived on the 12th floor and stopped in front of the door to the CEO's office. She secretly cheered herself on. It's no big deal. If the CEO is deliberately being difficult, she can just quit. Capitalists, she will not compromise. Lu Mingyue raised her hand to knock on the door. A young man with a full face of vitality came to open the door and quickly smiled. Are you the colleague who transferred today? Welcome. Hello, my surname is Wu. This secretary Wu had been called a dogman by assistant manager Jean in the pantry, but she was not angry at all. Her temper was even gentler than Deng Jing's. Lu Mingyue first politely greeted Secretary Wu, then greeted the other colleagues one by one, and then went to Deng Jing's office. Secretary Deng, good morning. What should I do first today? Just a moment. Deng Jing was tapping something rapidly on the keyboard with both hands, and it was a while before she freed a hand to hand her a document. The notice specified that you will be responsible for taking care of President Yan's daily diet in the future, and later, Assistant General Manager Jean will take you to meet President Yan. Lu Mingyue felt a sense of relief when she heard this request. She knew it would be like this. The president must have transferred her here just to torment her. Mingyue was determined that if the CEO made any unreasonable demands later, she would firmly refuse them. Even if the person was the male god she had admired, she would never compromise. She had come to declare war on the capitalists today. Later, Deng Jing handed her a transfer form for her to fill out. The workload in the CEO's office was relatively heavy, and the working hours were different from those of the sales department. You need to carefully review the adjustments to your working hours. Lu Mingyue took it and quickly skimmed through it. The working hours were indeed much more intense than those in the sales department. When she saw the salary column, she suddenly froze. 28,000. She couldn't believe her eyes and counted the 3 zeros behind 28 several times back and forth. This salary was more than 3 times higher than her original salary. It wasn't always as stable as taking a commission in the sales department. As if she could see her own bulging wallet, Lu Mingyue took a deep breath and instantly felt like she could do it again. Torture and revenge are nothing but a piece of cake. She is not afraid of the storm getting even stronger. No matter how hard the CEO suppresses her, she can handle it. Lu Mingyue, who can handle it very well, was soon called out by Assistant Manager Jean. Assistant Manager Jean secretly surveyed Lu Mingyue several times. While Manager Shen was sent to Africa to dig wells, Lu Mingyue was transferred to the CEO's office and was directly responsible for the boss's life and diet. It was hard for him not to make some kind of strange association, perhaps they had both been transferred because of the same thing. Seeing that assistant manager Jean was silent for a long time, Lu Mingyue politely took the initiative to ask, "Assistant manager Jean, what can I do now?" She had just arrived and was unfamiliar with everything, so she would have to learn from scratch. Assistant manager Jean instantly came back to his senses and, with a second, switched to a powerful and professional workplace attitude. "When General Manager Yin comes over, you need to make him a latte first, no sugar and no ice." Lu Mingyue, "Okay, no problem." Assistant Jean continues, "Oh yes, there's a short meeting at 10:30. You need to keep an eye on Mr. Yan's cup at all times. He may need coffee during the meeting, so if it gets cold, you need to quickly replace it with hot coffee. It's called a short meeting, but it may go on until noon. You need to order food for Mr. Yan in advance. He only eats food from the Huangting Hotel, so you need to get the phone number for ordering food from Secretary Wu. Remember that Mr. Yan doesn't like spicy food or food that's too sweet. And he doesn't eat onions or cilantro." Assistant Jean obviously knows a lot about his boss's eating habits and can handle any situation. Lu Mingyue was a little overwhelmed by the barrage of information. But as soon as she thought about the 28,000 yuan, she was full of energy and kept nodding like a chicken pecking at rice. After lunch, President Yen needs to go out for a while. You need to bring a charger, charging cable, umbrella, towel, and these details you can ask Secretary Wu. Oh yes, and most importantly, be sure to prepare 1 or 2 brand new sets of clothes. Assistant manager Jean rattled off a bunch of things to pay attention to, and finally asked, "Have you remembered everything?" Yes. Lu Mingyue has always had a good memory, but she had a doubt. "Assistant General Manager Jean, I've only started work for the first day, and you're already asking me to go out with the CEO. Like this. Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Assistant General Manager Jean also didn't think it was appropriate. But these were the CEO's requests beforehand, and there was nothing he could do if he didn't let him go with him. Lu Mingyue wasn't sure what the CEO really wanted at this point, so she took out her notebook and quickly went over Assistant General Manager Jin's requests briefly. Just like a primary school student taking notes, she looked serious and pious. Assistant General Manager Jean was quite satisfied. After giving the freshly trained Secretary Lu a quick training session, their president, Yan Xingji, arrived. The president was wearing a custom-made black suit, tall and straight, with an outstanding temperament. As soon as he entered, he dazzled Lu Mingyue. Lu Mingyue quickly remembered the training content from Assistant General Manager Jean and hurriedly went to make a cup of hot coffee for the president. When she returned, Yan Xingji had already started working. He looked focused, and the white document paper spread out by his slender fingers looked exceptionally pleasing to the eye. Lu Mingyue didn't dare to look any longer, and placed the coffee next to the president's hand, respectfully saying, "President Yan, your coffee." Yan Xingji didn't even look up. "Have you seen the salary? Are you satisfied?" Lu Mingyue hurriedly nodded, satisfied. She was so satisfied that she was willing to do anything for the president. Yan Xingji suddenly laughed lightly, "So I'm still a capitalist?" Chapter 31, The President's Information File. Lu Mingyue froze for a moment, then remembered the screenshot that Chen Weidong had sent in WeChat, and quickly admitted her mistake. "President Yan, I was being a little suspicious before. I was wrong, you are a magnanimous person." Yan Xingji finally put down the documents in his hands, turned the black swivel chair around once, looked at her, and snorted, "No need to apologize, I am a capitalist." Lu Mingyue was stunned, not understanding why the president had suddenly switched to self-deprecating mode. Yan Xingji threw a stack of information at her and said, "Memorize it and take a test tomorrow." Lu Mingyue quickly took it. The information was as thick as a palm, how could she memorize it in one day? What's more, the president had a meeting later and had to go out of the company to do things, and she had to follow him the whole time, so where would she find the time to memorize it? As if he could guess what Lu Mingyue was thinking, Yan Xingji said indifferently, "What is the nature of a capitalist?" "An exploiter. You don't have time at work, so memorize it after work." The boss's attitude was terrible, and it was obvious that he was taking revenge. A small flame of anger flared up in Lu Mingyue's heart. However, thinking about the thickness of her new salary, she easily swallowed all her grievances. What is this called? To throw gossip back at oneself. In the future, if she tells any more gossip about the CEO, she will be following the CEO's surname. Lu Mingyue looked sincere. "No. Mr. Yan is not an exploiter, and all of this is what I should do." Yan Xingji is satisfied, "You are a teachable child. Knowing that she is in the wrong, Mingyue, motivated by the generous salary, starts a new work mode of being flustered. Fortunately, the president seems to be quite busy today and has not found the time to pick on her. In the afternoon, Lu Mingyue followed the president out of the company and didn't know until they arrived at their destination that the president had an appointment to play golf with Lu Quangue, the boss of Wanhui. When President Lu saw Lu Mingyue by Yan Xingji's side, he couldn't help but pay more attention to this Miss Lu. It was already past 4 p.m. when they returned from golf. Yan Xingji seemed to have an endless amount of work to do and was busy until 8 p.m. All the other colleagues in the president's office had already gone home, except for the boss, who was still sitting at his desk with a thick pile of documents in front of him. Lu Mingyue felt that since Secretary Deng and Assistant General Manager Jean had already gone home, she should be able to go too, having stayed up until this hour. She asked the CEO carefully, "Mr. Yan, what about Yan Xingji?" He didn't even look up. "How much of the information I gave you today have you memorized?" Lu Mingyue. Are you asking me a human question? I've been following you around all day, running around like a dog on a string. How could I possibly have time to memorize anything? I was thinking that after I got home from work, I'd take a hot shower, catch my breath, and then memorize some more. Now that you're asking, it's obvious that you want me to stay late with you. This is a bit much, isn't it? But looking at the CEO's indifferent expression, and thinking about the 28,000 yuan on the payslip, Mingyue suddenly put on a smile. It's just memorizing information, nothing can stump her, a prospective graduate student. Lu Mingyue picked up the information and started memorizing. Name, Yan Xingji. Age, 31 years old. Date of birth, December 27, 1991. Position, CEO of Shangshur Group. Lu Mingyue paused with some confusion. Why is it all about the CEO's information? Even the birthday? December 27th, wasn't that just a few days ago? Lu Mingyue quickly remembered the bowl of noodles she had made for the CEO a few days ago. It turned out that it was the CEO's birthday, so it was no wonder that he had been so angry when she couldn't tell him what day it was. But the CEO's information was not public, and she was just an intern who had not been here long, so it was only normal that she didn't know the CEO's birthday. All she could say was that the CEO was really touchy. Lu Mingyue continued to memorize the rest. Food she dislikes: celery, bean sprouts, cilantro, leeks, garlic, bitter melon, bamboo shoots. Basically, she can't eat spicy or stimulating foods, including but not limited to onions, chili peppers, cumin. Seeing this, Mingyue was a little surprised and couldn't help but say, "President Yan, your dietary preferences are quite similar to Manager Shin's. You're both so picky." As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately covered her mouth, regretting it so much that she wished she could turn back time. From anyone's perspective, she and Shen Weidong were not close, so how would she know his food preferences? By saying this in front of the CEO, wasn't she just admitting it? But she couldn't be blamed. Today was the first day she had entered the CEO's office, and she was already spinning from the adjustment. After a long day of work, the CEO still asked her to memorize information, and she had momentarily lost her head, and her words had been a bit careless. Sure enough, as soon as Lu Mingyue finished asking this question, she saw the CEO's face turn cold instantly. "You're quite impressed by Shen Weidong, you even remember him at work. Do you want to go keep him company?" Lu Mingyue pursed her lips. Although she didn't want Shen Weidong to go to Africa, she didn't want to keep him company at all. If it wasn't for the need to hire him as a fake boyfriend, she wouldn't want to have anything to do with him. After Lu Mingyue's little stunt, Yan Xingji's mood was obviously bad, so let's go home. Lu Mingyue quickly packed her things. As a show of loyalty, she deliberately packed the information the CEO had asked her to memorize in a fancy bag and took it home, in front of the CEO's face. The CEO's face did look a little better. Yan Xingji got into the elevator with her and pressed the button for the basement level. Lu Mingyue was a little uneasy. "Mr. Yan, can I get off at the first floor?" It was already late, and she was afraid that if she delayed any longer, she would miss the bus. Yan Xingji looked at her indifferently. "Do you think I would let a girl go home alone late at night?" Lu Mingyue thought to herself, with Mr. Yan's demeanor, he definitely wouldn't do such a thing, but you would let an employee go home alone. The two quickly arrived at the parking lot. This time, Mingyue automatically and consciously sat in the passenger seat. To avoid embarrassment, Lu Mingyue pretended to take out the information and carefully read the contents. This information is simply a comprehensive profile of the CEO. It is so detailed that it includes what colors he likes to wear on a daily basis, what kind of neckties to wear with them, and even how to make coffee to his taste. Lu Mingyue felt that if she sold the information to the paparazzi, she could at least charge 6 figures. Yan Xingji, who was driving, noticed her gaze and asked without looking away, "Do you need to memorize the information while looking at the person's face?" Lu Mingyue quickly looked away. The CEO was so stingy, asking her to memorize so much information without even letting her take a look at him. Mingyue focused even more intently and suddenly saw the section on height and appearance. 1.88 meters tall, long legs, narrow waist, broad shoulders, inverted triangle figure. This is the standard male model physique. Lu Mingyue couldn't help but quietly glance over at the CEO again. The CEO's tie had loosened some time ago, and 2 buttons had come undone, revealing a slightly sliding, sexy Adam's apple. A little lower, the faintly visible collarbone. I heard that the CEO has the habit of morning jogging, so his muscle lines must be smooth, strong, and toned. The president is top-notch, and with such a handsome face and a body like that, he leaves no room for ordinary people. Lu Mingyue was so lost in thought that she suddenly heard Yan Xingji's deep voice, "Pay attention while driving." Lu Mingyue quickly sat up straight. It took a few seconds for her to react, and the person driving wasn't her. Oh no, did the president know that she was thinking about him? But she couldn't be blamed. Her boss was extremely attractive, and they were in the same small space, so it was reasonable for her to occasionally lose herself in her thoughts. Lu Mingyue hid her face with the documents and was too afraid to even glance at the CEO. So she didn't notice the slight upturn of the corner of his mouth. It was about half an hour's drive from the company to the Rose Garden. Before getting out of the car, Lu Mingyue politely thanked Yan Xingji for driving her home. It was quite gentlemanly of the CEO to personally escort his secretary home. Yan Xingji glanced at the way she was holding the documents, and said, "If you can memorize them tonight, I'll personally test you tomorrow." Lu Mingyue. The little bit of emotion that had just risen in her heart suddenly disappeared. Relying on the dim lighting, she grinned and said, "President, don't worry, even if I don't sleep tonight, I will still strive to memorize it backwards." Yan Xingji seemed quite satisfied, and that was for the best. Lu Mingyue said goodbye to the president and got out of the car, but she saw Lu Jiayuan at the door. These past few days, Lu Jiayuan has been squatting outside the villa every day, rain or shine, and she is truly admirable for her perseverance. Today is even more outrageous. Not only did she bring Zhou Zhan, but also her uncle and aunt. Lu Mingyue simply ignored the other 3 people and smiled, greeting her uncle Lu Chaoyang. "Uncle, why aren't you sleeping so late? Did Mingyue work so late today?" "Are you?" Lu Chaoyang's eyebrows twisted a little, as if he was thinking about how to open up an awkward topic. Auntie Chen Kaihong already spoke up. "Mingyue has now joined a big company and has become capable, but you don't even greet your family?" Lu Mingyue turned to look at her and called out auntie in a perfunctory manner. Lu Jiayuan seemed unable to hold back any longer and stepped forward and asked, "Cousin, who drove you home? Is the person driving the car your boyfriend?" Lu Mingyue said frankly, "It's not my boyfriend, it's my boss." Lu Jiayuan didn't believe her. "Cousin, even if you're lying, at least make up a good story. Which boss are you talking about? Why would he take a little intern like you home?" Chapter 32, The Prince of the Yan Family. Although Lu Jiayuan didn't want to admit it, Lu Mingyue did work for a powerful company. Her boss, Yan Xingji, was a new business tycoon who was often featured in financial reports and had even appeared on the cover of Time magazine several times. What's more, he is backed by the mysterious Yan family, and whenever he appears in the public media, he is referred to as the prince. How could someone like that, who lives in the clouds, possibly have any interaction with Lu Mingyue, who lives in the mud? Lu Mingyue didn't bother arguing with her. Believe it or not. After saying that, she wanted to go home. Lu Jiayuan stopped her and began her performance for the evening. Looking at Lu Chaoyang with a sad face, she said, "Dad, I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. Cousin Mingyue actually likes Zhan too. But Zhan was devoted to me and chose me in the end. Cousin Mingyue couldn't get Zhan and fell down herself, and followed a very rich businessman. There's actually nothing wrong with the businessman, except that he's a little older." Lu Mingyue really admired Lu Jiayuan's ability to turn black and white upside down and was about to speak up to refute her. But after hearing what Lu Jiayuan said, Lu Chaoyang immediately showed a face of heartbreak. "Mingyue, you are at least a famous university graduate. I spent so much energy supporting you through your studies and even supported you in pursuing a master's degree, and this is how you repay me? How can I go down there and face your mother with a face?" As Lu Chaoyang spoke, he began to howl. He howled, and since it was obviously a fake howl with tears, Mingyue could only start reciting the patience mantra again in her head. Auntie Chen Kaihong felt quite ashamed, but this time she didn't say anything, just wanting to see how Mingyue would end up. Lu Jiayuan continued to add fuel to the fire. Cousin, if you really need money, you can tell us. My mom will never let you lack for anything, so just don't stay with that old rich man, okay? Zhou Zhan added with disgust. Lu Mingyue, I have made myself clear. No matter what you do, I will not change my mind. You are only making me more and more disappointed. You must break up with that old man immediately, otherwise it will be embarrassing for everyone. Lu Mingyue's patience finally snapped, and she sneered, Zhou Zhan, you are also a gold digger. Just because Lu Jiayuan is still young and pretty, you think that it is natural for her to find true love? If the boyfriend I find is a little older and ugly, does that mean I don't love myself and I worship money? It's already 2302, and you're still playing the age and appearance attack card? You're better at playing double standards than anyone else. Lu Mingyue's words mercilessly tore off Zhou Zhan's face. His face was pale with anger, as if he still wanted to hit someone. Lu Chaiyang heard Lu Mingyue's words clearly, and his cries of distress suddenly stopped. It seemed that he didn't quite understand the situation. Lu Jiayuan quickly reassured him, looking at Lu Mingyue angrily. Cousin, since you have a clear conscience and since your boss is the one who drove you back, just let him get out of the car and say hello to us. Is your boss someone who can't be seen in public? Lu Mingyue gave Lu Jiayuan a cold stare. My boss is a figure like that, can you just see him whenever you want? Lu Jiayuan sighed and said, Mingyue, is your boss really that good? You have been misunderstood like this, and you are not even willing to get out of the car to clarify it for you. As soon as she finished speaking, the black Porsche, which was still parked by the roadside, suddenly lowered its window slowly, revealing a handsome and proud profile. When his noble eyes looked over, all the scenery instantly became a foil for him, eclipsed and eclipsed. Everyone was stunned. Isn't this the prince of the Yen family, Yan Xingji, who spoke eloquently in the financial report not long ago? Yan Xingji didn't look at the others, but just smiled at Lu Mingyue and said, It's late, go back and rest, you still have work tomorrow. It was a very faint smile, but his extraordinary temperament and eloquence instantly filled the air with his presence. Zhou Zhan didn't even dare to look at him twice. Lu Mingyue didn't expect Yan Xingji to bail her out, and for a moment she was incredibly grateful. She sincerely smiled and said, Okay, President Yan. The president may be a bit stingy, but he really is a good person. Mingyue has decided that she must work even harder in the future to repay the president. Chen Kaihong was the first to react, quickly walking over and saying, Hello, President Yan. How dare you trouble yourself to walk her home? Her usual sharp-tongued aunt was groveling at this moment, her attitude so reverent that she seemed to be eager to kneel and lick the ground. Yan Xingji's voice was very calm. Mingyue worked overtime too late, so I didn't mind walking her home. I just don't know when I became an old rich businessman. Could it be that I've doubled in age according to the rumors? Chen Kaihong felt a little uneasy in her heart and flattered, Mr. Yan, you must be joking. My daughter is being inconsiderate and making wild guesses. Mr. Yan founded the company himself, and everyone praises you for being young and capable. Lu Jiayuan was not convinced, especially as Yan Xingji, a godlike figure, had returned Lu Mingyue, and she was even more jealous. She couldn't help but speak up, Yan Zong, the old rich businessman I'm talking about is not you. My cousin Mingyue did have a boyfriend who was very old, and she hid it all the time, afraid that we would find out. I'm just worried that she might make a mistake for a moment and find an old man for money. Shut up. Chen Kaihong slapped Lu Jiayuan across the face, her expression stern. Go and apologize to Mr. Yan right now. Lu Jiayuan covered her face in disbelief. Ever since she had taken over the house of Lu Mingyue's short-lived mother, she had become the princess of the family, and her parents didn't even dare to speak to her loudly. But today, because of Lu Mingyue, she had slapped her in public? Zhou Zhan stood by watching, and there was also a handsome guy in the car, so she felt that she had lost face and refused to apologize, clenching her lips. Yan Xingji didn't even look at the clown Lu Jiayuan and said indifferently, Go back, don't keep Mingyue up, she has important work to follow up tomorrow. In one sentence, he made it clear that Lu Mingyue's position in the company was very important, and also secretly warned that in the future, none of you were allowed to harass her. Understanding the warning in Yan Xingji's words, Chen Kaihong kept apologizing and kept saying yes. Yan Xingji turned the car around and disappeared into the night. Chen Kaihong then looked at Lu Mingyue, with a few fake smiles on her face. Mingyue, when did you become so familiar with your boss? Lu Mingyue glanced at her uncle, who had just stopped crying, and responded, I am now the boss's secretary. Chen Kaihong's face lit up with a genuine smile. She took Mingyue's hand affectionately and said, "Mingyue, you've really come a long way. It's not in vain that I've been cultivating you. Your cousin was being inconsiderate just now and offended Mr. Yan. When you invite him to our home, I'll treat him well and let Jia Yuan apologize properly." The Lu group has fallen into Chen Caihong's hands. Although it has developed a little and made a lot of money, it is still far from being a real tycoon. Her idea of inviting Yan Xingji into the family was a good one. Whether or not she could climb up the social ladder, as long as she created the appearance that her family had a good relationship with Yan Xingji, she would have more room to maneuver. Lu Mingyue knew what she was thinking, and instead of confronting her directly, she just gave a fake smile. "Auntie, your plan is quite clever," and Xing Yuan in Guangdong heard it. Chen Caihong's face froze for a moment as she tried to look angry, but she was hesitant to do so considering Lu Mingyue's current status. Lu Jiayuan had always looked down on Lu Mingyue, so how could she stand for her suddenly becoming the queen? She immediately spoke without thinking. "What's with the airs? You caused so much trouble when you applied for graduate school, and now you've only managed to get a job as a secretary, and you're even hanging around with an older man. Dad, Mom, this time she's just lucky to have gotten away with it, we didn't catch her in the act. But the truth will come out, and one day she'll show her ugly true colors." Chapter 33, Digging a Well. Lu Mingyue sneered in her heart. Everyone is an adult, and Lu Jiayuan is still like a primary school girl, only good at superficial blackmail. She didn't even have the interest to respond back. Lu Chaoyang finally came back to his senses at this time, and hearing his daughter's strange tone, he disagreed. Yuan, maybe your cousin is just having a normal relationship. Don't always think of her as so bad." Lu Jiayuan was even more upset when she saw her father defending Lu Mingyue. "Dad, have you forgotten that when she was in high school, she worked in a bar to earn money, serving drinks and even singing and drinking with the customers? There were all kinds of men in the bar, touching her all over. It was disgusting, but at the time, my cousin thought it was a great honor." Lu Mingyue's face fell. Since the start of senior high school, her aunt had been secretly withholding her tuition fees, hoping that she would drop out of school. She went to her uncle to argue, but he believed her aunt's words and decided that she had spent the money herself. There was nothing she could do, so she had to work part-time during the weekends to save up enough money for tuition. This incident also became the opportunity for Lu Jiayuan to spread the rumor that she had become a hostess. After hearing what Lu Jiayuan said, Lu Chaoyang was once again swayed. Caihong gave Mingyue her tuition every year, but Mingyue still went to work whenever she had time. She said she wanted to earn tuition money, but the result was that she hung out with those little delinquents, which was really not a good thing. His niece was not studying hard, and he really felt bad for his sister. Chen Caihong immediately cooperated and said sadly, "It is said that it is difficult to be a stepmother, but I never imagined that it was also difficult to be an aunt. But I ask myself, I have never treated you unfairly. Jia Yuan has everything you have, and you will never lack for anything. But you go around doing odd jobs for a little money, and this makes the neighbors think badly of me." Lu Chaoyang immediately came forward to comfort her, while disapprovingly looking at Lu Mingyue. "Mingyue, you should break up with that old rich merchant quickly, and in the future, you should obediently listen to your aunt and stop making her sad." Zhou Zhan didn't expect that Lu Mingyue had such a dark past. He listened with a blackened face, and his self-confidence, which had just been crushed, was restored a little. He put his arm around Lu Jiayuan and said comfortingly, "Jiayuan, Lu Mingyue doesn't love herself, she doesn't even care about her own face, so don't bother trying to control her in the future." Lu Jiayuan obediently nodded this time. "Yes, I'll listen to you." She just didn't believe that the old man could hide that well for the rest of his life. Besides, she is getting married soon, and she will see what she can do to Lu Mingyue then. She will invite some of Lu Mingyue's classmates from university and even high school, and she will make sure that Lu Mingyue is humiliated in public and becomes notorious. Lu Mingyue looked at this room full of relatives and friends full of righteous indignation and just felt ridiculous. None of them really cared about her, and what if she won the argument? Lu Mingyue simply turned a blind eye to the situation and went straight into the house, upstairs, and to her room. After taking a hot shower, she looked at the information on the bedside table and remembered what the CEO had said about the important work tomorrow, which must mean memorizing the information. The CEO is quite narcissistic. But he did help her out today, he's a good person. Mingyue picked up the information and started to read it. She memorized the CEO's information all night, and in her dreams, she could only see the CEO's figure. The next day, when she arrived at the company, Mingyue saw Yan Xingji and subconsciously thought of the indescribable dream, and her face turned red. When the coffee was brought in, she didn't dare to look at the president even once. Yan Xingji was puzzled. "Why are you blushing? Are you not feeling well?" Lu Mingyue quickly said with a serious expression, "It's nothing, I just studied too late yesterday and I'm a bit tired." Yan Xingji, "Oh, recite it for me." Lu Mingyue. She actually didn't know it very well. She had originally thought that she would find time to become familiar with it again later, but as it turned out, she had really fallen into her own trap by telling a lie. Lu Mingyue stuttered through the recitation. Yan Xingji was not satisfied. As the CEO's personal assistant, she should know her boss's likes and dislikes by heart. "I doubt your professional abilities." Lu Mingyue thought to herself, the personal data is so thick, where was there enough time yesterday? Moreover, the data highlights the CEO's heart condition and what to watch out for in his diet. It is so detailed that she would hate to have to memorize it all, down to the amount of water he drinks. Is this the kind of work a secretary should be doing? This is not the kind of person you look for a wife. But she dared only to keep these words in her heart, and on the surface she remained respectful. "President Yan, yesterday we were in a rush, so please give me half a day to memorize everything." Seeing that her little face was turning red, Yan Xingji did not deliberately make things difficult for her, but just looked at her and asked, "After memorizing for so long, have you remembered anything?" "Ah." Lu Mingyue looked up in confusion. Seeing that the usually calm and restrained eyes of the CEO had already been tinged with emotion, she was even more confused and at a loss. "Yan, President Yan. Forget it." Seeing Lu Mingyue's dazed expression, Yan Xingji's expression faded, a little detached. "You go out first." Lu Mingyue didn't know why the CEO suddenly turned his face, and after returning to her seat, she quickly took out the CEO's information and read it repeatedly. What did the CEO want her to remember after all? While Mingyue was desperately memorizing the information, her temporary fake boyfriend, Shen Weidong, was digging a well in Africa. After a shovelful of soil, the mud was so hard that it didn't budge an inch. Shen Weidong sat down on the ground, doubting life, and simply gave up. The team leader shook his head. "Manager Shen, if you keep digging like this, you may not be able to go back until next year." Assistant manager Jean had given a strict order that no one was allowed to help Shen Weidong, and the team leader dared only to provide technical guidance. Shen Weidong is very frustrated. "I'm not a professional well digging team, and my brother just gave me a shovel. Is this supposed to make me dig a well? It's just supposed to make me stay in Cape Verde for the rest of my life. I'm sorry for your loss." The team leader dares not respond to the president's complaint, but just pats him on the shoulder and encourages him, "Work hard, and maybe in a few years, there's still hope that you can return to China." Shen Weidong. "Thanks, but I'm not comforted." Just then, he received a call from Duan Feifei. Duan Feifei still didn't know that Shen Weidong had been transferred to Cape Verde, and anxiously asked, "Weidong, how are things going?" Shen Weidong looked sadly at the desolate surroundings. The climate in Cape Verde was not as terrible as he had imagined, but the little celebrity he had just hooked up with refused to come with him when she heard that he was going to Cape Verde to dig wells. The playboy, experiencing long-distance love for the first time, sounded very sad. "Feifei, I advise you to give up. My brother's mind is too deep, you can't grasp it." Duan Feifei was puzzled. "What do you mean? Why don't we meet and talk about it?" "We can't meet." Shen Weidong sadly explained the situation briefly. "Maybe my brother has this strange fetish for a specific person. No one but that person can give him a sense of satisfaction when he scolds him." Shen Weidong kindly advised a few more times, then hung up the phone and continued digging the well. Duan Feifei was not willing to accept this. Why couldn't she be that specific person? She wasn't going to give up so easily. Thinking of Yan Xingji's superstitious grandmother, she quickly came up with a plan. The next day at noon, her grandmother called Yan Xingji. "Xingji, Feifei came to see me and explained everything about the things she cursed you about on WeChat." Yan Xingji was still working on some documents and responded patiently to a few words. However, her grandmother's words came as a shock. "She said she wants to explain to you in person, but you blocked her again, so I told her to come to your company to find you. When she arrives in a bit, you have to be nice to her and not turn her away." Yan Xingji's eyebrows knitted. What did Duan Feifei do that made grandmother suddenly like her again? And she went behind his back and told her to come directly to the company. Is this asking him to directly admit Duan Feifei's existence? Chapter 34, the CEO sets an example by turning off the heating. Although Yan Xingji was displeased, he didn't want to lose his temper with his grandmother, so he made an excuse. Grandma, the company has a rule that you need to make an appointment to see me. Fei Fei is not a stranger, so what's the point of making an appointment? Grandma raised her voice, obviously unhappy. Does that mean that if I go to see you one day, I also need to make an appointment in advance? Yan Xingji didn't want to make his grandmother angry, so he patiently explained, no. It's best not to. Just take good care of Fei Fei for me later. Grandma didn't wait for Yan Xingji to agree before hanging up the phone. Yan Xingji listened to the beeping sound on the other end of the line, still thinking of a way to stop Duan Fei Fei from coming to the company. Lu Mingyue knocked on the door and walked in at this time, respectfully saying, President Yan, there is a lady outside who claims to be surnamed Duan, claiming to be your own person and insisting on seeing you. Yan Xingji didn't expect the other party to come so quickly, and a little impatience rose in his heart. He tapped his fingers on the tabletop before saying indifferently, I have a video conference, so you take her to the lounge first. Yes. Lu Mingyue took Duan Fei Fei to the lounge and gently explained that Mr. Yan had to attend a meeting. Duan Fei Fei was dressed to the nines today, with a long, thin skirt outlining her fabulous figure. She endured the cold wind to come to Shengshi Group, only to find a beautiful little vixen here. She had seen many beautiful women, but it was rare to see one as beautiful as Lu Mingyue, without any makeup and with skin that glowed with radiance. Duan Fei Fei felt a strong sense of crisis rising up in her heart. She scanned Lu Mingyue back and forth with a critical eye before saying arrogantly in a mistress-like tone, Go, make me a cup of coffee, the same taste as Brother Yan's. Lu Mingyue was a little surprised that this Miss Duan was familiar with the CEO, but she didn't dare to think too much about it, and quickly raised a professional smile, Please wait a moment. According to Yan Xingji's taste, Lu Mingyue quickly poured a cup of coffee for Duan Fei Fei. Duan Fei Fei lifted the cup to her lips, but she sprayed Lu Mingyue directly. Lu Mingyue was startled. But she had encountered too many such scenes when she was studying, so she did not scream, but quickly took a few steps back. She was wearing a white professional women's suit today, and when the other person sprayed a mouthful of coffee at her, her clothes were stained with a large gray-black stain, looking dirty. Trying to burn me to death. Before Lu Mingyue could even straighten herself, Duan Fei Fei had already jumped the gun and accused her, How could the CEO's office have a clumsy employee like you? What underhanded tactics did you use to get here? At this point, if Lu Mingyue still couldn't see Duan Fei Fei's hostility, then all the tricks she had played with Lu Jiayuan over the years had been for nothing. But what had she done to offend Duan Fei Fei? They had never met before. Lu Mingyue was a little angry, but she still explained patiently, I was transferred to the CEO's office according to official company procedures. If Miss Duan wants to know more, she can go to the Human Resources Department and ask. Hearing the other person dare to argue back, Duan Fei Fei's eyes became fierce, with a little contempt and disdain. Did you say something? Don't think that just because you're a little pretty and have curried favor with the boss, you can hide your lack of ability. At that moment, assistant manager Jean walked in, frowned and looked at the embarrassed Lu Mingyue. What happened? Duan Fei Fei spoke first, Assistant Manager Jean, are the selection criteria for the CEO's office based on appearance? This woman is so beautiful that she deliberately snubbed the company's guests, and she almost spilled coffee on me. You'd better fire her right away, or don't blame me for telling Yan Ji's parents about it. Assistant Jean did not respond to Duan Fei Fei's words, but politely apologized to her and then said to Lu Mingyue, Come with me. Lu Mingyue followed Assistant Jean to the office. Yan Xingji put down his phone and looked over, his eyebrows quickly nodding. Assistant Jean went up to explain a few words, and Yan Xingji's mouth sank a little, saying, Have someone send over a new set of clothes. Yes. Assistant Jean responded, personally taking care of this matter. The office became quiet, and Yan Xingji glanced at Lu Mingyue, no explanation? Lu Mingyue pursed her lips and remained silent. Explain what? Duan Fei Fei obviously deliberately picked on her. She didn't fight back or argue, and she did it for the sake of the 28,000 yuan. As my personal assistant, she was bullied by an unknown person and she embarrassed me. Lu Mingyue. The president's tone of disdain actually made her feel a little ashamed. But Duan Fei Fei clearly called the president Yan Gu, and it sounded like they were very close, so how dare she, a small secretary, argue with her? Yan Xingji quickly took out a document with the word red at the beginning and handed it to Lu Mingyue. Lu Mingyue quickly took it. The document was issued by the superior, advocating that large companies save water and electricity. Yan Xingji said, as the boss, I should set an example, starting with the president's office. Turn off the heating now. You also pass on the task and get all departments to cooperate. Yes. Lu Mingyue left the president's office somewhat puzzled after receiving the task. Just as Jean Tezu returned with a new set of clothes, Lu Mingyue went to the bathroom to change quickly and then immediately went to all departments to distribute the document. Upon receiving the notice, everyone groaned repeatedly, but after hearing that the boss was leading by example, they could only respond to the order to turn off the heating and put on their thick jackets. In the break room, Duan Feifei felt as if the temperature had suddenly dropped around her, and it was getting colder and colder. She held the gradually cooling coffee cup in her hands, and she regretted not having taken a sip of the hot coffee. But after assistant manager Jean took Lu Mingyue out, no one came to serve her again, leaving her alone to suffer the cold. She was furious. She would definitely find a chance to get rid of them all. After Lu Mingyue returned from distributing the notices, Yan Xingji gave her another even more bizarre task, to go to the lounge and watch the fun. Lu Mingyue couldn't figure out what the president meant by this operation. After thinking about it, she felt that the more likely reason was that Duan Feifei was a bad influence, and the president wanted to use her secretary to get rid of her. It really makes the best use of things. It seems that 28,000 yuan is not so easy to get. As soon as Lu Mingyue opened the door to the lounge, she saw Duan Feifei sitting there. It was winter, and when the heating was turned off, even Lu Mingyue, who was dressed so warmly, could hardly bear the cold. Miss Duan, on the other hand, was more concerned with her appearance than the temperature. She was already shivering, but she was still standing there, trying to look cool. It was really a bit ridiculous. When she saw Lu Mingyue, Duan Feifei immediately lost her temper. Why had the heating been turned off suddenly? Lu Mingyue couldn't very well say that the CEO had turned it off company-wide in order to save electricity, could she? She tactfully came up with an excuse for the president. The heating had broken down and the property management had been contacted to come and repair it. Duan Feifei didn't believe her for a second. She suspected that Lu Mingyue was taking advantage of her small position of authority to bully her. A mere secretary, and she dares to covet her brother-in-law, not realizing her own insignificance. Lu Mingyue saw Duan Feifei grit her teeth, and couldn't help but ask, "It's so cold, Miss Duan, do you want to wear more clothes? You look pale, have you caught a cold?" When assistant manager Jean arrived, he heard this greeting from Mingyue and tried hard to suppress his laughter, covering it up with a light cough. Lu Mingyue immediately said, "Look, you've infected our assistant manager Jean so quickly." Duan Feifei was so angry that her face turned green. She dressed up so nicely in the cold wind to impress Yan Xingji, not to look strange to such a small secretary. Chapter 35, The Moon is Brighter and Rounder at Home. Special Assistant Jean really admired Lu Mingyue. She could argue with people without bloodshed, so it was no wonder that she had won the favor of President Yan. Duan Feifei thought of what her grandmother had said, she would support her no matter what. She immediately became fearless and flew into a rage. "Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that?" Lu Mingyue was neither humble nor arrogant. "Miss Duan has misunderstood. I am only concerned about you." The president clearly wanted her to come and watch the fun, but she still dutifully expressed her concern. Those white overalls are very expensive, and she didn't know if they could be cleaned after being sprayed with coffee. She was already being very generous not to ask Miss Duan to pay for them directly. Why is Miss Duan still accusing her of being the villain? Concerned about me? Who do you think you are? Duan Feifei sneered, "Your hypocritical tactics can only be used against men. She is like a little white onion in my family." Yan Xingji's deep voice suddenly sounded, and the tall figure stood behind Lu Mingyue at some unknown time, forming a solid protective wall. He glanced at Duan Feifei indifferently. "Are you trying to run away from my prosperous era?" As soon as Duan Feifei saw Yan Xingji, her face immediately changed 180 degrees. "Brother Yan, I'm so cold. I'll go back and put on more clothes." Yan Xingji's face showed no expression, but he was still courteous. "Do you need me to have my assistant see you out?" Assistant Jean immediately stepped forward, saying he was at the boss's service. Lu Mingyue secretly gave him a thumbs up. "Look at Miss Duan, so pitiful." Any other man would have taken off his jacket to offer her warmth, but the CEO can turn down a woman without blinking. Indeed, in the eyes of capitalists, there is only money, not romantic love. Duan Feifei could not believe that Yan Xingji could be so ruthless. She ran out of Shengshi Group in tears. She asked the driver to take her directly to the countryside, and when she found her grandmother, she burst into tears. Her grandmother had heard that a great man had come to Hongshansi Temple, so she went to the temple yesterday to have Yan Xingji's fortune told. She learned that he would have a major disaster after the age of 33. Duan Feifei's perfect birthday meant that if she married into the family, she would be able to ward off the evil for him. At this point, she was crying her eyes out, and her grandmother felt very sorry for her. She coaxed her like she would her own child for a long time, and finally promised to help her teach Yan Xingji a lesson and make him apologize in person. Duan Feifei then left contentedly. Her grandmother kept her word and immediately called Yan Xingji, coldly telling him to come over tonight, or else he could forget about being her grandson. This was a serious matter, and Yan Xingji did not dare delay. He hurriedly finished up his work and went straight to his grandmother's house. His grandmother lived in a small cottage. Although it was old, it was clean and cozy. There was a vegetable garden behind the cottage, where his grandmother usually grew vegetables. This year, the vegetable garden was planted with green onions, and it was already harvest time. When Yan Xingji arrived, his grandmother was pulling the spring onions out of the ground. "Grandma!" Yan Xingji shouted from a distance, but his grandmother didn't even acknowledge him, continuing to bend over and pull the spring onions out of the ground while complaining. "I planted these spring onions myself, taking care of them every day and watching them grow little by little. How come they won't obey me now and won't come out when I pull them?" Yan Xingji knew that his grandmother was cursing him in a roundabout way, and it made him laugh a little. He rolled up his sleeves and said, "Grandma, let me help you." "No need." Grandma glared at him coldly. "You're the big boss of a big company now, how dare I order you around? You were told to look after Fei, but you made the little girl cry in less than an hour, and if you're told to pull the onion, you're sure to make a mess of it. Grandma is just an ordinary village woman, she doesn't know any big truths, and what she believes is the truth, and she simply won't allow her descendants to contradict her. If Yan Xingji doesn't listen to her, she will just think that Yan Xingji has grown up and become hard-hearted, and can say anything." Yan Xingji knows his grandmother's temper and has always given in to her. While helping to pull the green onions, he said helplessly, "It's winter, and Duan Feifei is dressed very lightly for the sake of being pretty. It so happens that the company is responding to the wishes of the higher-ups to save electricity, but she just wouldn't let up and scolded my staff, so I let her go home." As soon as his grandmother heard this, she hesitated. She had been thrifty all her life and was a little upset by Duan Feifei's behavior. Yan Xingji continued, "My company secretary, a postgraduate, is better educated than Duan Feifei, and she took good care of her, but she was sprayed with coffee. Duan Feifei really did the wrong thing." Grandma nodded, but then subconsciously retorted, "But Duan Feifei is a PhD student, how can a postgraduate be better educated than a PhD student? Don't bully her, she's just an old country woman with little education and doesn't know anything. Duan Feifei went to a prestigious school abroad, a place where vain young ladies go to get their gold-plated degrees. This kind of degree is worthless in China. But I, your secretary, am a graduate student at Jinghai University, and my degree is very valuable." Grandma is taken aback, "But I heard that studying abroad is what's valuable. What kind of twisted logic is that?" Yan Xingji disagrees, "I need to take you abroad sometime to see for yourself that the foreign moon is not as round as the domestic one." Grandma didn't say anything, and Yan Xingji continued, "My secretary is a famous graduate student who works hard and has never made any mistakes. I told her not to turn on the heating, but Duan Feifei made things difficult for her for no reason. Just because she has a good family background to fall back on." Yan Xingji's few words successfully portrayed a hardworking and capable girl with a high degree who works hard but is made difficult by a spoiled brat. Grandma's heart was suddenly filled with compassion. Yan Xingji took advantage of the situation. "Moreover, Duan Feifei also insulted my secretary, calling her a nobody. This secretary is my person, so where is she insulting my secretary? She is clearly trying to come to my house and steal my onions." Yan Xingji said as he helped Grandma sort the cleaned onions. "If someone came and stole the little white onions you worked so hard to grow, could you bear it?" Imagining the thief's shifty appearance as he came to steal the green onions, Grandma immediately felt empathy for the thief and angrily said, "Fei is a young lady who looks gentle and refined, how could she be thinking about someone else's green onions?" In short, Grandma was fooled by her grandson and her anger quickly subsided. She also temporarily dismissed the idea of letting him marry Duan Fei. Although she has a good character, with such a barbaric personality, marrying her home is not a good idea. Yan Xingji coaxed his grandmother into a good mood and accompanied her to dinner before driving home. Duan Feifei waited at home happily for Yan Xingji to come and apologize, but there was no movement until dark. What was most hateful was that she had caught a cold and was sneezing like crazy. When someone is sick, they tend to become impatient and lose their intelligence, so she immediately called her grandmother. Grandma had lost her previous enthusiasm and just said nonchalantly that she was getting old and would not meddle in the affairs of young people. In the end, her grandmother even whispered words of encouragement to Duan Feifei. Although Duan Feifei has a bad personality, her grandmother can't get her good fortune out of her head. After all, human life is also very important. If Duan Feifei and Yan Xingji really get married, just marry her into the family and slowly teach her a good lesson. Duan Feifei heard her grandmother's tone of indifference and was furious, her eyes spinning. She had used so many methods to get Yan Xingji's attention, and she even paid a high price to hire a so-called fortune teller to set things up. And this was the result? Yan Xingji didn't know that Duan Feifei was so disillusioned that she doubted her own life. And even if he did, he wouldn't care. When he got home, he took out his phone and looked at Lu Mingyue's WeChat. The more he looked, the more dissatisfied he became. He paved the way for her, but she wouldn't even take a small step towards him. This heartless little liar. Chapter 36, Offending the Boss Really Doesn't End Well. Little liar Lu Mingyue has no idea what the CEO is thinking. As soon as she finished work, she hurriedly took her coffee-stained work clothes to the dry cleaners. However, after asking about the cost, she immediately backed off when she was told it would be 120 yuan. She had just been transferred to the CEO's office, and she didn't know how long she could last there. She hadn't received her salary yet, so she didn't dare waste money. When Mingyue returned home with the laundry, she ran into Lu Jiayuan, who was squatting outside the villa and living hand-to-mouth. She pretended not to see her and walked straight past her. Lu Jiayuan, however, noticed the brand of the clothes on her at a glance and her face changed. She reached out to stop her. "Cousin, you're back so early today? Did your boyfriend give you those clothes again?" Lu Mingyue was in a hurry to take the laundry to the dry cleaners and was slightly impatient. "What's it to you?" Lu Jiayuan looked concerned. "Cousin Mingyue, don't blame me for not warning you. The more money those rich people spend on you, the more they will want from you in the future." Lu Mingyue turned around and smiled at her. Is she concerned about me or just jealous? Unfortunately, no matter which it is, you will only be able to watch. When she was studying, Mingyue was too busy making money to have time to research any luxury brands. She didn't know how expensive the clothes on her were, but from the expression on Lu Jiayuan's face, she could tell that they were probably very expensive. She gave Lu Jiayuan a dressing down and quickly went to do the laundry. Lu Jiayuan stayed where she was, blowing in the cold wind, and was still half angry. She really couldn't figure it out. When she was studying, Lu Mingyue's personality was clearly weak and pliable, but why had she recently become so difficult, like she had grown thorns all over her body? She didn't want to figure out the reason, so she simply tried to find a way to cause Lu Mingyue some trouble. There were still about 20 days until her wedding to Zhou Zhan, and she should have been happily preparing for her wedding. But Lu Mingyue had been hanging around in front of her lately, wearing those designer clothes that even she couldn't afford, making her feel uncomfortable and keeping her up at night. She simply couldn't wait until the wedding to slap Lu Mingyue in the face. She could only be happy when Lu Mingyue was having a hard time. Lu Jiayuan thought about it and without hesitation, she called the returnee who had been introduced to Lu Mingyue. Because Lu Mingyue had stood her up, the returnee was still upset about it, but when she received Lu Jiayuan's call, her attitude was still quite good. After all, Lu Jiayuan was the daughter of the Lu group. "Brother Zhou, I'm really sorry about what happened with my cousin last time." The words Brother Zhou made the greasy middle-aged man in his 30s feel good, and he said, "What is it, little sister?" This intimate term for sister made Lu Jiayuan almost want to vomit, but she pretended that the two of them were on good terms. "Brother, you know, my cousin is about the same age as me, but she always makes her family worried. I want you to help persuade her." After explaining her purpose, Lu Jiayuan praised Hai Gui in a fancy way again, praising him for his high education and good character, and flattering him to the point of making him feel arrogant. Hai Gui was a little lost, so he pretended to be noble and snorted coldly. "If she were as discerning as you, she would not dare to stand me up. My cousin is just a little greedy, but she doesn't like to work hard, and always wants to reap the benefits, which is why she went astray. In fact, she is not bad by nature." Lu Jiayuan said that she is only looking for an old and ugly man this time because she wants the old man to buy her pretty clothes. If you, Mr. Zhou, are willing to help persuade her, and after a few more encounters, she will realize your excellence and surely come to her senses. After insulting Lu Mingyue, Lu Jiayuan praised Hai Gui again, and even said coquettishly that she only knows such an outstanding person as you, Mr. Zhou, and she really has no choice but to beg him. Finally, she promised that if Brother Joe helped persuade Lu Mingyue, she would definitely repay him well and remember his kindness for the rest of her life. Fine, since my junior sister has asked so nicely, I'll help her. Hai Gui laughed sarcastically, but I made it clear that I despise her kind of shoddy goods. Lu Jiayuan hurriedly thanked him. It's just as well that you don't look up to her. She just wants to find a disgusting man to disgust Lu Mingyue. A smarmy, smug man like Zhou Jiayu, who is full of himself, will definitely spread the news about Lu Mingyue everywhere, and then say that he doesn't mind all this and is willing to redeem Lu Mingyue, whose reputation has been tarnished. By then, she'll see how Lu Mingyue can still stay in the company. And she'll see if that handsome CEO Yan still looks up to Lu Mingyue. On the other hand, it took Lu Mingyue nearly an hour to finally wash the coffee stains off her clothes, and then she took off the set she was wearing and washed it again. The next day, she packed her new clothes and prepared to take them to the company to return to the president. As a result, as soon as she entered the company, she was greeted by a lot of curious looks. After walking to the president's office, she realized what had happened. A large bouquet of fiery red roses was sitting on the front desk outside the president's office. As soon as the receptionist saw Lu Mingyue, she asked her to come and receive the flowers, joking, Mingyue is truly irresistible, receiving flowers of love so early in the morning. And then he thrust the flowers into her arms. Lu Mingyue stared at the flowers, not knowing what to say, before the CEO arrived. Everyone greeted him, and Lu Mingyue followed suit. Yan Xingji gave her a cool look, but did not respond, and strode into his office. Although he did not say a word, everyone could feel the low-pressure atmosphere around him. Jin Tezu followed Yan Xingji and said to Lu Mingyue, Secretary Lu, come in with me. Lu Mingyue, still holding the flowers in her hands, followed her into the office somewhat confused. When she entered the office, she saw the CEO sitting at his desk, looking as if he were being interrogated by 3 different departments. She quickly said, I can explain. Yan Xingji didn't even raise his eyelids, as if he simply didn't care about her. For a moment, Lu Mingyue wasn't sure if the CEO's displeasure was related to her. She thought about it for a moment, and quickly handed the CEO the clean laundry, hoping to make amends. Yan Xingji didn't look at the clothes, but only stared at the rose in her arms with a faint sneer on the corner of his mouth. As a conditioned response, Mingyue threw the rose aside and explained, I don't know this person. But before she could finish her sentence, she saw the signature on the flower card, Zhou Jiayu. Why does this name sound familiar? Seeing Lu Mingyue's hesitant expression, Yan Xingji's mouth had already completely frozen. The clothes that have been worn will not be recovered by the CEO's office. Today, the CEO was clearly in a bad mood and a bit grumpy. Lu Mingyue looked at Special Assistant Jin helplessly, seeking help. However, Special Assistant Jin's words made things worse, you can keep the clothes, but the money will be deducted from your salary. Lu Mingyue knew that her 28,000 renminbi salary was not that easy to come by, so she asked carefully, may I ask how much the suit costs, Special Assistant Jin? Special Assistant Jin quoted a price. Lu Mingyue almost fainted. She figured it out, the lady from yesterday, Ms. Duan, was not some kind of bad luck for the CEO. She was in cahoots with him. One was deliberately picking on her, mentally torturing her. The other appeared to be helping, but was actually torturing her materially. This was the tragic fate of offending the CEO. Lu Mingyue didn't dare to get angry with the CEO, and secretly made up her mind that if Ms. Duan dared to come again, she would not be polite to her. Duan Feifei, who had just come over and whose heavy cold had not yet gone down, sneezed violently again. Chapter 37, The Prince's Food Taster. The mood in the office was a little low. Yan Xingji suddenly raised his eyelids, and the emotions in his dark eyes were complex and hard to discern. He stared at Lu Mingyue, was she not convinced? Lu Mingyue hurriedly shook her head. She was a good employee who distinguished clearly between right and wrong. Although the president had docked her pay, it was Duan Feifei who started it all. She definitely wanted to settle the score with Miss Duan. Lu Mingyue even secretly thought up a perfect plan in her heart, and when Miss Duan came again next time, she would definitely teach her a lesson. Seeing that Lu Mingyue had admitted her mistake in a good manner and thrown the flowers away in time, Yan Xingji's mood improved a little. He said indifferently, considering it's a first offense, you can keep your salary. Lu Mingyue didn't expect that there would be a silver lining after the dark cloud, and she hurriedly thanked the CEO, her eyes smiling unusually charmingly. She has peach blossom eyes that have seduced the hearts of many. Yan Xingji slightly averted his gaze, his voice still flat and unemotional, from now on, you will be personally responsible for my lunch. Lu Mingyue is good at cooking, but she is worried that she won't have enough time to cook. The president continued, "You will cook here." Lu Mingyue then remembered the fully equipped kitchen in the president's office and promised repeatedly that she would make sure the president is happy with every meal and satisfied with every dish. Jean, the assistant, who had witnessed the whole process, was 100% convinced by this point of the special relationship between the CEO and Lu Mingyue. Jean, the assistant, dared not intrude any further and quickly got the CEO to sign a few urgent documents that needed to be signed in the morning before leaving quickly. At exactly 11 o'clock noon, someone delivered fresh ingredients, and Lu Mingyue quickly went to work on the meal. Lu Mingyue wanted to make a good impression on the CEO, so she not only made a few homestyle dishes, but also cooked borscht. At 12:10 p.m., she received a call from Zhao Xiaoye. "Mingyue, I've already taken my seat. When are you coming? Do you want me to order food for you?" It had always been the tacit agreement between Lu Mingyue and Zhao Xiaoye that whoever arrived first at the company cafeteria would take the best seat. Lu Mingyue replied, "No, I'm not going to eat in the cafeteria today." "Zhao Xiaoye, are you going out to work with the CEO again?" "Lu Mingyue, I've taken on a part-time job as the CEO's personal chef." Zhao Xiaoye was very excited to hear this. "Mingyue, you're cooking for the CEO now? You can do it." Unexpectedly, good cooking skills can also be a promotion aid. For a moment, Zhao Xiaoye even had the idea of improving her cooking skills. Lu Mingyue. If it weren't for those ridiculously expensive clothes, would she have to work double shifts? Zhao Xiaoye didn't dare to yell, but the three colleagues sitting next to her heard it. These three were the same colleagues who had spoken ill of Lu Mingyue the other day, and their faces were as white as ghosts at the moment. Lu Mingyue actually cooks for the president? It seems that she is in the midst of great favor. Thinking back to the stupid things they said in the bathroom that day, they simply regretted it. Bai Zhu in particular had cold sweat crawling down her back. She didn't know if Lu Mingyue would be able to stay with the CEO for a long time, but during the period of her favor, if she wanted them to leave, it would be a matter of just saying something. Lu Mingyue didn't know that because she had taken on a part-time job, the three of them were trembling with fear. She carried the food to the small dining table and called the CEO to come eat. There were braised pork ribs, steamed sweet fish, borscht, and a dish of green vegetables. Not bad. Yan Xingji sat down and looked at the borscht, with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. "This time it's quite normal." Lu Mingyue thought about the extra ingredients added last time and felt a little guilty. "I have the president's information memorized backwards, and there will never be any ingredients that the president doesn't like again." Yan Xingji was quite satisfied and asked her to sit down and eat together. "Lu Mingyue, how can I do that? She now knows how unpredictable the president's personality is, so how dare she eat with him?" Yan Xingji's words made her sit down obediently. "Before I eat, someone has to taste the food first." Lu Mingyue. You really are the prince. You have so many ridiculous rules even when eating. But if you're afraid she'll poison you, why did you ask her to be the chef? She sat down, scooped a little of each dish into her bowl, and finished eating in no time. She said sincerely, "President, please rest assured, the food I make is absolutely clean." Yan Xingji was satisfied. "Then let's eat together." So, Lu Mingyue inexplicably went from being a stir-fry cook to a taste test cook, and now she had to eat with him. She couldn't even count how many jobs she had. Perhaps because the lunch really did suit the president's taste, the president didn't find fault with her all day, and soon it was time to go home. And there was no overtime today, so Lu Mingyue was able to go home at 6 o'clock on time, and was so happy that she almost hummed a tune. Then she quickly stopped being happy. The gentleman who had once gone on a date with her was leaning against a white Audi on the roadside, holding a bouquet of flowers. Lu Mingyue finally remembered that the red roses in the morning had been from Mr. Turtle, Zhou Jiayu. Thinking about his greasy speech, Mingyue frowned and turned down a street, not wanting to run into him at all. Zhou Jiayu, however, noticed her right away. There was no way around it. The girl walking away from him was just too beautiful, and she stood out even more against the crowd, so it was hard not to notice her. Zhou Jiayu strode over to her, beaming with self-satisfaction, and greeted her loudly. "Mingyue, off from work already? I've been waiting for ages. Did you like the roses I gave you this morning?" The tone of his voice was so intimate, as if Lu Mingyue had asked him to wait here for her to finish work. The surrounding colleagues had already looked over curiously and were talking about it. Lu Mingyue felt annoyed, took a few steps back to put some distance between them, and said politely, "Mr. Zhou, we are not familiar, please call me by my full name, or Miss Lu." Zhou Jiayu took a few more steps towards her, smiling ambiguously. "Mingyue, are you shy? Our parents are very happy with each other, and your cousin also supports us." She even told me that you like roses. Look, I finally managed to order this bouquet of white roses. He said he wanted to give the flowers to Lu Mingyue, who backed away again. Sorry, I don't like roses. I think the trash can will like the flowers you gave me better. Zhou Jiayu heard that Lu Mingyue had thrown the flowers he gave her in the morning in the trash can. That was a bouquet of flowers that cost hundreds of dollars. Zhou Jiayu suddenly felt a little sad, and his face became unusually fierce and ugly, furious with shame. Lu Mingyue, who are you pretending to be high and mighty with? Don't think that just because you have a pretty face, all the men in the world will be after you. Lu Mingyue frowned, her patience exhausted. Then just get out of here. How dare you tell me to get out? Zhou Jiayu seemed to hear the biggest joke in the world. It was your family who begged me not to give up on you. It was only because your cousin is my junior that I agreed to come and find you. They have already agreed to our relationship, so you are not going anywhere today, you are coming with me. Zhou Jiayu was initially carried away by the praise and only agreed to come over. But it was also because Lu Mingyue was beautiful, so beautiful that he could not forget her. Today, he would just directly do her, and no one could do anything about it. After all, they had met in person and her family had agreed, so no one, not even the King of Heaven, could interfere. Zhou Jiayu grabbed Lu Mingyue's arm and pulled her towards the car. Chapter 38, Which hand touched my person? Lu Mingyue's arm was touched by Zhou Jiayu, and she felt disgusted, which caused goosebumps to appear all over her body. Let go, or I'll call the police. Zhou Jiayu looked pleased with himself, like a rascal in the marketplace. I'm teaching my girlfriend a lesson, and the police won't get involved in this kind of thing. Some of the colleagues who were watching the scene hesitated whether or not to help, but then they heard Zhou Jiayu shout, "This is my girlfriend. She cheated on me with an old rich man for a few nice clothes and bags. I'm going to teach her a good lesson today, so you'd better mind your own business." For a moment, everyone looked at Lu Mingyue with a little contempt. After all, Lu Mingyue is too beautiful, and it is very likely that she will make a man a cuckold. Yes, it is really disgusting and despicable to find a rich old man. Lu Mingyue was shocked. She didn't expect Zhou Jiayu to be so shameless and loudly explained, "Don't believe him, everyone. I don't know this person. Don't you recognize the flowers I gave you?" Zhou Jiayu looked gloomy and said in all seriousness, "If you obediently go back with me and admit your mistake and apologize, I'll be happy and I'll still buy you pretty clothes." Lu Mingyue struggled hard. If she really let Zhou Jiayu drag her into the car, it was really unpredictable what would happen. She raised her hand and viciously slapped Zhou Jiayu in the face. There was a loud crack. Zhou Jiayu incredulously pressed half his face, and for a moment, he forgot all about his manners and pretended to be a cultivated, educated man. He shouted angrily, "You bitch, how dare you hit me?" He immediately raised his hand to hit Lu Mingyue. After all, Zhou Jiayu was a man, and there was a huge difference in strength between the two sexes. Lu Mingyue couldn't run away because he still had a hold of her arm, and she watched helplessly as his fist was about to land. Luckily, at this moment, a large hand grabbed Zhou Jiayu. Zhou Jiayu was furious, and he turned his head sharply to see a man in a black suit step forward. He angrily cursed, "Get out of the way and don't meddle in other people's business." The man in the black suit was assistant manager Jean, and he glanced at Yan Xingji to the side. The usually cold-blooded boss seemed to have ice in his eyes at this moment, with an expression that said, "Do you still need me to teach you how to do things?" Jean Tuzhu understood immediately, his face slightly tensing, and he exerted heavy pressure in his hands. Zhou Jiayu heard the sound of bones breaking, and he screamed in pain, "Who are you? What are you doing? You're breaking my arm, let go." Jean Tuzhu exerted a little more pressure. Zhou Jiayu's forehead was sweating with pain, and he quickly let go of Lu Mingyue. As soon as she was free, Lu Mingyue hurried over to Yan Xingji, only to see the coldness in the CEO's eyes when she looked up. Fine, Lu Mingyue knew she had brought shame to the company. She quietly moved her feet. Yan Xingji turned his head and gave her a cold stare, his tone very heavy, and told her to stay where she was. This scene made the onlookers gasp in unison. They had long heard that President Yan had a special regard for Lu Mingyue, and they had originally thought it was a rumor, but they never imagined it was true. Moreover, the president might be treating Lu Mingyue even better than they had imagined, otherwise why would he have let assistant manager Jean step in? For a moment, many people beat their breasts in remorse. If they had known that Lu Mingyue had really caught the president's eye, they would not have just stood around watching. The one who regretted the most was Bai Zhu, who had been part of the toilet threesome. They had clearly had a chance to redeem themselves, but they had not taken it seriously enough. Help! Zhou Jiayu's terrified and desperate voice sounded over and over again. He had already knelt down and kept begging for mercy. Boss, let's talk about this. Can you let me go first? Zhou Jiayu understood that he had really stepped in it this time. Assistant manager Jean stared at him coldly. Is Shengshi Group really the kind of place where you can come and act up? If you dare to come here again, I'll beat you up every time I see you. Yes, I'm a fool for not recognizing the mountain as the mountain. I will never dare to come near the company again. Zhou Jiayu understood that the one in front of him was just a lackey, and the one standing next to him was the real boss. He changed direction and kept bowing to Yan Xingji. Boss, I really know I was wrong. You are a magnanimous person, please forgive me this time. Yan Xingji raised his hand. Assistant manager Jean then let go of Zhou Jiayu and quickly walked over to Yan Xingji, waiting for the next order. Yan Xingji walked over with long strides and stared down at Zhou Jiayu condescendingly. Which hand just touched my person? Lu Mingyue's heart, which had just calmed down, suddenly stopped, and her brain exploded with a loud noise, and she couldn't think anymore. What? Who did the president say was his person? Zhou Jiayu was shocked by Yan Xingji's powerful aura and immediately extended his right hand. Yan Xingji looked at him coldly, with an expression as if he was going to do it himself. Zhou Jiayu was, after all, a small executive of a company, and he quickly understood the other person's expression. He immediately raised his right hand and slapped himself several times. As he slapped himself, he cursed himself for being a human being. Yan Xingji did not look at him again, and walked towards the parking space indifferently. After walking a few steps, he noticed that Lu Mingyue had not followed him, so he glanced back at her. Lu Mingyue saw the president's cold and handsome face, and hurriedly followed him, getting into the car with him. All the colleagues who witnessed this farce. The president is too good to Lu Mingyue. Zhou Jiayu not only lost thousands of dollars on this trip, but also got a lecture in public. As soon as Yan Xingji left, he hurriedly called a designated driver to go to the hospital. After an examination, he was diagnosed with a shattered wrist and needed to rest for several days. He was so angry that he cursed and swore, Lu Mingyue, you bitch. This time, your boss is backing you up, so you'll have a few good days. I don't believe you'll be so lucky next time. You can sleep around with old men all you want, but when I touch you, you act like a virgin. Just then, Lu Jiayuan called, and Zhou Jiayu launched into another torrent of abuse. After listening to him, Lu Jiayuan pretended to apologize for her cousin while sighing. Cousin has always been like this since she was little. She obviously does wrong, but there are always plenty of men who stick up for her. I'm sorry, brother Zhou, for getting you involved. Zhou Jiayu's anger flared up even more. He couldn't swallow this, and he had to find a way to make that stinking cousin of his, Lu Mingyue, behave. Yan Xingji didn't say a word the whole way. Lu Mingyue didn't dare to open her mouth either, and the words "my person" from the CEO kept going around and around in her head. But Mingyue is a good employee who knows her place, and she quickly figured out that the president meant my employee. The president is a man who values his words, and he saves them whenever possible. And at this time, his heavy gaze made Mingyue feel afraid just looking at him, for fear that if he spoke, it would be to dock her pay. Seeing that they had arrived at the front door, she spoke before the president, with a sincere attitude. Mr. Yan, thank you for bailing me out today, I will work hard to repay you in the future. Yan Xingji gave a cold smile, his eyes full of sarcasm. Lu Mingyue continued, President Yan, I promise you that I will never let anything like this happen again, and I will never bring the company any more shame. Her expression was so vivid that the words "don't dock my pay" were almost carved into her forehead. Yan Xingji didn't know why, but he was even more angry, and his handsome eyebrows suddenly darkened. Better be so. Chapter 39, A Trophy of Great Significance. As Lu Mingyue got out of the car, Yan Xingji's face suddenly turned dark, and his aura was cold and ruthless, causing the temperature in the car to drop several degrees. Even Jin Tezu, who was scared, dared not move. This was the first time he had seen his boss so angry. His boss had always been reserved, and even if President Shin had offended him, the most he would do was give a cold stare, but now he really sensed the murderous intent emanating from his boss. Yan Xingji closed his eyes, suppressed the restlessness in his heart, tugged at his tie, and said to Jin Tezu, find someone to find out what happened to the blind date guy. Jin Tezu hurriedly said, yes. Don't let him have any more opportunities to get close to Lu Mingyue. Yan Xingji didn't dare to imagine what would happen to that stupid woman Lu Mingyue if he came one step too late. The thought that she would be taken away and bullied gave Yan Xingji the urge to destroy everything. Lu Mingyue stood in the same place, watching the CEO's car go away, and then took a deep breath before walking into the house. She definitely wants to settle the score with Lu Jiayuan today. However, as soon as she walked into the living room, she received cold words of accusation from Lu Jiayuan. Cousin, today, Mr. Zhou kindly sent you flowers, braving the cold wind and waiting outside your company for half a day. Why did you tell someone to beat him up? And you even broke his wrist. I heard that he needs a long time to recover. Lu Mingyue sneered, serves you right. Cousin, what kind of words are these? Brother Zhou did it for my sake, not minding that you are dirty, and he was willing to give you a chance. You should cherish it and get along with him well. But you, on the contrary, embarrassed him in public and threw the flowers he gave you into the trash can. Is there anyone like you? Lu Jiayuan became more and more excited as she spoke, as if Lu Mingyue had done something heinous. Even her uncle, Lu Chaoyang, looked disapprovingly at Lu Mingyue. Mingyue, you shouldn't have done this. If your mother were still alive, she would never have allowed you to do something like this, something that brings shame to our family. Lu Mingyue seemed to be taken aback by her uncle's words, and her face was expressionless for a moment. Yes, Brother Zhou was furious. My desperate apologies were useless. Lu Jiayuan said this with a hint of grievance. I offended Brother Zhou for you, and I have needlessly destroyed a precious friendship. If my mother were still alive. Lu Mingyue repeated these words in a low voice, suddenly looked up, and stared fiercely at Lu Jiayuan and her uncle. If she were still alive, she would not let you, a vicious outsider, take over my room, wake me up in the middle of the night, forbid me to sleep in the bed, and take away my clothes and shoes. And she would never let me go out to work to earn money because I had no money to pay for my high school tuition. Lu Jiayuan's face changed drastically. You're talking nonsense. This house is clearly in my mother's name. If my mother were still alive, she would not allow you, this so-called cousin, to force me to go on blind dates with an oily, middle-aged man in my prime. And she would never let that greasy man come to the company to cause trouble for me, smearing my name everywhere, and trying to grab me into his car in public. Lu Mingyue's eyes were burning with anger, and every word and sentence carried weight. Lu Jiayuan was a little scared, backing up step by step, until she ended up directly by the sofa, where she fell heavily into it. Lu Mingyue bent down and stared at Lu Jiayuan with a fierce look in her eyes. I don't know how much you've taken from Zhou Jiayu, but I warn you, if he dares to show his face in front of me again, I will drag you down to hell with me, even if I have to go there myself. Lu Mingyue, who usually took abuse, beatings and ridicule, seemed to have disappeared, suddenly becoming strong and terrifying. The coldness in her eyes burst out, like an evil spirit crawling out of the ground, and Lu Jiayuan was so scared that she froze. Her uncle was also frozen in place. Why did what Mingyue said sound so different from what his wife Kaihon had said? He knew that his daughter Lu Jiayuan was a bit of a spoiled brat, but it was normal for little girls to quarrel, and he never imagined that Lu Mingyue would have so much hatred in her heart. For a moment, his uncle's face was half green and half white, and he didn't know what to do. But in just a few seconds, Lu Jiayuan came back to her senses and screamed in exasperation. Lu Mingyue, are you crazy? Your short-lived mother died when you were 8 years old. If it weren't for my mother, you would have long since starved to death in some corner. My mother fed you well and sent you to university, and now you actually want to rob our family of its things. Are you human? As she cursed, she tried to push Lu Mingyue away. Lu Mingyue could have held back, but when she heard her deceased mother being insulted, her heart was struck in an instant. She couldn't even care about her uncle standing nearby, and without hesitation, she reached out and grabbed Lu Jiayuan's hair. Lu Jiayuan, you've been stealing from me since you were a child and spreading rumors to slander me. When you were in high school, you got punks to harass me, and now you've got old punks to harass me at work. How could there be such a bad woman as you? Originally, Lu Mingyue was a girl who was very good at relieving her negative emotions. She didn't really take Lu Jiayuan seriously, and the bullying she had endured as a young girl was nothing compared to the shaking hands of the cafeteria lady, which made her feel even more miserable. Now that she is older, her experience and horizons have broadened, and any of Lu Jiayuan's tactics seem to her like the antics of a clown. But sometimes the most insignificant things can be like scum and debris, which even if they sink to the bottom of the dark water, do not mean they disappear. Today, Zhou Jiayu's stunt has made all her colleagues at the company laugh at Mingyue's expense. She can pretend not to care about the stares of her colleagues, but even the CEO saw and heard everything. How would the CEO see her? The CEO was her idol, how could she let her idol see such a pitiful side of herself? The more she cursed, the angrier she became, the more she thought about it, the more sad she felt, and the harder she squeezed her hand. Lu Jiayuan's hair was being held tightly, and she couldn't get it free no matter how hard she struggled. It hurt so much that she screamed for help, and she pulled at the Lu Mingyue who was on top of her in a chaotic manner. "Dad, come save me, my cousin is crazy." Uncle had never seen this before, and he was a little at a loss. He looked at Lu Mingyue, who had an ugly, angry expression on her face, and then at his niece, who was cursing her sister. Thinking of his sister, who had died young, his uncle, who rarely lost his temper, raised his hand and slapped Lu Jiayuan. "Shut up, that's your aunt." The sudden slap made both Lu Jiayuan and Lu Mingyue freeze. Lu Mingyue subconsciously tightened her grip, and a large handful of Lu Jiayuan's hair came out. There was a crisp hissing sound, and Lu Jiayuan screamed in pain. With a sharp pain and a cool sensation on her scalp, Lu Jiayuan was stunned. She looked at the hair in Lu Mingyue's hand in horror, then touched the small bald patch on her scalp. Suddenly, she came at Lu Mingyue like a madwoman. "Lu Mingyue, I'm going to fight you to the death." Seeing this, her uncle Lu Chaoyang quickly embraced Lu Jiayuan and pulled her to the side, to keep her far away from Lu Mingyue. Lu Mingyue looked at the handful of trophies in her hands and slowly calmed down. She tidied her messy hair and looked coldly at Lu Jiayuan. "Tell Zhou Jiayu that if he dares to harass me again, I will immediately call the police and send him to jail." After saying this, she walked back to her room with the trophies in her hands. The father and daughter in the living room were quiet for a few seconds. Lu Jiayuan suddenly struggled even more frantically. "Dad, you hit me? You actually hit me. Who exactly is your daughter? Look at your cousin's arrogant attitude. Mr. Zhou doesn't mind that she's a piece of trash and is willing to take her. What does she want? She hit me first." Uncle Lu Chaoyang was at a loss, his mind was a jumble, and he didn't know what to believe. He didn't understand why his daughter Jiayuan had gotten into such a bad situation with Mingyue. Lu Mingyue had been bullied by Lu Jiayuan for so many years, and today she had a fight with a lot of pent-up anger, so she felt great. Even if tomorrow, her uncle's ears were soft and he was fooled by Lu Jiayuan and her daughter, she didn't think there was anything to be afraid of. She took a beautiful box to pack the lock of hair, took a photo and posted it to her circle of friends, accompanied by 3 big words: "Spoils of war." She also set it to be visible only to Lu Jiayuan. Chapter 40, The President of Shangshi is a ruthless character. After posting her moments, Lu Mingyue took a hot shower and felt even more refreshed. She was about to go to bed when her phone suddenly started ringing one after the other. It turned out to be a barrage of messages from Lu Jiayuan. "Lu Mingyue, I'm warning you, delete your moments within 1 minute. Lu Mingyue, you immediately return my hair to me. Lu Mingyue, you stinking bitch, I'll get you sooner or later." Lu Jiayuan saw the photo of Lu Mingyue's trophy posted in her circle of friends and wanted to bite her to death. But she didn't dare to confront Lu Mingyue to take her revenge, so she kept sending messages to threaten her. She sent about 10 messages in total, cursing like a mad dog. Perhaps seeing that Lu Mingyue didn't reply for a long time, the messages became more and more vicious. Lu Mingyue, in a good mood, replied with a screenshot of a few words. The abusive messages stopped abruptly. Lu Jiayuan, exasperated, called to question. "Lu Mingyue, what do you want?" Lu Mingyue replied leisurely, "I should be asking you that. You'd better pray that Zhou Jiayu doesn't show up in front of me again tomorrow. Otherwise, I'll find someone to give you 10 times what you've done to me." Lu Jiayuan thought about the little thugs that Lu Mingyue had known in high school, and hesitated for a moment. Even if she was unwilling, she finally calmed down. She touched the bald spot on her head, afraid and angry, vowing secretly that she would find a chance to take revenge. Seeing that her phone was quiet, Lu Mingyue didn't bother to deal with her anymore, and set the alarm clock to get ready for bed. The CEO had saved her today, so she decided to get up early tomorrow to make an extra hearty breakfast to repay him. However, just as Lu Mingyue was about to fall asleep, the door suddenly knocked. Thinking it was Lu Jiayuan, she opened the door with a cold face. Standing outside the door was her uncle, Lu Chaoyang. Lu Mingyue's anger had not yet subsided, and Lu Chaoyang was a little embarrassed. With a gentle voice, he asked, "Mingyue, can I come in?" Lu Mingyue turned her body to the side, and Lu Chaoyang hurriedly walked in and closed the door behind him. "Uncle," Lu Mingyue forced a smile on her face. "Why are you still awake at this late hour?" "Uncle can't sleep." After entering the room, Lu Chaoyang took a few serious looks around and noticed that the room was simply decorated, so simple that it looked shabby. Apart from a bed and a desk, there were hardly any decorations that a girl would like. He felt so sad that he almost shed tears. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, Mingyue, what you just said to Jiayuan? Lu Mingyue looked carefully at her uncle's face, which was rosy and healthy, and then said, that's the truth. It's my fault. Uncle was suddenly so ashamed that he didn't know what to do. Over the years, your aunt has been in charge of things, and she occasionally praised you. I thought you got along well. I really didn't know that you had suffered so much. Uncle is sorry. Lu Mingyue smiled, it's okay. The hardest time is over. Now that she has grown up safely, that is already the greatest blessing, and she doesn't want to argue with her uncle too much. Mingyue. Seeing Lu Mingyue's indifferent expression, Lu Chaoyang felt even more guilty. He suddenly took out a wad of money from his pocket and placed it in her hands. Take this and spend it. No need. Lu Mingyue hurriedly returned the money. She knew how strict her aunt was with money, and that her uncle must have secretly saved this money with great difficulty. I have a job and I can support myself. You've just started working, how much can you earn? Lu Chaoyang pushed the money over forcefully, saying that a girl needs to buy some pretty clothes and cosmetics. Listen to me, take it. Lu Mingyue knew that her uncle really loved her, so she reluctantly took the money, a little moved, and thanked her uncle. She shouldn't have fought with Lu Jiayuan in front of her uncle just now, but fortunately she didn't scare him into having a heart attack. Before we knew it, our Mingyue has grown up so much. Lu Chaoyang reached out and stroked Lu Mingyue's hair, smiling with relief. When I first moved into this house, I promised my sister that when you grew up, I would transfer the house into your name. Lu Mingyue didn't realize that her uncle had such plans in mind. She was even more moved for a moment, her eyes red with tears, and said, Uncle, Your cousin can be quite a handful sometimes, and she does like to throw tantrums. But no matter what, she is still your sister. You need to be more tolerant of her. You two will need to support each other for many, many years to come. Lu Mingyue couldn't imagine herself and Lu Jiayuan supporting each other, but she didn't want to dampen her uncle's mood, so she just nodded in agreement. Seeing that Lu Mingyue had softened her attitude, her uncle felt a huge weight lift off his heart. But thinking about how Mingyue had been coming home late a lot recently, he still felt uneasy. Mingyue, did you really find an older man to be your boyfriend? The momentary feeling of being touched that had been so hard to come by disappeared, and Lu Mingyue said dejectedly, no. Lu Jiayuan was just talking nonsense. But Lu Chaoyang didn't believe it at all. He felt that his niece was being stubborn and refusing to admit it, otherwise Jiayuan would not have said anything like that. Thinking about it, he decided that the reason why Lu Mingyue was like this was because he had not been attentive enough in the past, which had led her astray. When he thought about this, Lu Chaoyang's voice caught in his throat. Mingyue, will you break up with that man? Lu Mingyue heard the sobbing tone in her uncle's voice and a bad feeling rose in her heart. Sure enough. The next second, Lu Chaoyang took her hand and started crying without warning. The nearly 50-year-old man's tears fell as he spoke. It's uncle's fault, I didn't take good care of you. My sister repeatedly told me back then that I must take good care of you. But I didn't do it, I let my sister down. Even if I die in the future, I'll be ashamed to meet my sister in hell. Lu Mingyue looked at her uncle's white hair and explained helplessly, Uncle, I have a boyfriend. But my boyfriend is young and handsome, not some old man, really, I'm not lying. But Lu Chaoyang didn't believe a word, and held Lu Mingyue's hand and cried for most of the day. In the end, Lu Mingyue gave her cousin repeated assurances that she would definitely bring her boyfriend over on her wedding day, and she was finally willing to stop crying. After she had coaxed her uncle away, Lu Mingyue felt more tired than after a 10-hour shift, and she collapsed on the bed and fell asleep after a while. Lu Mingyue slept soundly, but someone else didn't sleep well. Zhou Jiayu had a broken wrist, and despite the medicine and splint, he was in so much pain that he didn't sleep all night. When he looked in the mirror the next morning, he looked haggard and aged by at least 10 years. His eyes were gloomy and malicious, and he couldn't wait to drag Lu Mingyue over and give her a good scolding. Zhou Jiayu's mother knew that he had hurt his hand, so early in the morning she prepared a breakfast that would strengthen his body. While persuading him to eat more, she cursed Lu Mingyue. How could a little girl be so capable as to make someone break your hand? In my opinion, she and her boss must be up to no good. Girls nowadays really don't care about themselves at all. As she cursed more and more angrily, Zhou's mother said angrily that she was going to Lu Mingyue's company to settle the score with her and to shame her. Otherwise, she could not swallow this humiliation. Zhou Jiayu suddenly shuddered when he thought of the warning from assistant manager Jean, and quickly said, Mom, don't do anything rash. I have my own plan for this. Lu Mingyue's boss, although young-looking, was obviously a ruthless character. He would never dare to go against the tide again. For now, he could only find an opportunity when Lu Mingyue was alone, get her into his hands, cook her food, and take some photos. Then, he would not have to worry about her being dishonest. Chapter 41, Little Mingyue, Seeking Praise. While Zhou Jiayu was planning how to fix Lu Mingyue, she was in the kitchen making breakfast. Considering that the CEO was used to all kinds of delicacies, Lu Mingyue didn't bother making anything fancy, and simply made a sandwich and a box of dumplings. Lu Jiayuan saw Lu Mingyue busy in the kitchen early in the morning, with Kong Bo helping out and praising her cooking from time to time. Lu Chaoyan was reading the newspaper in the living room, and his face also expressed approval. Thinking about how her father defended Lu Mingyue yesterday and even slapped himself, Lu Jiayuan was jealous and resentful. She walked outside the kitchen and took a few looks, making sure her father couldn't hear, and finally couldn't help but sneer sarcastically, "Some people are just cheap bones. They can obviously ask for food, but they deliberately pretend to do it themselves. Do you think doing these things will make you seem virtuous?" Lu Mingyue looked at her head indifferently and asked with a half smile, "Does it not hurt anymore?" Lu Jiayuan's face tensed. How could it not hurt? The large tuft of hair she had pulled out had left her scalp bleeding, and the pain had kept her awake all night. She hadn't sought revenge on her, and yet she had the nerve to bring it up on her own initiative? Seeing Lu Jiayuan's twisted hatred, Lu Mingyue smiled, suppressing her voice and saying, "If you keep talking back, I don't mind adding some more trophies to my box." Lu Jiayuan thought about Lu Mingyue's reckless fighting spirit and was really afraid of her. She subconsciously took a few steps back, stood at a safe distance before daring to scold, "You're a shrew." As long as Lu Jiayuan doesn't provoke her, Lu Mingyue doesn't care about the unpainful scolding. She put the sandwiches and dumplings in the lunchbox, said goodbye to her uncle, and hurried to work. As soon as she arrived at the square outside the company, an unknown object suddenly pounced on her. "Mingyue! It's Zhao Xiaoye." She pulled Lu Mingyue over and looked her up and down, exclaiming, "I'm sorry, I left work so early yesterday that I didn't even know someone was picking on you." "It's all Zhou Rant's fault, he's such a pushy person." "Are you okay? I heard that turtle tried to attack you. Are you hurt?" "I'm fine, not a scratch." Lu Mingyue said, "Don't be so nervous." Zhao Xiaopei was greatly relieved to hear that Lu Mingyue wasn't hurt. "I heard that yesterday the CEO came to your rescue? And then the CEO even walked you home? Did you two spark some kind of romantic interest along the way?" Lu Mingyue. Her concern for me is fake, and her curiosity about the CEO is real. Don't give me that look. Zhao Xiaopei wasn't about to let her off the hook so easily. "Who do you think saved you last night?" "It was our CEO, Yan." "What kind of person is CEO Yan?" "He's always cold and indifferent to his employees, so why would he stick up for you?" "He must have a thing for you." Lu Mingyue subconsciously wanted to argue back, but when she thought about the president's usual cold and indifferent demeanor, she realized that he was indeed quite unkind. The unkind president, however, had come to her rescue and even walked her home. Mingyue suddenly became a little unsure. "Mingyue, you're done for, you look like you're in love." Zhao Xiaopei didn't know when she had come up to Lu Mingyue's side, and quickly confessed, "Have you and President Yan developed a relationship?" "There is no plot." Lu Mingyue hastily said, "How dare you gossip about the CEO here, don't you want to hang around anymore?" "I'm not gossiping about the CEO, I'm gossiping about my good friend Xiao Mingyue." Zhao Xiaoye was righteous. "I heard that the CEO rescued a beauty in a critical moment, it was a very heroic scene. Tell me honestly, have you fallen for the CEO?" Lu Mingyue really couldn't handle Zhao Xiaoye's gossiping spirit, so she simply turned around and left. "I'm going to be late, I'll go in first." Zhao Xiaoye immediately followed Lu Mingyue inside to wait for the elevator. Once inside the company, Zhao Xiaoye calmed down a lot and dared not gossip about the president anymore. But seeing that there was no one around, she couldn't help but whisper, "Mingyue, let me tell you something important. Didn't you always pay attention to Manager Shen's movements? I heard that he will be transferred back in a few days." Lu Mingyue couldn't help but be happy. "Really?" Shen Weidong used her chat screenshots to blackmail the president last time, and she didn't chat with Shen Weidong on WeChat for many days. Last night, her uncle cried in her ear all night, and she promised to bring her boyfriend back to show him. Later, she couldn't hold back and sent a message to Shen Weidong asking him when he would return to China, but Shen Weidong never replied. She thought Shen Weidong had no hope of returning to China this year and didn't want to deal with her. Unexpectedly, she was pardoned by the president? Lu Mingyue asked anxiously. Who did you hear from? On what specific day will manager Shen be able to return? Now he's talking to me again? Zhao Xiaoye was a little smug, wanting to know the details, and offered to trade you for the details with the president. Lu Mingyue was speechless. The president is my boss, I get scared when I see him, and my legs shake. Is that considered a detail? Zhao Xiaoye, bullshit hard. Lu Mingyue, hurry up and tell me, is manager Shen's return to China reliable or not? Zhao Xiaoye, aren't you in the president's office? Just ask someone reliable. The two girls laughed and teased, not noticing that there was someone standing in the corner of the president's exclusive elevator, with a cold expression and a chill all over his body. Assistant Jean was so scared that he didn't dare make a sound. When did Lu Mingyue become so familiar with manager Shen? Why did she seem to care so much about him? She wouldn't be like the other girls, be enchanted by manager Shen's appearance, and have some feelings for him, would she? The more Jean Teze thought about it, the more horrified he felt. Seeing Yenzong's cold and handsome face, he prayed secretly, hoping that it wasn't what he thought. Lu Mingyue arrived at the office and was shocked to discover that the president had already arrived. She was startled and quickly straightened up, respectfully saying, "Good morning, President Yen." Yan Xingji was taking off his suit jacket and glanced at her indifferently upon hearing this. Lu Mingyue quickly walked over and took the jacket for the president. The president is so tall that his imposing aura is so strong that it is impossible to ignore. He just looked down at her with a faint smile, and it made her so nervous that she could hardly breathe. Lu Mingyue's knees felt weak. She didn't understand who had provoked the president so early in the morning, and why he was already so unhappy before work had even started. She forced a smile. "President Yen, have you had breakfast yet?" Yan Xingji did not respond, and with a cold face, he sat down in the black swivel chair. Lu Mingyue was still standing, holding the president's suit jacket in her hands, not daring to move. With the president's attitude, should she really bring out the breakfast? Previously, the president had complained about the breakfast she brought, and now that his mood was so bad, it was possible that the breakfast would go straight into the trash can after it was brought out. Yan Xingji's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Lu Mingyue's head bowed like a quail, and his heart grew even more irritated. This little liar, saying that she would repay him, but all day long she's thinking about how to find out about Shen Weidong? Lu Mingyue carefully observed the CEO's expression. "Mr. Yen, would you like some coffee this morning?" She can't even stand anymore? Is she using making coffee as an excuse to go out and find out about Shen Weidong? For some reason, the CEO was extremely unhappy. Seeing the president's face getting darker and darker, Lu Mingyue took a deep breath and simply took out two exquisite little boxes from her bag. "President Yen, this is the breakfast I made this morning. Would you like to try it?" Even if the final destiny of the breakfast is to go into the trash can, she has to let her boss know that she got up early in the morning to make breakfast for him. At least this hard-working spirit is worthy of praise, right? Yan Xingji finally condescended to speak. "You made it?" "I made it." Lu Mingyue saw that the CEO's expression had eased slightly, so she quickly said, "I got up before dawn." "President Yen, didn't you want something light? The egg in this sandwich is just cooked, so don't worry about it causing internal heat." Although Lu Mingyue had a toady expression on her face, begging for praise, Yan Xingji's mood suddenly seemed to improve. Chapter 42. It seems that the intern really is favored. Yan Xingji opened the lunchbox, and the hot aroma immediately hit him. His mood improved considerably. Lu Mingyue attentively handed him the chopsticks, and Yan Xingji looked at her. "Have you eaten?" Lu Mingyue shook her head and then nodded quickly. The two breakfast boxes she made were quite filling, and she had originally thought of eating them with the president at the company. But the president's face was darker than the bottom of a pan in the morning, so how dare she suggest eating together? Yan Xingji said calmly, "Sit down and eat together." Lu Mingyue carefully observed the CEO's expression, a little hesitant. Yan Xingji, what, is there poison in the food? Lu Mingyue. Are you still speaking human language, CEO? I worked hard to make you breakfast, and not only do you not praise me a little, you even falsely accuse me of poisoning you. Seeing Lu Mingyue's face full of grievances, Yan Xingji suddenly thought of the orange cat that his secretary Deng Jing had brought to the company a while ago. The orange cat was too fat, had indigestion, and stole food all day. Deng Jing secretly brought it to the company and was going to take it to the pet shop at noon to get some medicine to help it digest. As it turned out, the fat cat was not afraid of the new environment and sneaked into the CEO's office to steal food, where it was caught red-handed by Jean Teze. Deng Jing lectured the fat cat and threatened to starve it for 3 meals. The fat cat didn't get to eat, got scolded again, and got a shot in the middle of the day. It was so aggrieved that it was shaking with cold. When he thought of the fat cat, and looked at the little face in front of him, which was full of grievances, Yan Xingji felt a little funny for some reason. Lu Mingyue saw the president looking at her with a strange expression on her face, and she was a little surprised. "President Yan, aren't you going to eat? Is it not to your liking?" Yan Xingji seemed to smile a little. "No, I just suddenly thought of a fat cat." "President Yan, you're looking at my pretty face, and you're thinking about a cat. That's fine, but do you need to emphasize that it was a fat cat?" Seeing Lu Mingyue's depressed expression, Yan Xingji's bad mood completely dissipated. "Sit down and eat breakfast. That fat cat didn't get such good treatment as you." It tried to come into his office to eat, but it was chased away. Lu Mingyue planned to completely ignore the word fat. After all, there was nothing in the world as important as not being hungry. She sat down and shared the breakfast with the president. When assistant manager Jean led the director of finance into the room, Lu Mingyue was just finishing her last dumpling, because the CEO had said that she should not waste food and told her to finish it. Assistant manager Jean was unperturbed, calmly reporting the day's schedule to the CEO. The director of finance, however, was suddenly very uneasy when he saw Lu Mingyue sitting with the boss. When reporting the data, he couldn't help but keep glancing over to Lu Mingyue. Lu Mingyue finished eating, put away the lunchbox, and went into the kitchenette to wash up, all with great skill. The CFO thought about the rumors that had been going around the company recently. Seeing is believing. It seems that some things are not completely false. This intern called Lu Mingyue really has the favor of President Yan. Although Lu Mingyue had appeased the president, she had never dared to inquire about Shin Weidong again. On the other hand, due to Zhou Jiayu's serious hand injury, he had taken a few days off to recuperate at home. As a result, that afternoon, the company owner called and asked him to come back to the company. When his mother found out, she couldn't help complaining, "Your boss doesn't know how to treat his employees with any consideration. He still wants you to go back to work even though you're hurt like this." Zhou Jiayu, on the contrary, felt a little pleased with himself. "I'm the director of the planning department, and there are indeed a lot of important matters that require my personal attention." He felt that the company couldn't function without him, and so he returned to the company in high spirits. When the boss's secretary saw him, she told him to go straight to the boss's office. When Zhou Jiayu walked into the boss's office, he realized that something was wrong. Because in addition to the boss, there were two other people there. One was Mr. Zhao. More than a year ago, he took on the project for Liming Creative Park, and this Mr. Zhao was the supplier who provided the construction materials. The other was Lao Gao, the person in charge of the project. When these two people saw Zhou Jiayu coming, they both looked guilty, and they all moved away from the video so they wouldn't have to look at him. The Liming Creative Park project had been completed 2 or 3 months ago, and the payment had been settled. What did the boss suddenly want with them? Zhou Jiayu greeted his boss respectfully and was about to ask why these two people were here when the boss stared at him with a serious expression. "Zhou Jiayu, there's been a problem with the project at Liming Creative Park. 2/3 of the materials used do not meet quality standards. You'd better give me a reasonable explanation." Hearing his boss's angry rant, Zhou Jiayu's legs gave way and he fell to his knees in fear, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He used his position to collude with Lao Gao, accepting Zhao's inferior materials and taking a lot of kickbacks in the process. He had thought that even if the materials were poor, it would take years before problems arose, and he could pass the buck and the blame would not fall on them. Who would have thought that the boss would discover the problem just a few months after the project was completed? "Boss, let me explain." The boss looked impatient. "Go explain to the police." In fact, it is inevitable that there will be shoddy work in such a small project. Even if the boss knows about it, it is not considered a serious matter and everyone just turns a blind eye. However, this time, the evidence of Zhou Jiayu taking kickbacks was directly sent to him, which was far worse than expected. In a rage, he directly told his secretary to report to the police. Before long, the police arrived and took the three of them in for investigation. When Zhou's mother got the news, she was so scared that her hands and feet went cold. She quickly called Zhou's father. "Our Jiayu has worked at that company for so many years, what's wrong with taking a little kickback? Why did his boss just call the police? You have to think of something, bail him out." Although Zhou's father was only a tutor, he had a wide range of connections and knew a lot of powerful people. Zhou's mother didn't think this was a big deal and was sure nothing would happen if Zhou's father stepped in. At first, Zhou's father thought the same. He was a tutor at the school and held the resources of many students. Within his power, he basically walked sideways. Even the pretty girls he had his eye on had to obediently listen to him. He had just made a phone call when, as a result, he turned his head and cold handcuffs were placed on his hands. He was taken directly to the police station to be reunited with his son. Immediately afterwards, the school also issued a notice, dismissing his father from all positions at the school. A statement was posted on the school bulletin board stating that Mr. Zhou's behavior on campus was inappropriate and that the school would never hire him again. The students he had abused all applauded. This incident attracted a lot of attention and even made the news. Lu Mingyue didn't know about this incident. When she got home from work, her uncle was watching the news and it happened to be showing the footage of Mr. Zhou being expelled and handcuffed. Lu Chaoyang said, "Why does this teacher surnamed Zhou look so familiar? It seems to be the father of Zhou Jiayu, right?" Hearing Lu Chaoyang's question, Lu Jiayuan's fingers went a little cold and she reluctantly answered, "It's possible that they just have the same surname." But it's not the same surname. Lu Mingyue came back from making a few phone calls with a sneer. This is Zhou Jiayu's father. He did a lot of dirty things while at school and has finally been found out. And Zhou Jiayu, the project he was in charge of was shoddy and almost caused deaths, and he has been arrested. Evil has its retribution, and the heavens are fair this time. Lu Jiayuan's heart sank, and she suddenly stared coldly at her cousin Lu Mingyue. "Cousin, Zhou Xiangyu has been your friend for a long time, so why are you being so rude? I don't have friends who want to arrest me in public like this." Lu Mingyue said coldly, "I have always been upright and righteous in my life, and I dare not associate with criminals like this." "Cousin, it's you who have such a good relationship with your Zhou Xiangyu. Be careful, you might get into trouble." Chapter 43, Is she a housekeeper? Lu Jiayuan has always been condescending, and Lu Mingyue has never dared to go against her. But now she has said something, and Lu Mingyue dares to retort 10 times as much. She is so angry that she is about to twist in anger. What is more, Lu Mingyue is acting a bit strange now, not only daring to pull her hair in front of her face, but also daring to mock her in front of her face. Why has it come to this? Who has given Lu Mingyue the nerve? Lu Jiayuan's heart flashed with countless resentful thoughts, but in front of her father, she had to maintain her ladylike image and pretend to be aggrieved. "Cousin, I didn't know that Zhou Jiayu was such a person. You always attract those bad guys, so why are you taking it out on me?" She was implying that Lu Mingyue had the constitution to attract evil. Lu Mingyue replied indifferently, "If it weren't for my cousin, I would never have met a scoundrel like Zhou Jiayu in my life." Lu Jiayuan was choked, and her expression was very, very ugly. She made a great effort to suppress her resentment, and cooed at Lu Chaoyang, "Dad, look at your cousin. I only introduced her to Zhou Jiayu because I thought he had a high annual salary. I really had good intentions, but they were not rewarded. Okay, in the future, don't just introduce Mingyue to any boy." Lu Chaoyang frowned, thinking to herself that she needed to be more discerning. Lu Chaoyang was a little relieved that Mingyue hadn't been getting along too well with Zhou Jiayu, otherwise, after this incident, she would have been in trouble. Lu Jiayuan was dying of boredom. Her mother had been so busy lately, often working until midnight and not having time to help her scold Mingyue. She couldn't even find someone to scold. However, the Zhou Jiayu family's mishap was like a heavy warning, making Lu Jiayuan wary and afraid to easily pick on Lu Mingyue again. Lu Mingyue was able to return to her room without incident, and thinking about Zhou Jiayu's fate, she felt a sense of great satisfaction. But she soon thought, yesterday the CEO came to her rescue, and today Zhou Jiayu had an accident. Could it be? For a moment, Lu Mingyue thought that the president was behind Zhou Jiayu's misfortune. After all, as the president, it would be easy for him to get rid of Zhou Jiayu. However, Lu Mingyue immediately dismissed this crazy thought. She was just a small secretary, and when she got into trouble, the president happened to run into her and helped her out. How could he go to such great lengths to clean up all her troubles for her? It must be that the president has been treating her quite gently recently, causing her to have some unrealistic thoughts. Lu Mingyue slapped herself hard in the face, warning herself not to think too much. Lu Mingyue, who dared not think too much, arrived at the company the next day and was stopped by Zhao Xiaopei for a quiet chat. "Mingyue, have you seen the news? That Zhou Jiayu and his mentor father have both been arrested." Lu Mingyue nodded, "Yes, I saw it last night. President Yan is really handsome." Zhao Xiaopei is full of excitement. "Mingyue, what are your talents that the CEO values you so highly? He directly had Zhou Jiayu arrested at the bureau, so I don't think he will try to hit on you again." Stop. Lu Mingyue hastily stopped her rambling. How do you know that this incident has anything to do with CEO Yin? Zhao Xiaopei Zhou Jiayu came to trouble you yesterday, and something happened today. Any normal person can think that our handsome CEO Yin intervened, right? Lu Mingyue, couldn't it be that Zhou Jiayu did something bad and revealed his own footprints? Zhao Xiaoye gave her a look of contempt, and Lu Mingyue, you're so heartless. Does General Manager Yan know? Let me tell you, this is 100% General Manager Yan's doing. You, hurry up and think about how to repay General Manager Yan. After saying goodbye to Zhao Xiaoye, Lu Mingyue's heart kept pounding. So, it wasn't just her overthinking things, was it? Wasn't it what any normal person would think? So, did the president really do it? Lu Mingyue made the president a cup of coffee and kept watch over him, constantly peeking at him. Yan Xingji noticed her unusual behavior and frowned. Didn't you sleep well last night? Why are you so tired? I studied some late last night. Lu Mingyue casually responded. Yan Xingji said, take care to get enough rest in the future. Lu Mingyue had just transferred to the company the previous day, and Yan Xingji was just teasing her by asking her to memorize the information in one day. Later, he did not really quiz her every day, after all, her health was more important. Yes. Mingyue really wanted to ask about Zhou Jiayu, but the CEO's expression was so cold that she didn't dare to speak. She just endured until noon, thinking that she must cook some of the most delicious meals today to captivate the CEO's stomach, and it should be much easier to get something out of him then. However, Yan Xingji said, let's eat out for lunch today. Upon hearing this, Lu Mingyue, in a reflex, ran to prepare things for the president to take out. A charger, charging cable, marker, stapler, 2 sets of clothes that can be washed, and even chewing gum. Every time the president goes out for work, it is very grand. Lu Mingyue feels that she is not like a secretary, but like a housekeeper. She muttered to herself, once again lamenting that the president should not have hired a secretary, but should have directly recruited his wife. When Mingyue had stuffed her backpack to the brim, she turned around and realized that the CEO had been standing behind her for some time, his tall figure straight and imposing. Mingyue shuddered and prayed that the CEO hadn't heard a word of the nonsense she had just said. Her prayer was in vain, as the CEO asked her, are you ready? Housekeeper? Or perhaps, Mrs. Yan? Mingyue's knees weakened, and she almost knelt down before her boss. She had obviously spoken very quietly, so why could the boss hear her so clearly? Fortunately, after saying that, Yan Xingji turned around and walked out, in a good mood. Lu Mingyue's heart was racing as she followed the CEO to the parking lot, and when she saw the person driving the car, it was Assistant Manager Jean. She was very surprised. Assistant Manager Jean, are you going with us today? Assistant Manager Jean smiled gently and reached out to her. Secretary Lu, you've worked hard, so take my things for me. Lu Mingyue thought that she had offended the president earlier and that he was not going to take her out. Just as she was about to give the backpack to Jean Tuzhu, she saw the president's expression grow colder at a visible rate, and his cold eyebrows were twisted as if he could squish a fly. Lu Mingyue's hand trembled as she hugged the backpack back to her chest, and she kept saying, let me carry it, it's okay, I'm strong. Afterwards, she looked at Yan Xingji with anticipation all over her face. She is a hard-working and good employee, so don't dock her pay because of a few jokes. Although Yan Xingji's face was cold and hard, he didn't drive her away after all. Lu Mingyue quickly opened the door for Yan Xingji, and then obediently sat down next to him. Assistant Jean didn't dare to say anything more, and acted as a good driver who was dutiful and didn't say much. The location for this meal was set at the Xiangong Hotel. The Xiangong Hotel is a membership-only hotel that only accepts members and people invited by the hotel itself. Although the threshold for membership is high, the membership system is easy to show off, and the specifications of this hotel are even more luxurious than the Phoenix Court, attracting many successful people in society. For people like Yan Xingji, the hotel will cordially invite them to join for free. With this type of member, some other celebrities who can afford the membership fee, such as the first, second and third generations of wealthy families, as well as various first and second tier big stars, will compete to apply for membership and willingly pay millions of annual fees. It can be said that having a membership card for the Xiangong Hotel is a symbol of social status in Jinghai City. Ordinary people like Lu Mingyue, who don't have a membership card, have lived in Jinghai City for more than 20 years, and this is the first time they have set foot in this hotel. Once inside, they can feel the enthusiasm of the doorman, who leads the way with a smile. After waiting in the reserved box seat, the young and handsome waiter even thoughtfully served appetizers before dinner and various kinds of expensive drinks. There was also beautiful piano solo. Lu Mingyue adjusted the backpack on her shoulders and felt the heavy capitalist weight on it before her slightly dizzy thoughts returned to reality. She was only the president's little follower, so don't get carried away. However, the next moment, when she saw the CEO Lu again, it was as if a billion had grown on his head, and her thoughts couldn't help but drift away. $1 billion contract. This was the third time she had been face to face with this walking human contract. Chapter 44, She is Dazzling. Human-shaped contract. Mr. Lu arrived in the VIP room and apologetically explained to Yan Qingji the reason for his lateness. When passing Century Square, he didn't know which company was holding an event, and the crowd was so crowded that it blocked the road, which caused the delay. Yan Qingji said it was okay, but Mr. Lu still had to punish himself by drinking 3 cups. Afterwards, Mr. Lu cordially greeted Lu Mingyue. "Miss Lu, we meet again." Lu Mingyue hurriedly said, "President Lu, you can just call me by my name." "That's fine." President Lu is nearly 60 years old and can be considered an elder to Lu Mingyue, so it is appropriate to call her by her first name. Although President Lu is elderly, he is still a big client, but he has no airs at all and had a very pleasant conversation with Yan Qingji. It was Yan Qingji who, despite having a smile on his face, kept his eyes aloof, looking a bit arrogant. Lu Mingyue was afraid that the president would offend the big client and the billion-dollar deal would fly away, so she kept striking up a conversation with President Lu without making a scene. At this time, Lu Mingyue's advantage of having worked in sales showed, and she kept President Lu entertained and smiling. The two had met twice before, once at the Minglan banquet, where President Lu was busy dealing with guests who wanted to chat. The other time was at the golf course, where Lu Mingyue was busy taking care of Yan Qingji and it was not convenient to talk. This time, everyone was sitting at the table, and only then did General Manager Lu realize that Lu Mingyue was so eloquent, and that she had an extraordinary eye for beauty. And as they talked, he discovered that Lu Mingyue could actually do all kinds of architectural handicrafts. Not just any kind of handicraft, but from design to structure, from building the foundation to the completion of the building, she had her own unique insights into every detail. General Manager Lu was a fanatic about handicraft architecture himself, and this discovery made him extremely happy. The more he looked at Lu Mingyue, the more he liked her. Lu Mingyue said that when she was at university, she even built a model of a deep-sea city herself, measuring about 1.2 meters long and 60 centimeters wide. The entire city was still in the water, silent and still, as if it were an ancient time when nothing existed. "It took me almost 100 days to build this deep-sea city." After she built the model of the city, a game company even came to her, wanting to buy her model as the background architecture for a game. President Lu was very interested, and wondered if I would be lucky enough to see this deep-sea city? Lu Mingyue felt a little embarrassed. "I don't remember where I put it either. It's probably been so long that the deep-sea city has disappeared and I don't know where it's been thrown. I don't have any pictures saved on my phone either, otherwise I could show Mr. Lu the finished product." Mr. Lu deeply regretted this, which was a real pity. Yan Qingji's mind twitched, and he couldn't help but look at Lu Mingyue. Perhaps Lu Mingyue hadn't noticed it herself, but when she talked about the deep-sea city, there was a hint of pride in her tone, and the smile in her eyes was full of pride, and she didn't even know how to hide it at all. It was a kind of confidence that was 100% sure of itself, and the light in her eyes was so dazzling that everyone present couldn't help but turn their heads. Assistant Manager Jean was also quite surprised. Usually, although this intern was down to earth and capable, and had a high level of education, he hadn't seen any sparkle in her. At this moment, he understood even more why the president looked at her differently. President Lu was also infected by Lu Mingyue's confidence and looked forward to the day when she would rebuild a deep-sea city. "When I have the time, I will definitely rebuild a city. I hope President Lu will give me some pointers then." President Lu laughed and said, "I wouldn't dare give you pointers, but I will definitely enjoy it." Although Lu Mingyue spoke modestly, she had an expression on her face that made Yan Qingji can't help but smile and say, "I'm looking forward to it too." As the meal went on, General Manager Lu and Lu Mingyue became more and more like-minded, as if they had known each other for a long time. In their happiness, Lu Mingyue toasted General Manager Lu with a few drinks, and Yan Qingji couldn't stop her. Although they got along well, every time Lu Mingyue tried to mention the billion-dollar order, Yan Qingji would calmly change the subject. Lu Mingyue found this strange. After a few attempts, she realized that the president was not really keen on the big order, so she stopped pushing. She had a few drinks and earlier also ate a cup of cherry blossom jelly, which filled her stomach with water. She got up and went to the bathroom. From the private room to the bathroom, you have to walk through a long corridor. When Lu Mingyue returned from the bathroom, she passed by a private room, the door of which happened to be open. Inside was Lu Jiayuan. Lu Jiayuan was wearing a beret, which looked fashionable and elegant when paired with her light gold jacket. She had come with Zhou Zhan and was accompanied by several women, who kept complimenting her on her beautiful outfit. Jiayuan, you look so pretty today. You're a little different from before, and this look really suits you. I've never seen you wear a beret before. Where did you buy it? It looks really good. Lu Jiayuan pretended to be modest and said that she could take them to that shop to have a look around later. Zhou Zhan sat next to her and kept serving her food attentively. After they got married, he would probably be the most qualified son-in-law at the end of the year. Lu Mingyue knew that Lu Jiayuan was wearing a hat to hide her balding hair. She found it quite funny. But when they met in the narrow corridor, she didn't want to come into contact with Lu Jiayuan head-on, so she quickened her pace as she walked past them, just wanting to get away from them. Unexpectedly, one of the women with crimson-dyed hair noticed her and suddenly stepped out to stop her. Isn't this Lu Mingyue? Why are you here? Lu Mingyue didn't bother to answer her and lifted her foot to leave. But then the other woman stepped out again and together with the red-haired woman, they dragged Lu Mingyue into the private room. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. First, tell us, are you here as a part-time worker? Lu Mingyue gave the two women a cold glance. I came here to eat with my boss. The women in the private room all laughed when they heard this, with a few sneers in their eyes. Lu Mingyue, when did you ever have the means to eat such expensive things? And you dare to use accompanying your boss as an excuse? Where is your boss? Introduce us. The Xiangang Hotel requires membership, and they would never believe that Lu Mingyue came here to eat. Seeing that Lu Mingyue was frowning and not saying anything, the red-haired woman covered her mouth and laughed. Lu Mingyue, you don't need to pretend. We all know that you're an orphan and a poor student. What else can you do in a place like this except work part-time? Even if you are here to work part-time, whether it's serving food or washing dirty dishes, we won't laugh at you. But you're putting on a brave face, which makes people look down on you. In an instant, all the gazes in the private room fell on her. Lu Jiayuan watched Lu Mingyue make a fool of herself and secretly gloated. After her girlfriends had teased Lu Mingyue enough, she took on a regal air and said with a hint of pity, "Cousin, haven't you already found a job? Why are you still working part-time in a hotel? Is it because you don't have enough money to spend?" Her gaze fell on Lu Mingyue's designer clothes, and a flash of jealousy crossed her eyes. She pretended to sigh again. I know girls like these designer bags, but you can't work part-time at noon just for superficial things. My father promised your aunt to take good care of you, but you humiliate yourself for these vain luxuries. My father will be sad when he finds out. Zhou Zhan's brows furrowed as he listened, and he immediately moved back a little, as if it was ashamed to be close to Lu Mingyue. Lu Jiayuan sighed helplessly. If you really need money, I can lend it to you first. Chapter 45. Do you know why she wears a hat? After Lu Jiayuan finished speaking, she really took out her wallet from her bag and took out some money. Cousin, I was wrong to introduce Zhou Jiayu to you before, and this is my apology to you. Zhou Jiayu's case made the news, and since he went to the same university, several of his girlfriends had heard about it and couldn't help but be surprised. Jiayuan, when did you get involved with Zhou Jiayu? Lu Jiayuan explained, both Mingyue and I only knew that Zhou Jiayu earned over 1,000,000 yuan a year. Mingyue really wanted to get to know him, but I didn't investigate his character properly, and that was my bad. When the sisters heard this, they looked at Lu Mingyue with even more contempt. It's just 1,000,000 yuan a year, but she went after him like a fly to shit. Her face was really ugly. Lu Mingyue sneered impatiently. Lu Jiayuan, are you so desperate to slander me that you don't care about your face anymore? Lu Jiayuan's face changed, and she said with grievance, Cousin, I know that I have wronged you in the matter of Zhou Jiayu. Lu Mingyue, are you sure you want to continue acting? I hope that when I play your best acting in the classmate group, you won't go crying to your uncle. This sentence successfully made Lu Jiayuan shut up. The other little girls only regarded Lu Jiayuan as being bullied and took her side. Jiayuan, why do you bother with this greedy person with a bad character? And lend her money? Once the money is in her hands, there's no way she'll pay it back. Lu Jiayuan bit her lip, looking as if she was about to cry, but no matter what, she is still my cousin. And you are the only one who still treats her like a sister. The red-haired woman gave Lu Mingyue an unhappy glare and suddenly said condescendingly, Lu Mingyue, my family happens to be in need of a nanny. I hear that you can cook, so you can come to my house after work and work part-time. I'll pay you the same amount as the hotel pays you per hour. When the other girls heard this, they all chimed in at once, saying, Vivi, why are you so generous? This kind of person doesn't know if their hands and feet are clean or not. What if they steal things after they come to your house? I'm doing this for Jia Yuan's sake. The red-haired woman, Fu Wei, looked completely unconcerned. Lu Mingyue, you should be lucky to have a good cousin. Lu Mingyue wasn't interested in watching their performance, so she turned around and walked out. After taking a few steps, Fu Wei suddenly shouted behind her, Lu Mingyue, stop. Lu Mingyue pretended not to hear and walked even faster. Fu Wei chased after her in a rage, Lu Mingyue, didn't you hear me tell you to stop? Lu Mingyue looked at her coldly, what do you want? Fu Wei angrily asked, I lost my necklace, did you take it? Lu Mingyue knew at once that the other person was looking for trouble, and her expression became even colder. If you have bad eyesight, go see a doctor, don't bark around. She said she was leaving. Stop her, don't let her get away. Fu Wei told her friends to stop Lu Mingyue, their eyes full of mockery. You didn't come here to work part-time, and it's unlikely you came here just to eat, so did you come here to steal? The others chimed in. Lu Mingyue, when you were at school, you liked to steal Jia Yuan's clothes and jewelry, even her hair clips. Seeing that Wei Wei's necklace was pretty, it's normal that you secretly took it. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiayuan hurriedly spoke up, you guys shouldn't say that. Mingyue was just young and ignorant at the time. Besides, my father told me to take good care of her. Girls naturally love to be beautiful, and she was only borrowing those things, not stealing them. She looked at Lu Mingyue in disapproval, saying, cousin, you're older than me, and I'm not in a position to say anything to you. But my father really loves you. If you really want a pretty necklace, just tell my father, and he'll buy it for you, no need to take someone else's. She spoke in explanation for Lu Mingyue, but she had already directly judged that she had stolen the item. They were standing in the corridor outside the box when they spoke. At this time, some guests heard the commotion and gathered in groups of 2 or 3 to watch the fun. The guests at the Shandong Hotel were either rich or noble, and this was the first time they had encountered a thief in the hotel. It looks pretty, but I didn't think she would steal. When did the Shandong Hotel become so low class that it even let thieves in? She probably got in on her good looks. You have to be careful, with a face like that, she might even steal a man. For a moment, everyone looked at Lu Mingyue with suspicion and contempt. Lu Mingyue knew they were deliberately causing trouble, so she didn't bother arguing and walked past them coldly. Fu Wei snapped, don't go, give back the necklace first. Lu Mingyue stared back at her, I didn't take your stuff, you can check the surveillance footage. Her eyes were bright, with a kind of burning light, and Fu Wei suddenly felt a little guilty for some reason. I didn't say you took it, it's possible you picked it up and didn't want to return it. After all, with a poor appearance like yours, I guess you've never seen such a good thing in your life. A young lady immediately chimed in, what's the point of checking the surveillance cameras for such a trivial matter, just search her directly. In their opinion, it was normal for poor people like Lu Mingyue, who would go out and work as a hostess while still a student, to refuse to return valuable things they found. They said that they were actually going to search Lu Mingyue. More and more people gathered around to watch the commotion. These arrogant rich people also thought that Lu Mingyue was greedy and refused to return the necklace. No one wanted to help her. Some even took out their phones to record a video and prepare to post it on Moments to spice up their lives. Lu Mingyue was grabbed by the arm, and her jacket had already been forcibly removed. The 2 women still wanted to take off her underwear. The onlooker holding the phone to record the video was even more excited, hoping that Lu Mingyue's clothes would be stripped off completely, so that it would be more exciting. Lu Mingyue felt like her blood boiled. She remembered the endless injustice and malice she encountered when she was studying, and an unprecedented anger welled up in her heart. Lu Mingyue suddenly struggled with all her strength, pushing the 2 women away fiercely, and then quickly reached out and grabbed their hair with one hand. Her voice was cold and devoid of emotion. She repeated, I've never seen any necklace. It all happened in an instant. The 2 women's hair was yanked painfully, and they were so stunned by Lu Mingyue's murderous aura that they froze in place, unable to move. Seeing Lu Mingyue's sudden anger, Lu Jiayuan felt her scalp tingling faintly and was so scared that she quietly took a few steps back. That's too much. If you didn't steal anything, why are you afraid of a body search? Lu Mingyue suppressed her anger and snapped back, that's a coincidence. I've just lost a very valuable bracelet and suspect everyone here. Stand still, let me search you too. The younger sister who just spoke was stared at by Lu Mingyue, angry and resentful. Who saw it? Yes, who saw it? Lu Mingyue looked at her and then at Fu Wei, who saw you lose something? Fu Wei was guilty and avoided her gaze, afraid to respond. Lu Mingyue pointed at Lu Jiayuan and said, "Do you know why she's wearing a hat? Because she did something wrong and tried to blame it on me. She almost got her hair pulled out. Do you want to try it too?" There was dead silence in the corridor. Everyone looked at the beautiful woman who had suddenly gone crazy in disbelief. Lu Mingyue tugged a little harder on the hair of the two women, and now she was going to search them, starting with taking off their jackets. Would they do it themselves or should she do it? The two women, whose hair was being tugged, were stunned. When they came back to their senses, they screamed exaggeratedly, "Lu Mingyue, have you gone crazy? Shut up!" Lu Mingyue tugged harder at their hair. They were really afraid that their hair would be pulled out, so they trembled while taking off their jackets. Lu Mingyue looked at Fu Wei with a cold face and said, "You started this, so you know what to do, don't you?" Fu Wei was also shocked. She didn't remember Lu Mingyue being like this. When they were at school, no matter how harsh the things they said were, or how outrageous the things they did were, Lu Mingyue would mostly swallow her anger. Why has she suddenly become so stubborn? But no matter what, pulling someone's hair and forcing them to take off their coat for a body search is really arrogant. Fu Wei gritted her teeth and angrily said, "Lu Mingyue, even if no one saw you steal the necklace, you are the only poor person in the entire Xiangong hotel. Who else would take my necklace but you? Oh, so in the end you were just guessing?" Lu Mingyue sneered, "Is this how you Fu family do things, just guessing? Does your brother know?" Fu Wei was most afraid of her eldest brother, and when she heard Lu Mingyue mention her brother, her face froze and she immediately dared not speak again.